Burns and Folkes fire Surrey back into contention. The visitors have endured a difficult first 2 days in Bristol. Bowled out for 220, they were unable to capitalise on what breakthroughs they could make in the Gloucestershire batting attack, but were put to the sword by Tom Lace. His 50 helped his side build a lead of 91. Surrey were chasing the final 2 wickets and were successful early on day 3. Jack Taylor toppled and Topley had 5. The innings was over soon after, the tail mopped up, Shaw's wicket taken by Atkinson, and Gloucestershire all out for 326, their lead 106. Rory Burns and Mark Stoneman set about reducing the deficit and got off to a quick start, the current England opener with 3 early boundaries. They'd put up 41 runs when Higgins had Stoneman trapped LBW for 60. Gloucestershire had another big scalp soon after. Hashim Amla was unable to replicate his first innings 50, removed for a duck by Matt Taylor. And the big name Surrey middle order was in tatters 2 overs later. Taylor put Surrey in trouble at 48 for 3 when Pope was caught behind the wicket. Ben Folkes joined Rory Burns and the pair shepherded their side past 50 and through to the lunch break without further loss. They headed into the interval at 70 for 3, trailing by 36. After lunch, Surrey managed to calm things down a little. Folkes and Burns moved their side towards parity. The England partnership looked in good touch, their wicket worth 50 a little while into the afternoon session. In passing 100 runs, Surrey were in touching distance of parity. The milestones kept ticking past, and with another boundary, Burns moved to 50. A good tonic for the England opener after a difficult winter. Then it was Folkes' turn to up the ante, as Surrey stretched their lead, this pair showing their class. They'd be separated by George Scott, Burns removed for 74, just when his side was starting to look comfortable. Folkes and Smith steered Surrey past 150 when the England wicketkeeper picked up his first half-century of the season. George Scott was left grasping at thin air. Smith brought intent to the crease, some eye-catching drives found the boundary, and when tea was called, Surrey had put on 187 for the loss of 5 wickets and led their hosts by 81. Smith felt a pain when they got back underway, the Gloucestershire bowler relishing the wicket as the off-stump went cartwheeling. A fine Folkes tickle took the score past 200 and the lead to 100 soon after. Gloucestershire toiled, Surrey were playing their way back into contention as they closed on 250 runs. Jordan Clark enjoyed himself too, his 23 runs contributing to a 45-run partnership for the 6th wicket, when bad light forced them off the field of play and the heavens opened shortly after. The day was brought to a close with the score 232 for 5 and Surrey in front by 126.
Well, good morning from the Bristol County Ground. This is Ian Randall, and alongside me Ed Seaborn.
Good morning.
Final day of this Gloucestershire-Surrey first-class fixture, first one of the season. I'm pleased to say that we do have, at the moment, blue skies overhead, which is good news because a full day today and just about anything is possible given the situation of the match. Surrey 232 for 5 in their second innings, Folkes on 81, Clark on 23. There are 7 overs and 3 balls, I think, until the second new ball for Gloucestershire, and the lead is 126. What more could you want? You just need the weather.
Yep, and having just refreshed the weather forecast a moment ago, the chances of rain have been downgraded somewhat, so hopefully that forecast is right. There's obviously the chance we may hit a shower at some point, but hopefully we don't, and the odds seem to be that we might just not, and we do have potentially a brilliant finish in store, depending of course on how well Gloucestershire can bowl this morning, because, well, they don't want it interesting, they want an easy win, and if they can remove Ben Folkes early on, it looks as though potentially that might still be possible, but it would require early wickets, and then you're into the tail.
I think I may have said on broadcast, and if not, we certainly said it off. If Surrey match Gloucestershire's first innings score, they're left with 220 to defend, and that would feel a very interesting chase. I think you reduce that total by 20 or maybe 40. Gloucestershire possibly become slight favourites.
Yeah, it's one of those things with a game like this. 20 runs feels very different. I would say 200 is probably a even Stevens kind of score. If Gloucestershire are given 2 sessions to chase it, depends how much time there is remaining in the game. But a lot of that will depend on how early the wickets are taken. But just forgetting that for a moment, 180 would feel, pretty much Gloucestershire would feel as though they are favourites in that scenario. You start getting towards 220, 230, it makes a big difference really in terms of how much Surrey feel as though they have to defend.
Yeah, part of Gloucestershire's problem yesterday was that Josh Shaw didn't bowl other than the 1 over that he had before lunch. He wasn't on the field for the rest of the day. The players are gathering by the rope at the moment, and I think Jared Warner is out there.
Yeah,
so
he is, I think.
Just by the rope, and I think therefore if Gloucestershire are a bowler short and Chris Dent has got 7 overs and 3 balls until the second new ball, how does he work his 3 main seam bowlers? He can't really afford to wait half an hour and bowl 7 overs, can he? He can't let Folkes and Clark get their eye in.
No. So 3 seamers, 3 front line seamers to work with. I think you'd have to say, obviously Payne and Higgins will take the new ball. I think that's a given. Matt Taylor could have a brief burst from one end. The question is, what do you do from the other end? Do you say to Ryan Higgins, okay, we're a bowler down, we need you to give us a 8 or 9 over spell here and straddle the new ball and the old ball? Or do you say, okay, early on, Surrey are probably not going to try and get away from us quickly here. So do you use that as the opportunity to bowl Van Buren for a few overs, get through it quickly and preferably cheaply? It's a dilemma, and I will be very interested to see what Chris Dent and the Gloucestershire staff have decided.
Yeah, I wonder whether Van Buren might bowl at one end with Taylor at the other. I'm with you on that. I think in that you kind of, you're trying to sort of just limp in inverted commas your way to the new ball without doing too much damage. Just to say, of course, throughout the day our email will be open, commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and the Twitter @GlossCricket with a capital G for Gloss to get in touch with us. And lots of people did yesterday, and thank you for your interaction for that, including many people listening in different parts of the globe in different time zones, but the time zone here says that it's appropriate for Ian Blackwell, our senior umpire, I suppose you could call him, of the two. He and Rob White. Blackwell's certainly more experienced, but it is a day when it's cold enough that the umpires are, Blackwell definitely is still going to be wearing gloves. It is pleasant at the moment. There's no issue about that. It's a reasonable amount of blue sky overhead, and it will be Folkes and Clark to resume for Surrey. This stand has so far added 45 for the 6th wicket. Umpires on the way, players on the way, including Jared Warner, and George Scott has got an over to complete, so he will bowl the 3 remaining deliveries in that over, and then we will perhaps see how Chris Dent and Ian Harvey and Mark Alleyne have put together a plan this morning, which, as you say, Ed, probably includes somebody taking 5 for 10. That would be very useful.
Yeah, well, as much as you can plan for that, yes. But, yes, with Scott bowling those 3 balls, is that an excuse just to say Scott continues? That's another possibility that we didn't float. But I think, you know, I would say Matt Taylor has to bowl to start with personally, because you need, like you said, you need to strike that balance between attacking before the new ball and, you know, whilst the two Surrey batsmen aren't in yet, really, you've got to not waste that first half hour.
No.
At the same time, you can't tire out Payne and Higgins before the new ball.
Scotland with an over to complete. Would you like the Ashley Down Road end, Ed? Because that's the productive one for wickets by and large.
I think you should take it today.
Do you? Okay then. I'll complete the Scott over. He's got folks to bowl 2, and as you can see, there are just 2 slips in. But other than that, it's a pretty orthodox field. No third man. A man out deep on the fence at point, and also at deep backward square as well. So Scott to complete the over that was cut short last night. And outside the off stump, folks, lets that go. And I think for the first 3 balls, certainly, I'd be very surprised if he did anything too rash, just to settle himself in once more.
Well, Folkes' job from this point on is just to be there at the end of the innings, because if he's gluing things together, then the likes of Clark and Overton can play around him, and then folks can get into that extra gear potentially once the tail is in.
Scott back at the end of his run, coming in from the Ashley Down Road end to bowl to Folkes, who pushes that straight out to short cover. Tumbling stop from GVB, who had a long spell with the ball yesterday. 13 overs he bowled from the pavilion, and just to really just quieten the Surrey innings down, whilst Gloucestershire were trying to cope without Josh Shaw. I'm sure there'll be more news on him at the end of the match. Scott in, and again that's driven, partially stopped by Van Buren, but Folkes is going to get a single, and he will therefore keep the strike at the end of the incomplete over from last night. And let's just see what Chris Dent's strategy is, and it will be Matt Taylor from the pavilion end first up. So maybe it will be Scott and Taylor then until the new ball.
Perhaps it will be. It was kind of almost suggested in a way, the fact that Scott did have to start things off, and you have to, I guess, trust Scott to try and keep things tight, and they are going to give him some protection. They put deep point out and deep square leg, so you'd have to back Scott, given the role that he's now got to fulfill, to do the bowling probably. I think that's their thinking anyway. So it will be Matt Taylor to bowl from the Bristol Pavilion end, and Folkes, who has 82 to his name, the prize scalp for Gloucestershire this morning. Here's Matt Taylor, bowls over the wicket now, and that's clipped away hard by Folkes through mid-wicket. It'll just be a single out to Jared Warner on the boundary rope, and that's one more to the total.
We talked briefly about how many runs Surrey might need to actually be in the game. Is there any point at which they might declare, do you think? Or would they just, if they weren't dismissed, they would just bat to make the game safe?
Yeah, well, I think it would be up to them as to what point they would think it was safe, but given the extra points this year for the draw, they're certainly not going to set Gloucestershire a target like you might have seen last year, where potentially there was a chance for Gloucestershire to really have a go at it. Matt Taylor bowls to Jordan Clark, and Clark plays quietly out towards extra cover.
And also we have to bear in mind this is the first game, so you don't, want to gift an advantage to one of the other teams in your group straight away. This would be different if this was the penultimate round of matches and Surrey wanted to get into the first two because they would want to be in the top six come the end of the season. There is little to be gained here by just charitably being generous with a declaration.
Matt Taylor losing his run-up, but yeah, exactly. I think this year it's not quite a marathon season because you've got these two phases of the competition. So yes, you need results, but it's not quite like last year where it felt like if you even drew a couple of games, you had no chance at all of making the Bob Willis Trophy final. So that's the difference this year. Here is Matt Taylor, he's in and bowls, and that's squeezed away off the inside half of the bat. They thought about 2, but that would have been pretty suicidal, so 1 run is the result. Clark to 24, getting his first run of the morning. Weather is mixed at the moment. We've got some pretty large clouds and then some blue sky as well. So I think it's going to be a day where the weather forecast isn't really going to tell you very much at all. It's just going to be
look with the naked eye and see what happens.
Yep. Matt Taylor at the end of his run. There's a big pile of sawdust out there, as you can imagine if you were in Bristol yesterday, as that's turned away out towards deep square leg by Folkes. 1 more run taken to 36 for 5. And I don't know, presumably just about everybody will have seen some pictures from the county ground last night where we had a layer of hail, and not tiny hailstones either, covering the ground. It really was a deluge, and not just the hail, the rain as well, and you can visibly see that the outfield is damper this morning as Matt Taylor is in and bowls, and that's left alone by Jordan Clark. And I think a lot of the players will probably tell you that they don't mind that too much, just a little bit of extra moisture, because it was reportedly rock hard before yesterday, certainly on day 1.
Yeah, I was surprised to find when I drove home last night. I got as far as the Stroud junction on the motorway. Road's absolutely bone dry. Couldn't believe it. Given what I'd left here and indeed driven through initially.
Here comes Matt Taylor. He bowls, and it's squeezed down to fine leg by Jordan Clark. I think he roughly knew what he was doing there, but certainly from behind the stumps it would have looked like a inside edge. So Clark will keep the strike. 237 for 5, and for Surrey this is pretty good. They're getting regular singles. The board's ticking over, but they're not taking too many risks at the moment, and it's 237 now for 5.
And it will be Scott to continue. He's having to walk in a long way from the boundary at deep square, but Scott will, I think, continue from the Ashley Down Road end. One thing we should say, there was obviously the announcement yesterday about the funeral of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. It will be on Saturday, the 17th of April. I'll come back to that in a moment. Scott to bowl to Clark, plays that out into the ground on the offside. Again, Van Buren's been busy so far in the field, and again he does the fielding. No run. The ECB have announced this morning that they will discuss now what to do about the round of games that in theory run Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. Gloucestershire of course are at Taunton, and just as a marker for that, I'll come back to that after this ball from George Scott, which is played back down the pitch by Jordan Clark. It's a no ball, and therefore Surrey's score advances to 239 for 5. The footballing authorities have said that there will be no matches at 3 o'clock on Saturday, and that they will talk to clubs about what they might do. Here's Scott once more, and that's worked away by Clark to Jack Taylor. He'll take one, but Folkes isn't interested in the second run, and that's all there will be. And therefore, I think it was inevitable the ECB would have to sit down and work out what they want to do. They haven't told us yet, but they are discussing it. So there will be further news of that in due course. But I think it'd be unlikely it's today. I would have thought it's more likely to be when this round of games has been completed. Scott to Folkes on 84. Clips again off the pads, and they'll look quickly for two. Jack Taylor's throw is in swiftly, but they'll come back for the second. James Bracey just take the bells off, but Folkes comfortably home, and this half an hour against the old ball might just enable these two Surrey batsmen to get themselves set to face the new one. But that phase of the game between when the new ball is taken right up until lunch, that is going to decide, I'm sure, Ed, isn't it, where the afternoon session,
it looks
where the direction of travel is.
Increasingly like it, the way that this has started.
Scott again, right arm over the wicket, and clipped straight to Warner by Folkes. Warner's out on the field as the substitute for Josh Shaw, and one of the great what-if questions, what if Gloucestershire had had the extra bowler yesterday?
Yeah.
Particularly at 48 for 3.
Payne and Matt Taylor were beginning to look as though they were showing the wear that they'd had.
Scott in and pushed back up the pitch by Folkes, but Scott Fields off his own bowling.
There was a lot of extra stress that they had, and it's a lot of overs early on in the season. They were having to be, and not just the overs, it was the lack of time in between the spells being the operative thing.
Scott completes his over with one that Ben Folkes just takes his bat away at the last minute. So Gloucestershire trying to get to 80 overs without too much damage from Surrey on the board. They've added 8 this morning. I'm just looking at the overs bowled. Payne's bowled 17, Higgins 14, Matt Taylor's now bowled 19, and George Scott has bowled 11, which is probably more than he would have thought, and I reckon there's at least another 3 probably before he is removed from the attack.
Well, Matt Taylor will continue from over the wicket. No thoughts of switching quite yet. He took both his wickets yesterday from over. Both have those nicks behind to James Bracey. And here comes Matt Taylor to start the new over. He bowls now to Jordan Clark, and Clark has driven at that one and kind of closed the face on it, and it's gone to square leg for no run. But the at least early signs from Jordan Clark are that he's certainly not thinking about opening his shoulders or a kind of a counter-attacking effort. Whilst he's got Folkes at the other end in particular, he's just going to attempt to stay there and rotate the strike as best he can, and with the field mostly up for Matt Taylor, at any rate they're trying to stop him from doing that, as that's a fullish straight delivery from Matt Taylor, and Jordan Clark defends that one away. And with Jamie Overton to come next, we were chatting a bit before we started, Jamie Overton with bat and ball could be the key to this game for Surrey, because he's that type of cricketer. He can either come off brilliantly, sometimes he can go for quite a few runs if he doesn't get it right. It's just the nature of bowling with the pace that he does and the aggression that he does. Here's Matt Taylor, bowls, and there's a shout for leg before here, which is somewhat strangled. Gloucestershire didn't seem particularly convinced by that one.
And they will know that Ian Blackwell doesn't hang about with the making of these decisions. So if he's immediately saying no, then I think maybe there was just a faint nick there.
Yeah, just probably not quite straight enough either.
He's one of those very positive umpires who doesn't dither.
Yeah, he hasn't been around for too long, but he seems to be a natural at it in that respect, as Matt Taylor bowls and Clark forces that one to backward point with no timing and there's no run. But you want umpires who make strong decisions if you're players, and Ian Blackwell certainly seems to be in that mould, and I think you've got an inexperienced umpire at the other end, and the ECB wouldn't have put Ian Blackwell in a situation like that if they didn't hold him in very high regard.
No, indeed.
Here is Matt Taylor. He's in now, he bowls, and that's full, and Clark steers that one away to backward point once more, and there's no run, so this over is going according to plan, really, from Matt Taylor. I think, on balance, you'd like Matt Taylor to be bowling quite a bit to Jordan Clark in this little spell before the new ball, and at the moment he's keeping it pretty tight out there.
Adrian Williams has been in touch on the email. Good morning, he says. It's dull and overcast in Morton. Yeah, it was dull and overcast in my part of the world as well when I left home this morning. It was much brighter in Bristol.
Here is Matt Taylor. He's in and bowls, and that's left this time by Jordan Clark. So maiden over from Matt Taylor. The lead remains at 136, and well, it could be around about that 150 mark come the new ball, and
we're kind of assuming in this that Surrey aren't just thinking negatively about batting out, which they might be. They might think, actually, we don't want to lose this from here. We don't want to give Gloucestershire a sniff. We don't want to set a game up. We will just bat.
I think that the danger with that thinking is you've got two cricketers in Jordan Clark and Jamie Overton who tend to play a certain way, and after that you've got potentially 2/3 tail enders.
George Scott with the old ball still. Just a little dab out by Folkes into the offside. This stand is now worth 56 for the 6th wicket. And it's been a game of modest partnerships in the main. Gloucestershire would not want this to effectively take the chance of a win away from them, and the new ball has got to be used to check that. Scott once more, driven pleasantly but with no great power by Clark, out to Warner at mid-wicket.
But I think, just completing that thought, the kind of cricket that Surrey probably play just naturally likely means that there's, they're not going to be thinking about draw at this point.
Scott in once more, worked fine by Clark. It's a ground to be made up by David Payne, but there's enough for them to come back for a second run. Clark obviously as a bat, he averages 28, which is reasonably respectable.
That last ball, another no ball from George Scott, so 4 more runs conceded off that one ball.
We have Josh Shaw news, which we'll give you at the end of the over. 247 for 5, and it's cut into the ground and away for 4. From the crease by Jordan Clark. There's no third man, and Tom Lace therefore will have to ask one of the fielders on the rope, I think that might be Miles Hammond in the hat, to get the ball back. So the 250's up for Surrey, chopped away in the sunshine by Clark, who's up to 32.
Not a million miles away from the shot that Jordan Clark was out to in the first innings, but he made sure he controlled that one much better.
Scott to continue in this 77th over. New ball, of course, available at 80. But in this half an hour, or thereabouts, that Gloucestershire had to use to get to the new ball, Surrey have added 19 at the moment. Largely by just sensible batting. Driven again straight to Van Buren, who does make a slight fumble, but there's never any chance of a run.
I think the thing that we've seen, at least in general so far, George Scott, he can produce a wicket. He's not necessarily a sort of control bowler. There's been, you know, the odd loose delivery in the 6 balls that he bowls, and yeah, it's tough for Gloucestershire at the moment, that.
Staying over the wicket and clipped down the ground, but straight to Ryan Higgins at mid-on. So Matt Taylor, I should say. Apologies. And 251 for 5. The news about Josh Shaw is that he will not play any further part in this match. It is a groin problem, and it will be further assessed over the next few days to see whether he will play in the game at Somerset. You'd have to say that there must be a doubt about that. And actually, with Warner fit, or very close to fitness, you would think, because he's been bowling every morning during this game in the nets, there would be a natural replacement there.
Yeah, but it certainly, I guess it almost solves a potential dilemma, but not in the way that Gloucestershire would have wanted, of course, especially given the way that Josh Shaw bowled in the first innings to take those 4 wickets. So I think it doesn't come as much of a surprise, I don't think, to anybody, that news, and we'll wait and see, really, as far as what happens from here as Matt Taylor bowls to Folkes, and Folkes with a pleasant push up to mid-on, but doesn't get a run for it.
Would he bat, I wonder, would be an interesting question, if absolute push came to shove?
I think you would think so. The situation where he would bat is, well...
6 overs remaining.
You're going to say yes. It's only a very specific situation when he would bat.
You know, Gloucestershire need 10, he'd bat. 6 overs remaining with the last pair together, he'd probably bat. Other than that, he probably wouldn't.
Here comes Matt Taylor, bowls now to Folkes, and Folkes drops that one away towards backward point, and there's no run there. Seems as though there's a hoverfly which is a little bit interested in the effects microphone, so that's the occasional buzzing you hear. It's nothing going on in terms of
the stream.
Yes, technical issues or anything, and it's not the sound of my brain working either.
The cogs.
Here comes Matt Taylor, and he's in and bowls, and that's a drive from Folkes, just a little bit wide of mid-off, so it's a comfortable single, and they've got mid-off and mid-on fairly deep, so even though that was hit fairly powerfully, it was a comfortable single. 252 for 5, and Matt Taylor's going to get a chance to bowl at Jordan Clark, who has really done his job, because when David Payne got that wicket of Jamie Smith off the last ball before tea, it really felt at that point as though maybe Gloucestershire had got Surrey, even though, you know, there'd been the odd partnership here or there, as Matt Taylor bowls to Clark, and that's wide, and Clark slashes at it but doesn't get anything on it. It was a very wide delivery, but I don't think Jordan Clark will be too thrilled with how that one went, as we'll get a second look at that. And, well, sort of chopped over the top of it, really.
Foot movement perhaps wasn't what his batting coach would have wanted.
Here is Matt Taylor bowls to Clark. Clark just dropping that one away to backward point. So just the 1 run off the over. Matt Taylor, excuse me, there's still 1 ball remaining, and at least so far Matt Taylor's done his job this over, but it feels like we are just waiting for that new ball now. And, you know, credit to the 2 Surrey batsmen, they've both come out and really looked as though they've found their feet and got themselves going really from ball 1. As here's Matt Taylor bowls, and that's pushed away to extra cover, where it's picked up by Jared Warner, and There are now 2 more overs left until that new ball. Surrey's lead is 146.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a small thing, you might say psychologically, but to come out with the sun out for the Surrey batsmen as well, it just gives them that extra little percentage of the fact that, you know, it's an old ball. We might actually enjoy batting out here. I know it's not a really secure situation for them in the game, but they can make it a secure. It's an opportunity to make it a secure situation. And with 2 overs now until the second new ball, in fact, is Chris Dent going to call Ryan Higgins on to bowl with the old one? And I think he might be, because Higgins has taken off his sweater and he's talking to Dent about the field, and Higgins is going to come on and just have 1 over with the old ball. And I think that's probably what that says, is that Chris Dent has seen enough that he doesn't want just to give Surrey another couple of overs. In fact, it might even be that Payne will bowl from this end, we'll see. An opportunity to get even further into the lead without bringing on what you might consider his front pair of new ball bowlers. So folks on 88, Clark on 32, as you can see. But this is a key point in the match. You've just said 25 minutes into the morning session, Higgins in, and even with the old ball, he's almost turned folks round there. And that's perhaps the difference between somebody who takes the new ball regularly and somebody who effectively is classed as your 5th seamer but playing as a 4th in this match. Higgins back at the end of his run in quite bright sunshine now, not a lot of warmth in it, mind you. And again, Higgins on the spot this time, and folks plays defensively. He'll certainly be made to think a bit more now, you would have thought, Ben Folkes, by Higgins and possibly Payne coming into the attack.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50, isn't it? Because Matt Taylor has bowled quite well, but then it may be that David Payne wants an over with the old ball to get loose.
Higgins again to Folkes, forward, quite a long way forward, and again no run. Folkes getting close to 180 balls faced for his 88. Not quite there yet, but almost. And 13 boundaries. See, Clark has made 32 off 70, which is, you know, that's a reasonable rate. But a lot of those have been. He's only hit 3-4, so he's just been working the ball into the gaps. Higgins again, and Folkes up on his toes to again play that defensively.
Yeah, Clark has just batted how he was required to bat, because he's not gone flashing at very many deliveries. There was that one wide one that he missed in the last over, but in general he's played very well.
Steered away. Oh, that's going to go all the way for 4. It's gone through the slip cordon all the way along the ground. Not a chance, but 4 more to Ben Folkes, and Higgins without the third man, as is often the case, of course, and that's a long boundary down there. But as soon as it had beaten Messrs Dent and Hankins, even allowing for the rain yesterday, the outfield, as we go through the day, if it stays dry, will quicken up a little bit. 256 for 5. 69 the partnership, and that's steered out straight to Warner off the last ball of Higgins is over by Folkes, who indicates that sanitisation break is necessary. So it gives us a chance to say that the draw for the county championship shirt, which we've been running through this match, the entries will, or the opportunity to enter will close at the end of play. And of course, if you do enter, you also automatically get an entry for the Cayman Islands holiday for 2. That is a summer-long draw, and that draw will not be made until the end of the season. But you get an entry into both if you put your name forward to win potentially the new county championship shirt, which is on offer for the duration of this game. But the entries, just to repeat, will close when play ends today. And also on that, lunch is at 1 o'clock and tea is at 3:40. How very traditional.
Yeah, well, final day rules, laws, regulations, whichever they are, I suppose they're regulations, aren't they, are in force today. So, yeah, no extra time being made up today, and we're in the usual laws and regs about last hour, etc., potentially too, if we get to that point. So it won't be David Payne, it will be Matt Taylor to continue, and Jordan Clark on strike with just a couple of slips in place. They're the only catches really, as that's a full delivery, which is pushed to backward point. There'll be no shot at the stumps as it not fielded cleanly by Jack Taylor, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. There was always a single there, and that really typifies the way that Clark has batted. And I haven't seen, I must admit, a massive amount of him in 4-day cricket, but he's just sort of going on reputation really. He's really knuckled down, and like I said earlier really, when he came to the crease right after the tea break yesterday, if he'd given it away quickly, then we might have been looking at a result this session, as that's turned away to mid-wicket by Ben Folkes, and there's no run. And Folkes has exhibited tremendous control in this innings. He has not been bothered during the periods that he's been bogged down, because there have been periods where he's gone a long time without scoring, notably when he was close to 50, but a couple of other points as well. He took a long time to score even 4 or 5 runs, but he's equally had bursts of scoring as well. Matt Taylor round the wicket. Oh, inside edge from Folkes as he looked to play defensively, but he'll get a single for that even, because deep square leg is on the rope, and Graham van Buren has to come across from mid-wicket. 258 now for 5, the lead 151, and we've had over half an hour this morning, and at the moment Gloucestershire are really counting down 3 more balls until they can get that new ball. Taylor just picking some grass out of his studs, indication that it is more moist out there, but the outfield is certainly still very fast, as Ian said. Here's Matt Taylor, he bowls, and that's left alone by Jordan Clark, as Matt Taylor trying to get it angling in towards that off stump.
26 they've added this morning, these two, and Folkes within, as you can see, 7 of his 100. It seems to have really quietly played a lot of shots square of the wicket, both leg side and offside, which have just picked up singles.
Here is Matt Taylor in and bowls, and there's a hard drive, and it's misfielded by Jared Warner, and that will allow them to come through for a single as the ball goes out to Ryan Higgins at mid-off, who is able to get across and cut it off, but a single taken where there might not have been one. 259 for 5.
The bounce was a touch awkward, but you would have thought he would have stopped that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as though we're in later season, is it, with
Worn
used wickets and that sort of thing to deal with. It could be a nightmare fielding in the position that he's in right now, because he'd be fielding right on the footmarks from those used pitches as well. Here comes Matt Taylor, he bowls, and it's down the leg side, and Bracey cannot bring it in, so that's 4 byes. Cruel on Bracey, but it's 4 runs in the book, and the score is 263 for 5, and Surrey are having a good time of it so far in the first 35 minutes. They've added runs at a decent rate, and as far as Gloucestershire's bowlers are concerned, well, it's going to have to be Higgins and Payne to do the job for them now.
Yeah, it's kind of needs a, dare I say, it needs an inspirational spell from somebody, you would think, to give Gloucestershire, or to keep Gloucestershire in with a chance of winning this game. As I think Pete Lamb suggested at the start of play, Jamie Overton would love to come in with Surrey maybe 190 ahead, with a freedom to think, well, okay, for half an hour I can just go out and have a bit of a whiz bang, thanks, and that could take the position to one where Surrey might win, because they've got more than Gloucestershire can chase, but Gloucestershire cannot, and then of course you'll get a fired up Surrey bowling attack, knowing that there are only 2 results possible. Higgins is cut for 4 behind square, and Clark matching Folks' efforts here. He started the day on 23 and he's now up to 38.
If you didn't know that Higgins had already bowled an over with the old ball, you'd have said that was a loosener, but it wasn't. It was the first ball of the second over.
Are they going to put a third man back now? Yes, they are. Warner's gone back down there. And Higgins in, and that's why they've put him in there now, because they can't have too many runs going cheaply into that gap. 1 more this time. Clark up to 39, and Folks on to strike.
We have a result at Grace Road. Hampshire have picked up a maximum point victory against Leicestershire. They've wrapped it up this morning. I think they needed 2 wickets to complete the innings victory, and Hampshire have won by an innings and 105.
Higgins in. Appeal for LBW to Rob White by only the bowler. Nobody else was interested, and he does signal a leg by, but that was an optimistic one, I think, as we'll see from the replay.
Not the worst shout, actually.
A little bit on height, perhaps?
Possibly. I think height and leg sidishness were both being taken into account there.
Higgins in, and Clark wants a single, but he won't get it. Jack Taylor coming in quickly.
Well, he did get a fair way across there, Jordan Clark, so it wasn't as bad a shout as I thought it might be, just watching it from our angle. I thought that it was probably going to be heading further down the leg side than that. But certainly one which Rob White would have been considering for a moment.
Higgins to Clark, and just push at that. Fresh leg up, was it actually just held its line rather than having any vast movement?
Yeah, I think so, and you're expecting Higgins to shape the ball in, and then when it does that, he's come very wide on the crease there and increased the angle in towards Clark, and that's what's almost done for him.
And Higgins completes the over with a more orthodox delivery. So on the day we have 89 overs left, 88 overs left as the scoreboard just ticks down. This stand is worth 82. Clark has got almost a half share in that at 39, and he's giving Folks very good support and has done since tea yesterday. David Payne's going to be held for the moment, and Matt Taylor is going to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, it's been a tidy spell from Matt Taylor this morning, but where's that wicket coming from? It feels as if this may have to be a Ryan Higgins job now, in terms of producing one of those quick spells of wickets that he can so often do. And it will be Folks on strike, 93 to his name, as Matt Taylor begins his run now and bowls. That's full and played down the ground. Mid-off will do the honours with the fielding, and I reckon I reckon that in terms of what we've seen so far anyway, the ball's moved a bit more, sort of maybe 8 or 9 overs in almost to the new ball. It seemed that way anyway, so maybe for the first few overs we might not see the ball do a huge amount. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's driven hard, and he's got that through wide mid-off, and that's going to be 4 runs to Ben Foakes to take him to 97. That's boundary number 15 for him, and that was a really nice looking shot, and he was in no trouble whatsoever there, and the footwork was good. It was just a bit more than a push, but he didn't flash at it, and that's been the mark of his innings really.
Well, as Ed made the point during the first innings, this is his 4th knock against Gloucestershire, and in 2 of the other 3 he's made 3 figures.
Yeah, and I believe that it may even have been his career best at Bristol. Matt Taylor will bowl round the wicket to him, and that's clipped away. It's through wide mid-on this time. It's heading towards the boundary rope. This could be the 3-figure mark. It will cross the boundary rope now, and Ben Foakes is to his 11th first-class century. It's been an innings of superb control, mentally as well as in terms of what he's done with the stroke play. A mightily impressive innings from a quality batsman, and played at exactly the right time for his club when they desperately needed one of their senior players to step up. Rory Burns did so, but Ben Foakes has done so even more.
Yeah, 187 balls and 16 fours.
So 277 for 5, the lead 171 as Matt Taylor bowls to Foakes, and Foakes will not offer a shot at that one. I suppose if you're Gloucestershire, you've just got to hope that he loses concentration after reaching 3 figures, but
doesn't strike you as somebody who would.
As I applauded him really for his mental application, it would be very much out of character in terms of the rest of his innings were he to do that, because he's really barely lost concentration. And even in the periods where it was a struggle for him to score, he hasn't let that bother him at all. Matt Taylor bowls to Foakes, and that's timed beautifully, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
So he's got to a personal milestone. The question now is, does it alter Surrey's approach to their lead? 171, and if they bat for another hour and a quarter up to lunch, the lead could be 250.
Here is Taylor, he bowls, and it's dabbed away into the cover point area. They won't get a run as Foakes was hoping, and the score's 277 for 5, lead 171. The innings of Foakes, we talked about this sort of periods of fast scoring. It was rather typical of him, despite, as mentioned, him having periods where he struggled. It was rather typical that it came up with consecutive boundaries, because it feels like at several points in his innings he's hit 2 or 3 fours in the space of just a few balls, and he certainly didn't hang about on 97.
No, in fact he got through the 90s pretty quickly. Ryan Higgins to bowl the 3rd over with the 2nd new ball. If you've joined us since the start of play, Gloucestershire not taken a wicket this morning so far. Sorry, I've added 45 in 43 minutes. Here is Higgins, and played out into the onside by Jordan Clark. David Payne's getting ready.
I think the worry for Gloucestershire, other than the fact, of course, that these two are batting very well, is that it's been a while since we've seen quick wickets fall. So there's no guarantee that when Jamie Overton comes out, Gloucestershire is still just going to be able to run through the rest of Surrey's lineup.
No, indeed. And then, I say, the debate becomes, how far does Surrey push it? How positive are they? Worked off his legs by Clark as a long chase from David Payne. He's not going to haul it in. That's angled comparatively fine, and Payne was square, so with a 40-yard chase to try and cut the ball off. He couldn't do it. And Surrey steadily working their way into a position where, in a sense, they're the people dictating the game. At the start of play, it wasn't clear who might dictate it, but the first 3/4 of an hour have said that it's more likely to be Surrey at the moment. Higgins in and Clark forward. In terms of his batting last season, Jordan Clark only played one game in red ball cricket and he only made 8 runs, so really you have to go back on his reputation at Lancashire really as a batsman, which was, you know, useful enough.
Of course, his problem is he's been stuck behind Ricky Clark trying to get into the Surrey side, and at least in the first innings the bowling for the most part wasn't what he would have hoped for, so he'll be really pleased, having got the opportunity to play with Ricky Clark out injured, that he's scored some runs here.
Past umpire White comes Ryan Higgins, but the ball isn't beating the bat much either, even with the new one. We haven't really seen a delivery go past the outside edge, and for regular watchers of cricket at Bristol will know that the pitch does tend to flatten out later in the game. I wonder if that is what is happening here, even with the new ball. But we go back to the Warwickshire match last year, and just to prove that things can happen quickly, although that was generally not the norm. David Payne is removing his upper sweater. That's to indicate how many layers he's got on. He's got his match shirt, and he's got a Royal London t-shirt, Royal London competition t-shirt on underneath. So it is a multiple layers kind of day, particularly for the bowlers. Wouldn't want any muscle strains, particularly in this situation. But Payne is going to come on with Matt Taylor, having bowled with the old ball this morning and taking his figures overall to 2 for 80 from 23 overs. He's had just the 1 over with the second new ball, and now Payne is going to share the workload for the first time this morning.
Well, Payne, who produced that magic moment to remove Jamie Smith with the last ball before tea yesterday, that is his only success this innings, but he had multiple catches dropped off his bowling with the first new ball, so he's got to think that he'll be able to make things happen with this one too. And like I say, Gloucestershire have got to, I guess, remember that the initial new ball this innings did not start to do anything too extravagant for a few overs, so maybe not quite in the despair territory as far as this new ball's not doing anything. Payne bowls back of a length and folks onto the back foot and pushing up to mid-on for no run.
The only problem, I suppose, Ed, is, sorry to interrupt, is that you've got 2 batsmen who have had 3/4 of an hour out there to try and get the measure of the pitch, their own game, the tactics of where things are heading, and they've got to start again, haven't they?
And they're comfortably knocking balls into gaps as well. Deep square leg is out as Payne bowls, and that's forced to mid-off. Tom Lace moving to his left to do the fielding, and I reckon the deep square leg is out there really as a defensive measure rather than David Payne looking to try and bang the ball in, you reckon? I mean, he's bowled the occasional bouncer, David Payne, and rightly so, because we saw Rory Burns sky a short delivery from George Scott down David Payne's throat yesterday, so it's worth a try as Payne bowls, and that's cut away by Folkes. Third man's got some work to do here. He'll manage to cut it off, and they will trot back for a couple of runs to 83 for 5, and the lead is 177.
Jack Taylor, the fielder down there, but you just look at Chris Dent's field. Here we are with your front two bowlers, you might argue, sharing a ball. This is only in its fourth over, and we've got a pretty orthodox field, only with 2 slips. He clearly is concerned about the lead and how it's just slowly ticking up.
Payne bowls to Folkes. There's a solid defensive shot up to mid-on, and the difficulty is putting the fielders in places where you do keep the runs down. We've seen a lot of runs down to third man already this morning, and if they did bring that deep square leg up, Folkes has been batting with such control that you feel he would be able to pick a delivery off into that region if they didn't have him out there. Payne bowls and Folkes plays forward, and Warner will do the fielding at point. It's just that dilemma, isn't it? Because the temptation is to say that why aren't they attacking more? But at the same time, if you go on the full attack, then you might find that you're out of the game by lunchtime for definite. So what can you do other than try and exert some control as Payne delivers, and Folkes has picked the gap at cover. They might think about 2 here. I think they're going to get it, as well as Lace had a fair amount of ground to make up from his position as a sort of wide mid-off in the end. So 2 runs, 2-8-5 for 5, and the lead 179. It's all looking, unfortunately, if you're a Gloucestershire fan, a little too easy for these 2 out there.
Yes, no breakthrough so far this morning. More ferrying on and off of sweaters, as has been the case throughout this match. David Payne's going to go down to third man. Sorry, that's Scott is going down to third man. Payne's coming out towards us at deep square. Well, he's left his 2 sweaters and his Gloucestershire cap. But this probably... This session up until lunch, this mini session, hour and 10 minutes, is going to dictate how possible it's going to be for one of these teams to force a result out of this game. Higgins in, and that has beaten the outside edge. That was a bit of a prod by Jordan Clark, a bit tentative actually, considering the way he's batted so far. And Higgins couldn't find the edge, but this is... There's a nice shape on that, and that's a little bit more of what he's looking for. Stanworth 98, and it'll stay there because that's just squeezed out by Clark into the offside, fielded at point.
The temptation is to think of Higgins as a swing bowler only, but he has so many more tricks up his sleeve than that. He's got the cutters, he's got the variations on the crease in terms of where he bowls from.
Here he is again. In, and again, that's a play inside that, to be fair. Jordan Clark. Denton Hankins, the only 2 slips, as you can see. That's the camera at the top of the pavilion, looking down on the Bristol County ground. Just to emphasise where we sit about that slight fumble from Yared Warner, that part of the square, pristine. Higgins again to Clark, again plays inside that. I say he plays inside it, there was just a little dab at it, wasn't there? Just a little prod. And I think you would say that was morale victory to Ryan Higgins there. Again, quite wide on the crease. And Chris Dent can't believe that they've beaten the bat a couple of times in this over with no joy. And Clark doesn't play at that one. Keeps the bat well out of the way, and taken by James Bracey.
I think the danger with the way that Clark has played those couple of balls is that he's exposing quite a bit of his pad to a ball that potentially could strike him around about off stump, and that's why, even if he is playing inside the line of it, it's still dangerous.
Still Higgins. Oh, and that's a better over from Ryan Higgins to Jordan Clark, just asking a few more questions. But the lead this morning has gone from 126 to 179 in the first 55 minutes. Don't forget, we can all happy to accept your contributions in terms of where you might be watching the game today. Indeed, thoughts on tactically how you might see it unravelling. Are Surrey really only interested in batting out for the draw here, or is there anything more that they can do? Gloucestershire, we know, need 5 wickets. So commentators at glossccc.co.uk on the email, and if you're perhaps out and about and you wanted to tweet us instead, at Gloss Cricket with a capital G for the Gloss is our Twitter handle.
Just had confirmation from Adrian Thomas. His career best is not the 140 not out that he made here at Bristol. His career best is 1 run higher than that 141 not out. But either way, I think we can say that he quite likes batting at Bristol.
Well, on the evidence of what we've seen so far, I think it's been a polished innings, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. And he's
what you'd say.
He has driven the ball well, but he's never really driven hard at the ball. They've been push drives, and that, I think, has been one of the keys to his success. He'll face up to David Payne, and Payne bowls full, and it is quietly played out to mid-on for no run. Can Payne eke out the wicket? I mean, maybe that last over of Higgins was the sign that a little bit more movement was happening out there now, maybe, or am I searching for things?
Well, let's say, I think you made this view public in the first innings, that sometimes it needs the one side of the ball just to become a bit knocked about and lose a bit of the lacquer to start to get it to go.
Payne at the end of his run, and he is there and bowls, and that's turned away up to mid-on. They'll take a quick single, which is comfortable for them. 286 for 5, folks up to 106, and the lead hits 180. I think possibly, we know how hard the outfield is. The pitch may be fairly abrasive as well, and that could be why the ball has not done a great deal after the first sort of 20 overs or so. But like you say, there's time when the ball is still newish on one side but gets roughed up on the other. Payne is there, bowls to Jordan Clark, and Jordan Clark does not offer a shot.
I don't think folks is thinking of stopping any time soon, because he's just asked for some new gloves.
Well, dangerous thing to do. It's not quite as dangerous as changing your bat. That, I think, is something that I would imagine a lot of batsmen would hate to do after scoring as many runs as Ben Folkes has done. I don't think a pair of gloves is considered quite as
risky.
Yes. Payne's there and bowls, driven by Clark. It was well timed, but Tom Lace was down and able to cut it off. They've just really had so few difficulties timing the ball this morning, and that's, you know, major credit to Surrey, because they had issues in the first innings, and for the most part they've corrected those issues here in the second. Here's Payne, bowls left by Clark, and I wondered, actually, in the grand scheme of things, how much Surrey would look at their position after the first innings as a whole, both Surrey's and Gloucestershire's, and think, yes, we bowled not well for a session, but how much of the blame should go to the bowling unit on their own, and how much should also go to the batting unit? Payne is there, bowls full, and once more Clark is defensively prodding away to mid-off. So 1 run off the over.
Did you not float the idea that there was almost an element of surprise both in the way Gloucestershire bowled and the Bristol pitch to Surrey in the first innings of the match, and indeed the way that the Surrey bowlers did not adjust to the pitch in Gloucestershire's first innings when Denton Bracey went out and played very positively. And what they've done is they've worked out in their heads what is necessary, and actually pulled the game round because they've then actually gone out and executed that really well.
Yeah, I think since lunch, since that session when Denton Bracey were looking so comfortable, I guess the overall sort of attitude of Surrey changed, and it wasn't just, but we're not just talking about it because the results changed. Their way of going about it changed.
Oh, and Higgins again continuing to just tease these two in the last couple of overs. Even Folkes there.
He really pushed at this one. You can see there. I mean, look at how far away that bat is. He absolutely does not have to play at that one.
No, but the Surrey lead is tantalising at the moment, and Folkes, having played one shot where the bat was too far away from the body, doesn't succumb to that a second time. Brian Jones on the email. Good morning, commentators, he said. I'd like to say how much I'm enjoying the linked TV coverage, as he calls it. So presumably he's watching it through his television set rather than through any other device. More from Brian's email in a moment. Here's Higgins in. Oh, and that's gone. No, is that Higgins has got his hand on his head there? Is that James Bracey? Has he put that down? Bracey's not getting up anytime soon, and that looks like a big moment on this final day. He's got it's very low, and it's just dropping right by him. It's one-handed. It's a bit like the one that George Scott couldn't cling on to yesterday. But can Gloucester get another chance like that? That's worked away by Folkes this time. The long chase of Messrs Payne and Jack Taylor, and a bit of relay work means that they will take three. What was your thought on that, Ed?
Well, it actually reminded me quite a bit of one that Folkes managed to take off, I think it was Chris Dent, in the Gloucestershire innings, and there was a loud appeal, and we think it came off the thigh pad instead of the bat. Folkes diving one-handed very low, managed to scoop it up, but it was a very tough chance.
Higgins in, and Folkes has cracked that away. Clark's cracked that away rather for 4 out through extra cover, and that tends to happen after a big moment. That's almost a half volley, and he's played that really with minimal foot movement.
Yeah, I don't think I'm being too disrespectful to Ryan Higgins to say that was a floaty half volley.
.293 for 5, and 106 now the stand is worth. Clark needs a boundary for his 50, and the sun has just gone in for the moment. Higgins continues to plug away from the Ashley Down Road end, and that's outside the off stump. I don't know whether Shane can get us to have another look at that Bracey catch. It was a sharp one, and it was very. It's a good analogy, actually. That one that Folkes actually was able to cling on to in the Gloucestershire first innings, albeit there was no edge, but it's still just in terms of actually just taking the ball. And there's the overall Surrey position, 187 the lead. 7 overs with the second new ball, and not yet a breakthrough for Gloucestershire this morning. Just conscious about Brian Jones's email. We'll get to that perhaps during the next over that I have from the other end.
Here's David Payne. He bowls to Folkes. Folkes offers no shot. You can go through the email now.
Okay, Brian says, I used to visit the county ground as a youngster and watch the likes of Arthur Milton, Tony Brown, David Allen and John Mortimer. In 1967 I moved a distance away from Bristol and I've only seen Gloucestershire play on the occasional game, for example at Northampton or at Worcester. Nowadays I settle down and enjoy every match. It's good I've renewed my club membership which lapsed in 1966. It'd be good to think some others who are enjoying the free coverage might do similar. Take care, Brian. Thank you for your email. Kind words, hope you're enjoying the cricket.
Payne bowls and Folks offers no shot. Yeah, always good to know, really, that it warms the heart of I'm sure both of us that we are able to at least bring the cricket to people who really do desperately miss it, and hopefully won't have to wait too long.
Yeah, and who couldn't get to it for various reasons, alongside not being able to be in the ground, but there are other reasons why people can't watch county cricket, and this is literally bringing it to them in their homes, which is obviously the wonders of technology.
And even onto their TV sets, if
well,
they
apparently so, if you can
choose.
stream it through your television. That's probably above my knowledge, but
Casting.
that's what it's called, is it?
Well, it would be one method of doing it, yes. Here's David Payne, and he'll bowl round the wicket to Ben Folks, but Folks is still not troubled by this one. So we are going to be able now, I believe, to take a look at the half chance in the previous over off the bowling of Ryan Higgins, and the nick was... No, excuse me, that's the boundary that Jordan Clark hit off the ball after it. As Payne will bowl round the wicket, and that's full and played back to the bowler for no run. It was because of what had happened before, it felt like something that Gloucestershire desperately needed to go their way. This is the chance now, and you can see it was a big nick from Jordan Clark. Payne bowls to Folks, who cuts but gets too much bottom hand involved. It goes to Lace at extra cover for no run. A big edge wouldn't have carried, of course, to first slip, and first slip was standing quite wide, and Bracey flailed himself away but just could not quite scoop it up, and even if maybe he had got a glove on it, the danger would have been that as the glove then hit the ground, especially if it got caught in the webbing, it could still have popped out. It's Payne to Folks. Folks pushes to point. There is no run. It's a maiden over from Payne, so at the very least Gloucestershire can attempt to exert some pressure in terms of the lack of scoring, but really the rate has been no problem for Surrey at all. It's been easy scoring, I would say, this morning. 293 for 5, the lead's 187, and at this point you start to think, even if this partnership were broken, the chances that Gloucestershire would be chasing less than 220 even now starts to become pretty low.
Yeah, realistically you'd say that's where we're heading. Higgins now, with the sun having just gone in temporarily, continues, and Clark defends.
However, important to point out that the game has not been lost quite yet by any stretch. There is still 50 minutes to go until lunch, and that is, in a game like this, that's a pretty long period of time.
Yeah, I'll get to Bill's email from Sutton in Surrey in a moment. Here's Higgins in. Oh, and it's dribbled out behind Clark. I'm actually entirely sure he knew where that had gone. Intent on defence once more. Yeah, Bill says, enjoying the coverage from Sutton in Surrey. Jordan Clark's highest score, 140, was at the Oval in a big stand with Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Higgins again to Clark, who just plays down a line that he saw in his mind's eye. Wasn't the same line of the ball. And Tim says, as a Surrey fan, I'm half hoping for a Surrey collapse so that we can actually try for a win. But the bowling conditions will make that a tall order. So I'm only half hoping. Please say hi to Mark Church, he says, which we'll do at lunchtime.
Yes, his thoughts rather echoing Mark Church's this morning as well.
Here's Higgins in, driven away by Clark. That, if it goes for 4, will be his half century. And it goes all the way to the rope at point. He scored heavily through that part of the Gloucestershire fielding unit, and Jordan Clark with 7 fours goes to an important half century for his team.
Also noticing actually that 140 is his only first class century, so when he went big the one time, he went very big. Probably not a bad batsman to be batting with, I wouldn't imagine, Shiv Chanderpaul.
Yeah.
You get that same sense as really Folks has exuded, that he's not going to give away anything at the other end.
And this stand, we'll be looking up 6-wicket partnerships between Surrey and Gloucestershire in a minute, if we're not careful, because it's 120 at the moment. And I wonder if there's a long way to go in terms of that. Gloucestershire want to stop this pretty swiftly. Higgins, though, can't do so, despite the ooh from the slip cordon. There's our view across from the apartment's camera down towards the mound stand. And Harry Hankins, I think it is, on jumper duty at the moment, down to our right. Here is Higgins once more from the Ashley Down Road end, and again inside the line of the bat of Jordan Clark, and nothing quite happening for Gloucestershire this morning. They started with just over 7 overs of the old ball. They've had 9 overs of the new one, and still the overnight pair are together.
Yeah, he's frustrating Gloucestershire with these plays inside the line. I'm sure they feel as though they could, if they could just get one to straighten off that line, they might have an LBW shout. But the problem that they've got is that the ball has not been really doing that, and as much as they can ooh and ah, Clark is knowing what the ball's doing. Payne bowls round the wicket now to Folks, and Folks is behind this one, and Payne will do the fielding in his follow through as the cloud cover's just got a bit well, it's covering the ground more, put it that way, and the temperature has dropped noticeably since.
Amazing the difference the sun makes, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The air temperature is very cold. That's a flash and a miss from Folks. A very rare poor shot from Folks, who rehearses the bat not being anywhere near the ball. Have a look at this one. How much did it do? Not really very much. It's just that the ball was not full enough for the shot that he selected.
This is the record 6-wicket partnership between Surrey and Gloucestershire on this ground.
Payne bowls, and that's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll probably come back for 2 here, and they will, and there's nothing that the Gloucestershire fielders can do about that. 299 for 5.
Beats Edrich and Gibson 118 in 1965, I'm reliably informed.
Well, been some effort from these two, and if they bat for much longer, they will have at the very least saved the game for their county. Payne runs in to bowl to Folks. Folks pushes hard to mid off, but they will not get a run there. Folks on 1-1-1, but judging by the way that Nelsons have gone in this match so far, he's not really in any danger.
No, and it really does now increasingly look a question of how positive does Surrey want to be.
Payne charges into bowl. That's dropped away into the short cover region, and there's no run.
You know, even allowing for the, how can we be polite about this, the limited batting ability of numbers 9, 10 and 11. You know, Gloucestershire have got to take, I mean, you know, it can be done. They've got to take 3 wickets quickly. Ben White says tricky last few sessions for Gloucestershire, potentially here. And
But 1 wicket could bring 4 more.
yeah, well, it needs to. Short of Hankins, I think.
Yep. As the edge was found from Folks' bat, and it looked like a genuine edge. We'll get a second look just to see how hard he played at it. But I thought that that was a nick which could have carried, but it shows you really the difficulties of final day pitches at Bristol, really, in terms of trying to get catches really anywhere other than keeper and maybe first slip. But in general, I mean, he saw how big the edge that Jordan Clark found that was dropped one-handed by Bracey. Even that edge, you know, it would not have carried to first slip, and it was a thick edge, so it's just very difficult getting slip catches here. 299 for 5 is the score. The lead is 193.
Yeah, slight change of approach. James Bracey's called for the protective headgear, and he's going to stand up to Ben Folks, with Higgins continuing. So this will be his 7th over in this spell, 1 over with the old ball and 6th now with the new one. Can he conjure up some magic? And Folks straight back down the pitch.
He did kind of play around his front pad there. The pad was teasingly available for a brief moment, but then the bat came across just in time in front of it.
Bracey crouches, and so a good take. Just reminding Folks that he's there, but that really was a sprawling effort to get that edge earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's a shame that really that's the moment that you were talking about, because if there had been other chances, that one would have
not perhaps been so important. But the thing is, there have not been that many opportunities for Gloucestershire. You think back to the start of this innings, where probably 4 opportunities went down in that spell where they actually did take 3 wickets.
Yeah, and yeah, like I say, it's been the only chance of any sort for Gloucestershire this morning. So a bit like that Scott dismissal of Burns, it felt like something special needed to happen, something out of the ordinary. Just a shame that Bracey couldn't quite come up with it.
Higgins in, and again just a guide out to George Scott,
and a very, very tough chance, which must be reiterated. So as I say, it's just that feeling that now Gloucestershire are in a territory where, you know, the mistakes don't seem to be coming very much really from the Surrey batsmen.
Higgins in, and that's a nice shape to that, just drawing the batsman forward.
As he gets those feet planted, really, Clark does. So, well, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but it seems hard to imagine that he will get stumped.
Back foot is quite deep in the crease. Last day of vacation on Daytona Beach, says Ian on Twitter, but still following the cricket. I'm feeling the only American watching county cricket, he says.
Well, I actually know that to be not true because I have an American friend who does watch county cricket. Admittedly, it is more the T20, but that's still county cricket.
It is. Sanitisation break here, 301 for 5, as you can see. And if you roll back the clock to lunchtime yesterday, Surrey were 3 down at that stage. So I know we've had a slightly shortened session after tea, but we're talking kind of 2.5 sessions with 2 wickets for Gloucestershire, and that probably shows the spread of ability in this county championship. Now you've got the conferences, you've got some sides who you might be able to run through, and some sides who you find it much more difficult to do that with, and I suggest that Surrey are the latter.
Well, they're a completely different proposition, aren't they, with the likes of Burns, Pope and Folkes. Yes, Pope didn't score runs this time, but when you add those quality players in, running through the lineup is hard to do, and there's a reason why they won the championship with those players in. Payne to continue from round the wicket and bowl to Folkes, and Folkes has dropped his hands on that one, but not before he did have a bit of a fidget with it. Just recently, a few times, Folkes has just been persuaded to play away from his body, and even though he wasn't massively close to that one, it was still a rare misjudgment from him. But been a couple of times that's happened in the last few overs. Payne continues and bowls, and that's driven to Lace at extra cover for no run. I just wonder how far David Payne is from trying to bang a short ball in and seeing if Folkes wants to go after it. He's bowled consistently, but the new ball has not done what Gloucestershire would have hoped for in terms of sideways movement through the air.
Yeah, and George Scott is limbering up down in front of the scoreboard as well. Might be a change coming.
Payne bowls to Folkes, who is pushing forward, and once more it's a dot.
Well, so Matt Taylor's had a spell this morning. Now all the main 4 bowlers have, so I wondered if it might be Scott for Higgins, and then Taylor would come on behind Payne at the pavilion end potentially.
Yeah, very possibly. Of course, should be reiterated, perhaps for those who weren't there earlier on, that Josh Shaw will not be available for the rest of the match. So Gloucestershire will be a seamer down for the rest of the innings as Payne bowls full and Folkes pushes up the pitch for no run. But who knows what would have happened. That Folkes and Burns played innings of real quality. It may be that Surrey would have found a way to at least save the game, possibly put themselves in a position to win anyway, but the knock-on effect that it's had on Payne and Matt Taylor, possibly this morning as well as yesterday, should not be underestimated. Payne is there, bowls, and that's clipped away out towards deep mid-wicket. Will just be the 1 run for Folkes. 112 to his name. The lead is 196. I think the difficulty that Gloucestershire have had is that the extra option that they've got, George Scott hasn't necessarily tied things down. Graham van Buren could tie things down, but there's very little on offer for him other than just to try and bowl stump to stump and contain, which he did very well. He built some pressure, which possibly did result in the wicket at the other end. Payne bowls, and that's turned back to the bowler, and it is not a maiden. There's 1 run from it. 302 for 5. Folkes 112, Clark 51. I wonder when do we get to the point where a couple of wickets and still Surrey would fancy their chances of winning the match? What's the score where that happens. Is it lead of 220 or so, where they kind of think, we've got enough runs here anyway now, we've battered ourselves into a position where we can even maybe declare at lunch?
Well, I think the question will be, how positive does Alex Stewart want to be? Here is Higgins in, that's worked away by folks to David Payne, who's 3 parts of the way to the boundary at deep square. I can think of a few interviewers who would phrase that question differently to Alex Stewart, actually, but the gist of it is the same. You know, how positive are you? How negative are you? You know, as we suggested at the start, it is the first round of games. Do you really want to give somebody an easy in? Oh, and Bracey doesn't take that cleanly. Higgins' hands went up. Clark inside the line again.
One of the rare occasions that Clark's gone sort of jumping at a ball, and oh, well, that beat him on the inside edge actually. Went flashing hard at it, and it sort of angled in nicely to him.
Higgins and Clark again. But both these two, I don't think, well, you'd certainly have plenty of fingers left on one hand from the number of real drives they've played this morning. It's been that sort of guide, steer, dab most of the time, and the occasional forcing shot that generally square of the wicket. They're almost playing between the length of the pitch on either side. The pie chart, if there is such a thing, in a square sense, would show a lot of runs in that channel.
Yeah, and they've had the field out at deep square and deep point a fair bit, Gloucestershire, but as I said earlier, I think they kind of had to, really.
Higgins, and again, Clark showing no intent here, really, to want to accelerate. I'm sorry, you might say, well, we're doing perfectly fine, thanks. We'll assess where we are at lunch. But if you were, would their bowlers fancy their chances in 55 overs of bowling a team out on this pitch?
Hard to say, really, isn't it?
Higgins in again, and Clark lets that go. And if they were 220 ahead at lunch, actually the overs are going to be probably 70 overs. So yeah, the question is whether, let's just throw a figure out, 250 and 55 overs. Would they feel that's teasing enough? I suspect.
I think they may even want to be more sure than that, actually, given that it is...
You go 270 and 50?
Possibly, yeah. Possibly even heading towards a runner ball, kind of, in terms of the run rate required. I think...
You're really closing the door then, aren't you?
Yeah, I really think that is probably how Surrey are looking at this. In terms of, right, we were well behind on first innings. We fought back hard. We don't want to fight back hard only to give away the points that we've earned ourselves, especially not in the first match of the season. But they may see it differently, who knows? They may see it differently because there will be a result at Lords unless there's weather intervention between Middlesex and Somerset, and Hampshire have already picked up maximum bonus points as well as the victory against Leicestershire. So I doubt that affects their thinking too much. Matt Taylor's back in to the attack, and that is a gorgeous straight drive from Ben Folkes straight down the ground, and it crashes into the boundary boards in front of the sight screen for 4 runs.
And we haven't seen many of those down the ground shots. We mentioned how much they tended to play square of the wicket, but that's just that is a real punch, isn't it?
Yeah, the drives have been firm punches. There's not been a great kind of follow through on the drives that Surrey have hit. Matt Taylor bowls to Folkes, and that's just touched into the wide mid-wicket area, and they set off for a quick single and make it comfortably. 200 lead was brought up with that last boundary, and it's up to 202 now. Score 308 for 5, and folks, I wonder how he is in terms of knowing exactly what his career best is. I think some players, the odd player, perhaps doesn't know. I would imagine most players do know that they are potentially in line for a career best. Matt Taylor is in now. He bowls to Clark. Clark turns away into the gigantic gap on the leg side. It's 1 run out to the deep square rope, and as I say, it's a gigantic gap because Mead-on is the only fielder saving the single on the onside.
Rob, a Surrey supporter in South London, said thanks for the coverage of this match. He said it had been a delight to watch county cricket during these troubled times, especially the Surrey fight back here, although I still think it is Gloucestershire's game to lose, he says.
I think Gloucestershire would feel disappointed to have let the position they had slip, as folks pushes softly at that one. But at the same time, I think it's hard to say what Gloucestershire did wrong, really.
I'm going to draw parlance with a round ball game here that's generally played in the winter. You know, you've established a 1-goal lead at half time, but the other team has equalised and then really button things up in the second half. That's effectively what's happened. The question is, do they actually gamble and go for the winning goal or not?
Here comes Matt Taylor. Bowls, and that's a pleasant drive to mid-off. There could be a run out, but even though the shy at the stumps hits, it's not in time by some distance in the end, and it was a well-judged single. 310 for 5.
Higgins' competitive edge never leaves him, does it?
It was typical of Higgins, really, that the throw uprooted a stump completely. It wasn't just going to be a throw that removed a couple of bails. The stump was going to come flying out of the ground. It has been impeccable judgment in all circles, really. You'd have to say, you're going to play at the odd ball that possibly you didn't have to play at. That's just the nature of batting, but in general, the judgment in every respect from this pair has been terrific, as Jordan Clark will once more tease Gloucestershire by playing inside the line of that ball. So a productive over. 7 runs have come from it. The lead has passed 200 now for Surrey, and the score is 310 for 5, folks. 119, and Jordan Clark 52. So in terms of time, just a little under half an hour remaining, and what would you say? Would you say Gloucestershire need 2 wickets in the half hour? Is 1 enough?
I think they need at least 2, personally. Just thinking back, obviously this is a long vigil from folks, and we're going to see George Scott come on. It doesn't quite match at the moment Ian Cobain's effort in the corresponding game back in 2014, when of course he made his career best, 151 not out. I mean, Gloucestershire was so far behind on first innings in that match, but they scored 506 for 6 in the second innings to draw the game. Tom Smith made 80 in that match as well, but only 1 wicket fell on that day, and at the moment Gloucestershire haven't taken 1 yet, but they're striving to. Scott back in the attack, and that's gone straight down the ground from folks. He just got onto his toes, and that was again a punch. And I know that's the shorter of the 2 straight boundaries, but that really does show that he is very much in now. And Scott suffering, I'm afraid, from just the timing of folks there.
Yeah, because that was by no stretch a half volley. It was a good length ball, pretty much, and even a little outside the off stump, but folks has seemingly had about 3 hours to decide that he wanted to hit that straight down the ground. Really a picture-perfect kind of shot, but not one which you necessarily see in the coaching manual.
Scott in again, and again it's straight back down the ground from Folks, partially stopped by the bowler.
I think he was trying to flick the ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but he missed.
That's the sort of event that we might need to split this stand, which came together with Surrey 187 for 5, now 314 for 5. Scott to Folks, and the encouragement from deep on the boundary from Messrs Payne and Jack Taylor continues for Scott, who has 1 wicket already, but it's been 2.5 sessions really, because of the curtailment last night of real toil for these Gloucestershire bowlers. Toil with no joy, and a cry of no from Folks. Doesn't want a single there.
And I missed the previous ball being a no ball, so I think that's 3 now that George Scott has bowled this morning.
Now, Rob White quite understated in his signalling. Scott again, and once more that nudge either into the offside or into the onside with mid-wicket and extra cover, both deep enough. If you play the shot at the right weight and you commit to the run straight away, there are singles there.
Yeah, I'm not sure Surrey could have hoped for better scoring this morning, really.
Scott staying over the wicket. Oh, and on that occasion, Clark just almost he kind of swayed out of the way, but he kind of also took the bat away right at the last minute. Remember, they started this morning on 232 for 5, so 95 added, and we've still got 25 minutes to go till lunch. Scott in, and that's not timed by Clark, out to Van Buren, extra cover. Some shuffling of sweaters to be done, and Matt Taylor to continue. That Cobain effort was one that dug Gloucestershire out of a hole, and Folks here, 7 years on, helping to certainly put Surrey into a pretty secure position, you'd have thought. 211 is the lead. They won't be at 250 for, I wouldn't have thought, at lunchtime, unless somebody really explodes. But once they get past that, the other question though might be, a declaration wasn't a word we used pre-play today, was it?
Matt Taylor bowls, and that's forced away to mid-on for no run by Folks.
We hadn't contemplated declaration, have we?
No, it underlines really how things have shifted in the hour and a half since this morning. And 5 wickets down, it's understandable, of course, that we were talking more about Gloucestershire being the side in control of what might happen, but Surrey have wrestled that control away from them with this partnership. Matt Taylor bowls full, and Folks has squirted that one a little bit, and Lace does the fielding at extra cover. The middle of the bat was not found with that particular one, but has been so often the case with Folks, you just know that he's not going to be at all affected by that. Matt Taylor persisting with the round the wicket attack as he bowls to Folks. Folks dropping that one away backward a point. They'll take off for a single, and there's that control from Folks on display again. Up to 125, lead 212.
More than 5 hours he's been out there now.
Yeah, 5 hours in pretty cold weather in general too. Having of course, just come from India.
How many sweaters he's got on under the one we can see?
Perhaps he's happy to be back. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's a... Has it bowled him? Jordan Clark has gone, and I think, I'm afraid from the position that I'm in, there's a bobble in the rope, which is right level with where the bails are, so I'm going to have to look at the replay here, and it's just gone through him.
Leg bail only, I think.
Yes, I think so. I apologise to those watching at home, but unfortunately there is a little point where the rope is tied up in a knot on the far side of the ground, and that is absolutely dead level with where the bails are. So unless the stumps move, it's difficult for me to see whether it was bowled. It was obviously the only mode of dismissal it could have been, and well, in interesting circumstances, because the ball went straight through the gate of Jordan Clark. Out of nowhere, really, Matt Taylor's produced his third wicket, and Gloucestershire are back feeling as if there might still be a chance in this game, even though they know that they're going to be chasing a fair bit regardless of what happens from now on. But Jordan Clark is gone, and that breaks the partnership at last.
135 the partnership was worth, and you heard the yelp from Matt Taylor, and the relief, really more than anything else, at finally getting a wicket for the first time since the last ball before tea yesterday. Jamie Overton, as you can see, has come out at number 8, 318 for 6. Even given the fact there are 74 overs left in the game, 250 has to be the absolute limit. I would have thought Gloucestershire want to be chasing.
Yep, I think so.
250 in 60 overs, let's say. Even that would feel pretty challenging.
So Jamie Overton is trying to force that one away through point, but he's picked out the fielder, and there's no run. I think I'd like to petition for red bails possibly next year, because it would certainly make life easier here, or at least a colour other than something light, which unfortunately I'm at just the wrong point to see. Matt Taylor in, he bowls to Jamie Overton, who's well behind that one. And now the question is, how does Jamie Overton play? As that's the end of a successful over from Matt Taylor. 1 run off it, 1 wicket, 318 for 6 is the Surrey total, but the lead, being the important number at the moment, is 212. How does Jamie Overton come out and play? Does he think there's 18 minutes until lunch? Do I try and batten down the hatches for that lunch break and then we take it from there? Or does he think, well, no, my natural game is to try and be aggressive, try and score runs, because by scoring runs I then help my team out by increasing the total that we've got to defend?
Yeah, I think it would be a surprise if he didn't have at least a notional look at the bowling. But if Gloucestershire could somehow nip Folkes out as well, then Overton's strategy might have to alter. Higgins in, and Folkes just pushes at that, even with 125 on the board and 5 hours behind him. Higgins just doing enough to make him prod down the wrong line. Here he is again, but that's more secure, and a chase for David Payne. He's got at least 2 that Folkes will gather for that, but that's all there'll be, as Payne's return is quickly on its way. But there's been a real show of emotion at both the last 2 wickets falling, because Gloucestershire know they've been striving so hard for so little reward, and then the release of emotion when a breakthrough actually arrives. Folkes 127, and Higgins back because George Scott clearly wasn't the answer, according to Chris Dent.
Well, the wicket's meant, hasn't it, that there's a period of a quarter of an hour here in which Gloucestershire need to take one more wicket, so it's going for the jugular, really, isn't it?
Higgins in, and again, folks, lets that go. If Overton was out, I wonder whether Folks would change his approach.
Suspect it wouldn't change until Atkinson was out, but from that point on, when you get down to Topley and Verdi, that's probably the point where you would see it change.
Sunshine's back out again. Oh, and Folks almost plays that on. Bracey can't believe the misfortune at the batsman not dragging that onto his stumps.
It is the old one brings two, isn't it? He played very softly, but it was the inside edge, and it could have gone onto the stumps very easily.
Folks waits for Higgins, and is the belief back that, you know, the next ball, the next ball, the next ball all the time will bring a wicket. Just to remind you, if you've joined us partway through this morning, no Josh Shaw on the field for Gloucestershire, as he hasn't been since lunchtime yesterday. He has a groin injury which is continuing to be assessed, and we may find out a bit more at the end of the match. There's the card with just the one wicket to fall today. Jordan Clark bowled by Matt Taylor, just clipping the leg bail in Taylor's last over, and Overton now has to face up to him. Just under 15 minutes to go until lunch.
Matt Taylor bowls to Jamie Overton, who, he gets a full delivery, which is, it's inside half of the bat, but it was a fair bit of bat, and it goes out to deep square leg for a single. So Jamie Overton gets off the mark, 3-2-1 for 6, and it felt in the last over as though possibly the disruption of the partnership brought about a little bit of tentativeness from Ben Folks for the first time in a very, very long time. But Matt Taylor bowling as he was then to the new batsman is feeling as if he might have another one in him, as Folks has reached out in front of himself for that one a little bit. They get 2 runs for it, despite the fact that the ball did not get hit particularly hard, and Jack Taylor was unable to prevent there being 2 runs. There were always a couple there, but it is just a large gap out there. Folks, 129, 3-2-3 for 6.
I'm informed by a correspondent that Ian Blackwell was appointed as an umpire in 2018. So, considering last year was truncated, relatively recently, but the thing is, he's a relatively recent player as well.
Matt Taylor bowls to Folks, who turns that one to mid-wicket for no run, and that's something that the ECB have really wanted. They've wanted more recent players to go into umpiring, and they've kind of, I think Ian Blackwell was through a kind of a fast-track kind of system, and he would have, only probably umpired sort of second 11, that's the one I'm trying to say, for only a couple of years. Taylor bowls down the leg side, and that will crash into the boards for 4 byes. No chance for Bracey. I don't think he even moved, really. So 4 bonus runs for Surrey, and Matt Taylor, he likes to get that ball angling in, but he's clearly getting a bit of tail on the ball into the right-handers, which is what he likes to do from round the wicket, and it's why he bowls round the wicket. But there was too much movement on it, and Bracey had absolutely no chance, despite the fact that it goes down as byes. 3-2-7 for 6, the lead. 2-2-1. Matt Taylor in, bowls to Folks, and Folks clips hard. It's stopped by mid-wicket. Overton's going to have to get back. The shy at the stumps misses. It would have been close had it hit, but it did not. And a good
Van-
effort by Van Buren.
Yeah, it was a good effort.
And because he could not have got that throwaway any quicker, and he might not have made the stop either. And we might get a bit of a sense as to how close it would have been with the hit. He might have gone, you know.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have had a few near things with run-outs. Actually, not hitting the stumps
Yes,
that much.
I was going to say the one direct hit was the one where they were comfortably home. Matt Taylor bowls to Folkes short, and Folkes is struck on the chest. So that ends the over. The 4 byes apart, a good over from Matt Taylor, and it's hard to be too critical even of the 4 byes, because the difference between pushing the ball too far down the leg side with the wrist, when you're trying to get the ball to tail in like that as the left armour round the wicket, the margin for error is tiny. That only just beat the pad, and yet there was no chance for Bracey to stop the 4 byes. The margin is just so small. The lead is 221, and there are 10 minutes to go into lunch.
Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end to try and nip out another wicket before the interval. The overs remaining is also important at this stage. I think 71 at the moment. There would be 2 loss for change of innings, of course. Therefore, Surrey would only have 1 new ball. Higgins up to Overton, who is... did he take the bat away? You ask him.
I'm not sure he did.
He probably say he did, but I think he did play at that. Simon Taylor on Twitter saying that a draw probably now the favourite with the Josh Shaw injury, perhaps the crucial moment in the overall scheme of things. I think he did. Yeah, did play at that.
Certainly. I mean, did that beat him on the inside edge even?
Tall figure of Overton, towering over the stumps. Higgins in. But equally, he can get a long way forward with 1 big stride, which he does there.
Yeah, even beyond that, it took a step before the ball had been close to, or was close to reaching him. So that's why James Bracey is going to come up to the stumps to stop him from walking at Ryan Higgins.
We're going to be up to 100 overs in this innings by the time we get to lunch. I'm sorry, scoring rate has been steady throughout, but so much of it has been square of the wicket. They've worked out where they went wrong in that first innings, and by correcting it, they've got themselves into, I think, a pretty secure position. LBW appeal here and upheld. Higgins gets Overton. He looks down, not very happy at, I suspect, what happened there. Whether that was him not happy with the pitch or with the fact that umpire White raised his finger. But here is Higgins. Well, that looks as if it hit him on the back pad, and umpire White certainly took his time, but Overton has to go, and it's 327 for 7.
I think he was probably hoping that it was too high, but I think, like you say, he hadn't got forward. I think that was the key, and height is the one thing that we're in quite a good position here to judge. I certainly live didn't think that it was too high, but I'm sure Jamie Overton will disagree. But either way, he really tried to not give his wicket away there. And it was only 8 balls, but he, I think, did go for the approach of try and bat out till lunch. And, you know, you can second guess all you like, but either way, he's out, and that's the important thing for Gloucestershire. And now, potentially, the end is opened up. I still think that Atkinson will be trusted by Folkes, but with what, 6 minutes left until lunch. If you're Surrey, I think you want Ben Folkes to be facing all the remaining deliveries if possible.
Yeah, Atkinson out at number 9. As we know, Verdi and Topley do not have great first-class careers with the bat. That's why they are where they are in the order. Higgins sent to Atkinson, who's just making his way, and there's an appeal for LBW straight away, and Higgins is on a hat-trick. Atkinson has had umpire White raise the dreaded finger, and 221 remains the lead, and Higgins has got 2 in 2.
Second look at it now, and it was heading leg side, but I wouldn't say that necessarily it was missing leg. The appeal was an interesting one, because it wasn't like the other LBW appeals where you felt like Gloucestershire knew it was out. It was more of a questioning appeal, I would say, but it was very full, and it wasn't the ball that Higgins bowls wide of the crease and the angle continues down the leg side. It did look as if it straightened. The question is, how much did it straighten? Atkinson did not like the decision at all, but in umpire White's mind it straightened enough, and that now makes things very interesting. And it's why, it's why when you get a big partnership like that and then you break it, you've got to push hard, because you're right back in the game.
Well, now time does become important. Time and overs do become important. What does Folkes do? I mean, certainly I don't think until lunch he'll be doing anything other than trying to make sure that Surrey get that far, and then...
I just noticed Rhys Topley is absolutely sauntering out to the middle with 4 minutes remaining until lunch. He is trying desperately to make sure that this is the final over before lunch with Folkes on strike, and that Topley won't have to face a ball before lunch. He could not walk slower out to the middle if he tried.
And I think somebody in the Gloucestershire field suggested that he was dawdling, and Folkes may have given a bit back there, I think.
There was certainly, I think, some back and forth there, and I can only imagine that was the reason. I wonder if they've appealed for timed out, because, of course, as far as I can recall from studying the laws of the game, the time is actually when the batsman's ready to face the ball, not when he's standing out in the middle talking to his partner.
And Folkes walked a long way towards Topley and then had to walk all the way back again.
So Matt Taylor to Folkes, full, and Folkes is getting down in time to jab the bat down on it. So 3 minutes remaining, and I can't imagine Matt Taylor's going to be hanging around too much this over. Obviously, especially given that he's tired, and he's likely to be tired. He's bowled 27 overs this innings without the usual amount of rest between the spells too. But as much as he can, he'll be trying to ensure that there is one more over. Matt Taylor bowls, and Folkes, well, he, I think, did feel for that one a little bit. He withdrew the bat in the end. We'll see just how much of a play and a miss this was, or was it more of a withdrawal of the bat? And I would say that he did have a go at that one. The telltale sign seems to be when Folkes puts the bat between his legs. That seems to be when he knows that he was beaten. Matt Taylor bowls, and there's a firm drive from Folkes, but mid-on is there and set a little way back, because they know that Surrey aren't going to be taking singles here. And now with the clock at 12:58, Rhys Topley's found some urgent business which he needs to discuss with Ben Folkes. Not quite sure what that might be, but clearly perhaps he spotted a wasp or something which he needed to draw the attention to Ben Folkes.
Might do that again after the next ball.
He might well do. The games within games. Matt Taylor bowls to Folkes. He bowls a Yorker, and Folkes digs that one out almost literally, really, as a great big puff of dust comes up from the pitch. But for Gloucestershire, that's perfect, really. The ball has not gone very far. It's gone straight to Van Buren at mid-wicket. Another chat, but this chat's not going to halt things for too long. The clock is at 12:59 and there are still 2 balls left in the over. I'm not entirely sure that Gloucestershire are going to get another over in here, as here comes Matt Taylor. He bowls to Folkes. Folkes drops this one away behind square on the leg side. They'll take it off for the single and get there. So Jared Warner is the man completing the fielding. 130 to Folkes, 328 for 8. The lead is 2-2-1, and Gloucestershire will most likely have 1 ball at Reece Topley. The batsmen have another conference here, but I think it looks as though, well, the clock is still saying 12:59. Somebody's somebody's frozen the clock, maybe.
It doesn't now. It
is 1 o'clock.
It says 1 o'clock, and he hadn't taken guard. And it's all about when the umpire gets to the stumps, obviously, for the start of the next over. So,
so last ball before lunch. Matt Taylor bowls to Topley, and he's struck on the pad and not out, says umpire Blackwell. So we're not going to have lightning doesn't strike twice, let's put it that way, in terms of last balls before sessions. But Gloucestershire couldn't have asked for a better finish, with Ryan Higgins 2 wickets in 2 balls. He will be on a hat-trick on his first ball after lunch, but the session which looked as if it was going to belong to Surrey and be a session in which Gloucestershire saw their chances of winning the match probably evaporate, we're now in a position where all 3 results, or all 4 results, depending on your definition of possible, all 4 results are possible.
Well, 96 for 3 in the session looks relatively even, but the thing was that those 3 wickets all came in a clump right at the back end.
Yeah, and you know who the 2 wickets remaining are in terms of batting ability. So it may be a question of, I suspect Folkes will try and farm the strike as best he can. He may use the opportunity when Gloucestershire bring the field up at the end of overs to try and score runs. But the difference is, I suppose, there's 2 batsmen for him to try and farm the strike with rather than 1. So he's got a bit of margin for error, but he's been so difficult to remove. If Gloucestershire could get him, then obviously things should end fairly quickly from their point of view. But it's going to be fascinating to see what happens straight after lunch, because Folkes is going to want to take the majority of the strike.
Yeah, and again, the start of the day, the equation was to some degree about the weather and about the top potential target for Gloucestershire and the overs they had to chase that target in. And we're 2 hours on, and I'm not sure we're a whole pile further forward in terms of the decision. It's 222 the lead, and there are 69 overs left, so take 2 out for the change of innings. I still think with the number of runs on the board, Gloucestershire would need 60 overs to make a meaningful chase of it, so they've probably got little more than half an hour. And if you want to join us for that, be back with us at 1:40, or just as the batting card is on the board in front of you. A marathon effort from Ben Folkes, who was 10 not out at lunch yesterday, and he's 130 not out at lunch today. He's made 49 this morning, and he's lost latterly Clark, Overton and Atkinson, the latter 2 in successive balls. 1 wicket for Matt Taylor and 2 to Ryan Higgins. Taylor overall has 3 for 92 from 27 overs. Higgins 3 for 59 from 24. Payne 1 for 75 from 22. And George Scott 1 for 55 from 13. He's bowled a reasonable amount this morning. We do hope the sun stays out, because there's still a chance that we could have a very interesting run chase this afternoon. But we'll be back with you shortly before 1:40 for the resumption. But 3 wickets for Gloucestershire this morning, 96 runs for Surrey, who lead by 222. We'll back with you shortly before 1:40. Join us then.
Yeah, it's great. It's awesome. I think it's great to have something fresh for the new season.
New sponsors on board, and lovely to have a little nod to what was a difficult last year.
It's going to be great to play 50 over cricket this year. We missed it last year and we're looking forward to getting stuck back in.
It's awesome to have all the old Gloucester legends on this kit.
Can't wait to get in it in the summer and be the men in black.
Welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Hope you've enjoyed lunch. Here, Gloucestershire need 2 wickets, and they need them quickly to try and wrap up this Surrey second innings. 328 for 8, so the lead is 222, so they have surpassed Gloucestershire's first innings total. Ben Folkes is there on 130. Rhys Topley is yet to score. He's only faced 1 ball, and Ryan Higgins will start the afternoon session on a hat-trick from his first ball, because he took 2 wickets with his last 2 deliveries before the lunch interval. The weather watch over lunch was interesting, because I had a brief chat to the ground staff and said, where is the weather coming from? And they pointed to an area out towards the apartments and beyond, and one of them said, we have a WhatsApp group on their phone where they said we had some sleet in Filton. Well, that's not quite in the same area, but I think Ed's view via his various computer gadgets was that the sun we currently have may not last, so we'll see. But this is the hat-trick ball. Ryan Higgins after lunch to Ben Folkes, having removed Atkinson, and before that here's Folkes facing the hat-trick ball, and it's whipped away and through the onside. They'll take 2. I don't know if Folkes will want 3. Actually he does, and Rhys Topley's happy to run back for the 3rd. So hat-trick avoided. Folkes goes to 133, and your weather report, Ed, at lunch was comparatively different to what it had been at the start of play.
Yes, extraordinary difference really. The Met Office forecast for Bristol was suggesting 10% chance of rain or less for the rest of the day. Now it's certainly not saying that. It's saying 40% chance at 2 o'clock, 30% at 3, and a 50% chance at 5 o'clock. So the likelihood that we get the entire day's play in is not too high.
Higgins into Topley for the first time, and lets that go. It didn't bounce very high outside the off stump. So the important thing is not necessarily the overs gone, but the overs to go. We are 68 overs in the match after this over, so it looks like Gloucestershire got about half an hour, even with a full schedule, half an hour to get these 2 wickets, and then they'd still be in with a possible chase. Topley into the ground as Higgins continues up to mid-off. We had an exchange in the marquee over lunch about the enthusiasm of Ryan Higgins to bowl, not only in this situation where he was on a hat-trick, but generally, as if he'd be like a dog asking his master to take him for a walk. He's always wanting to be in the game. Higgins now to Topley, who again pushes out to mid-off.
I wonder whether that 3 that Folkes ran is an indication at all of anything, whether it's just the fact that Folkes doesn't want to farm the strike until the number 11 comes in, or whether it's an indication that actually Surrey are quite happy with the number of runs they've got here.
Higgins to Topley, and lets that go. But perhaps they know that they're close enough to safety that they'll just take whatever's on offer, or the perception of safety in inverted commas, because Gloucestershire are going to be up at around 4 and over for a chase, aren't they?
You'd think so.
Which on a last day pitch is still asking you to bat pretty well. They're going to give Topley a single here if he wants it, because mid-wicket is out, deep backward square is out. Higgins in, but Topley's not interested in playing at it, and lets that go outside the off stump.
Yeah, fairly tight. Leave that one. It wasn't. You wouldn't say Higgins wasted that delivery in terms of bowling it too wide and allowing Topley just to leave the ball. So it could still have caused a problem or two. It's decent judgment from Topley.
Yeah, a reminder that in the other two matches in this group, Hampshire beat Leicestershire by an innings not long after the start today. That was probably nailed on, given that they'd scored 600 in their first and their only innings in the match. At Lords, mind you, it's a bit of a different story, because Middlesex and Somerset is brewing up to a very good finish.
Yeah, Somerset hoping for one of their, I guess you'd almost say, classic tail-wagging jobs in the final innings of a match. Middlesex, on the other hand, are pushing for victory themselves. But here it's Folkes on strike, and Matt Taylor to resume, having started off the cluster of 3 wickets by removing Jordan Clark as he comes into bowl to Folkes, and there's an edge. Oh, it's a brilliant catch! What a catch from Bracey! One-handed down low, and that is a huge wicket. Folkes has gone for 133, and Surrey are 331 for 9. And we'll get another look. I suspect we'll be getting several more looks at this catch. That is phenomenal from James Bracey to remove Folkes as well. What a moment that is.
And he will feel a lot better about a very similar chance that he couldn't keep hold of back in the morning session, but he's certainly atoned for that, and Folkes has to drag himself away after getting very close to a career best. 133 he made in more than 5 hours at the crease. His career best, I think, was 141 in first class cricket. So a big effort from Ben Folkes, and he's got Surrey to a position where they were right behind the game and at the end of the first innings, but they're certainly right in it now, and given the weather that might be around, one might argue that he's taken them to the cusp of safety. But as he departs, Amar Verdi comes out, and I did wonder actually on my drive down this morning whether Gloucestershire would need the last pair to be batting at lunch or very soon after to be in with a chance of winning the game. Although, to be fair, Surrey have got a few more runs than I think I'd hope they would do.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the morning session, really. They could not have expected the scoring rate to be necessarily as it was. The ease with which Folkes and Clark knocked the ball about for runs early on this morning has meant that, like you say, there's a decent total on the board. Surrey will be saying that they think they've got enough. Gloucestershire will be saying that they think this total's very chaseable. Of course, there's still one more wicket to go before that happens, and there could be a frustrating last wicket partnership here. Matt Taylor trying to prevent that from happening. There's a flashing drive from Verdi, and he's going to get a single down to third man for it. So Gloucestershire doing well there to make sure they had a third man back. It's always, I think, a handy thing to have in for the tail enders, because the ball so often, whether it's with red or white ball, when the tail enders start flashing away, that's where the ball is quite likely to go. So 332 for 9, the lead to 226. Matt Taylor 4 for 93. A real workmanlike performance from him. He bowls to Topley, and Topley presses forward and plays that out to point for no run. Can Matt Taylor get his fiver, or will he be stranded on 4 as Josh Shaw was in the first innings? Ryan Higgins also could pick up 4 wickets himself. 3 deliveries remaining in this over, but gone is the kind of cat and mouse type game where Folkes may or may not have been taking singles, may or may not have been farming the strike. Matt Taylor, that is, bowls to Topley, who goes back and rolls away out towards Warner, who's fielding at third slip.
So 4 wickets have gone down for 13 runs. They were 318 for 5 at one stage, Surrey. So 318 for 5 became 318 for 6 when Clark was out. And then Overton, Atkinson and Folkes have all gone since then.
Matt Taylor pursuing round the wicket short, and Topley has barely to move at all. It was a ball which was really outside the off stump, so Topley didn't even have to duck, really, even as tall as he is.
Just thinking back to the Warwickshire match last season, they were chasing more than this. So 270, I'm thinking, maybe 270, was it?
Somewhere around that mark, yes. I think it might have been.
That's what my memory says, anyway.
Yeah. Matt Taylor bowls to Topley, and Topley clips that one away down to fine leg. Should just be the single, and the fielding is completed safely down there. So Topley will keep the strike. He's off the mark. It's triple Nelson for 9, and the score is, well, the lead rather, sorry, is 227 runs. So no doubt as to who's going to be bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. The only question is, will Bracey stand up or will he stand back? And it looks as though the answer to that is Bracey is going to stand back to Reece Topley here.
I just want to pull up the card of that game. In fact, they were chasing 258, sorry, 238 as you were, so a bit less.
Right.
Actually comparatively close to what this might end up at. They bowled out in the end for 160, Gloucestershire winning by 78, so 239 in, to be absolutely accurate. 239 to win is what they would have needed.
Okay, well that's less than I was of the same thoughts as you were.
Well, I thought it was more, but Gloucestershire 227 behind at the moment, and think about Topley's stands very upright at the crease, and he and Verdi, well, it's about occupation, I suppose, for them. If they can take 40 minutes out of the game just by hanging about, then they probably take one of the results out of the equation. Higgins to try and prevent that. Topley lets that go. Bracey will, how he'll look back on his performance with the gloves in this match. He's had some 4-bys go past him, but they've been generally down the leg side, and on one or two occasions they're giving him very little chance of gathering the ball. Higgins again, and Topley again, quite a biggish stride forward.
It shows you really, you mentioned it was almost a carbon copy of the Jordan Clark one, which Bracey couldn't quite come up with. It really was both of them half chances, and one got caught, one didn't.
Yeah, and knowing the perfectionist that James is, you'll probably look at the one he missed rather than the one he took. Higgins in, clipped by Topley straight to Jack Taylor at mid-wicket. There's no chance of a single there.
I suppose what he would have known for sure was that if he got a second opportunity, exactly what he would do, the exact position that he would get himself into, and it was almost a dress rehearsal for that one.
We're going to have another chance to have a look at the Bracey catch at the end of this over. There's one ball left, and Higgins to Topley, who lets it go. So a maiden for Ryan Higgins. 333 for 9, Surrey. Another over ticks down, so effectively now batting wise Gloucestershire would only have 63 if the wicket came in the next over. There's the Surrey card with that little wobble at the end, and here is the catch to finally dismiss Ben Folkes. He does prod at it, and Bracey flung one hand at it. He's not his main hand either, I don't really think you'd say, and it really did take it very well indeed. One of those ones that you're delighted to see stick.
Matt Taylor continues, and Gloucestershire will hope that they don't have to be using any more bowlers other than Matt Taylor and Higgins. Verdi goes extravagantly back and attempts a forcing shot through the covers, which picks out the fielder at mid-off in the end. He's not short on movement, is Verdi. He's probably the exact opposite to Topley, really, who stands very still and very tall, and Verdi kind of jumps about the place, and the bat lift is quite pronounced, and he goes back and plays correctly up the pitch. Matt Taylor attacking the stumps, as you'd probably expect him to do, really. It's perhaps a question of him hitting and Verdi missing. We'd like to see tailenders having to play the ball. I don't think you want to see too many leaves happening in this passage of play. Here's Matt Taylor bowls. Back of a length, and Verdi plays it quite nicely in the end, really. He played it down into the ground and straight to backward point, but any difficulty that Verdi might be in, Gloucestershire are going to be shouting for.
Just interesting, going back to that Warwickshire match last year, so that we established the target was 239. Warwickshire all out in 60 overs and 1 ball. And again, this is my memory playing tricks on me, but I thought it was about 7 overs to go.
It was less, it was 4.5,
Okay,
I believe.
so
yeah.
it's going to be a very, very similar setup.
That's driven, and it's stopped by Tom Lace. Is that at backward point?
It is.
Yeah. So he timed that well, did Verdi, actually. I mean, you can see it goes back to a point that we were talking about before. He's got an average of 8.67, which obviously doesn't look that great, but he's still capable of some pretty decent shots, and there was certainly nothing wrong with that one, other than the fact that it did not manage to pierce the field. Matt Taylor bowls, and Verdi turns quietly to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So maiden over, but as we've been making clear and illustrating with that point as well, any overs that these two can bat out helps Surrey, and certainly doesn't help Gloucestershire, even if they're not scoring runs off them.
They're soaking up time, aren't they?
Yep.
And even small margins of time might be important. I'm pleased to say that the cloud cover that was overhead when we came out after lunch has gone temporarily.
Matt Taylor in bowls to Verdi, and Verdi dabs that one away to backward point. There's hesitation. This will be out with a hit. There is a hit, and it's out. Ian Blackwell gives him, so it's a run out to end the innings. Surrey are all out for 333, and the lead 227. So 228 runs will be required by Gloucestershire to beat Surrey, and there will be. Have they taken off the 2 overs? I haven't noted down.
No, not yet.
They have not taken off 2 overs.
I think there's 1 to come off that for the over that's just finished, and there'll be 2. So I think.
Well, no, there was the last ball of the over, so it'll just be the 2. It'll just be the 2 to come off.
Okay, so we think 64.
We think 64.
We'll check that obviously with the scorers during the break between innings, but it's just about balanced, with both sides, I think, still being interested in trying to win this game.
How often do you see that as well, in terms of that the tail enders? It's not always necessarily the batting that's the problem, but the running between the wickets. And you know, Tom Lace would have known, he had time to set himself, he had time to line up the throw, and he did have 3 stumps to aim at, but at the same time, how often do you see those miss? And Gloucestershire have missed the stumps on a few run-out opportunities, and good work from Tom Lace at backward point. A couple of balls in a row, really, because the drive that Verdi hit a couple of balls before were, well, it was well timed, and if the strike had been rotated, who knows what might have happened. We might not have had the run out. So Verdi run out for 1, and well,
the last
exciting moment to end on.
The last 5 wickets have gone for 17, which just didn't look likely for a large part of the morning session when Folkes and Clark were in charge. And then look at the contributions: 8, 9, 10, 11. Only 3 runs off the bat between them once that stand was broken by Matt Taylor. And if you follow us at Gloss Cricket, I think you will have already seen a post of Martin Bennett's photograph of Matt Taylor's celebration of that wicket in the morning session. He knew it meant a lot, and who knows, it might still. But as you look at the card of the Surrey second innings, what is clear is that Gloucestershire will have to bat well to get these runs, because you are talking about, in essence, a 4 runs per over run chase on a 4th day pitch.
And it is 63 overs, in fact, will be the number remaining according to the Cricinfo Oracle. So 63 overs minimum. Not that I suspect they're getting any more than 63 whatsoever, especially not with the weather forecast being as it is, but I'm pleased to say that the first shower missed us, and we are at least in sunshine at the moment, but the weather still could be, unfortunately, the determining factor.
And we hope that light doesn't become an issue later on as well, because largely once we've got very far past 5 o'clock on the first 3 days, there's always been a doubt about whether light will become a problem or not. But hope you can stay with us wherever you are on this Sunday afternoon, because there is a run chase to be had here. 228 is the Gloucestershire target, and they have 63 overs in which to get them, albeit, as Ed and I have just said, as you're looking at the batting side of the card, for a long time this morning it was about getting that first wicket, wasn't it? The question is, you say, does one bring 2? Well, actually one brought 5 in relatively quick succession.
Yeah, and it can so often be the case after a big partnership like that, that as soon as one component is removed from it, then there can be a bit of a cascade, because Jamie Overton's probably been sitting for quite a long time with his pads on. Well, he had been sitting for a long time with his pads on, waiting to come in, and that can, I think, sometimes have an effect. And of course, Higgins with those 2 wickets in 2 balls to remove Overton and Atkinson, both LBW. Just a note, the run rate required, just to give you that, will be 3.62. So that's the required rate, assuming we get all the overs in, which is not an assumption that Gloucestershire can make. And then you start to wonder, how aggressively do Gloucestershire go at it early? Because it's no good, waiting and playing aggressively for overs that you might not get, but at the same time you've got to build that platform. So it's another balancing act between the two, I think, for Gloucestershire.
Full bowling figures for the innings look like this. David Payne, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 75. Ryan Higgins, 26 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 62. Matt Taylor, who got through a lot of work because of Josh Shaw's absence, 29 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 64. Shaw only bowled the 1 over before lunch yesterday for 3 runs before leaving the field at lunchtime and not reappearing. We gather he has a groin problem. Further assessment over the next few days of that, and we may find out more about that at the end of this match. Graham Van Buren, 13 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 28, and George Scott, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 55. Folkes was the glue in that innings. 48 for 3, remember, Surrey were at one stage, so to get to 333 had to be built around somebody, and he put his hand up.
Yeah, and as so often I think happens for Surrey, Rory Burns sets the tone, but Folkes' innings, it was an innings of real control, as we talked about during it, and until he was removed by a piece of brilliance, he didn't offer up too many chances. He did play and miss a few times. You're going to play and miss a few times. There's enough in the pitch that you're going to do that, although, in our opinion, certainly the pitch is not what it was on day one. As certainly some of the pace has been taken out of it, as you'd expect. The pitch has visibly got less green. There's been enough sunshine that has happened. But at the same time, Surrey should, I think, probably be looking at it and thinking, well, especially if the weather intervenes, we've actually got a great chance to win, and if we don't win, then we should still be drawing from here by bowling well. And if they bowl well, they'll keep the run rate down, which will mean that Gloucestershire, they're going to be in a position where potentially they're the ones who may just have to bat things out at the end, if the weather intervenes especially.
Yep. Denton Bracey set off at something like 5 and over in the early overs of the Gloucestershire first innings. Whether they can do that here, I don't know, but it's kind of if they think of it as a 50 over run chase, that's probably the best way. The only thing is, of course, they don't have a side with fielding restrictions as a limiting factor, and Surrey can do what they like in terms of field, of course, but I'm sure that Chris Dent will look at this as an aggressive chase and try and go out and set the tone straight away. I've given you the bowling figures, we've given you folks his bare stats. There they are, 133 to his name, 18 fours, 250 balls, 5 hours and 43 minutes he was out there, which is a long session, albeit split obviously by the intervals of concentration, and he has given Surrey a chance perhaps to win the game, certainly a chance to draw the game, bearing in mind what we may find weather-wise later on. But the roller being steered by Paul is coming off the ground, and out come the Surrey fielders along with Chris Dent and James Bracey. This is the kind of challenge that Bracey will face if he's going to open regularly. I suspect he won't open regularly, but if he's going to bat at 3, he's going to swap one set of pads for another and have to be prepared to come out almost straight away in case an early wicket falls. In this instance, he has got to come out straight away after having a long session in the field.
Yep, well, that's the responsibility, I guess, that he has, and, well, Surrey are not in a huge hurry to get out there.
Never hurry a Surrey.
No. I was going to say something about the Surrey strut mustn't be disrupted, but yes, I think for Bracey, depending on, of course, what Chris Dent does, Bracey may well think that he's got to be the glue to the innings, and possibly Dent tries to be a bit more aggressive like he was in the first innings. Who knows how they're going to play it. I suspect things will be much more difficult for them to score at 5 and over or so as they did in the first innings, but I guess you never know. It just depends what their thinking is. Do they say we're actually just going to bat pretty normally here, because by batting normally they should score at around about 3 and over anyway, or do they try and go at it harder?
How does Surrey go at it?
Reece Topley will start things off, and that's a leave from Bracey off the first ball, and it doesn't really get to Ben Folkes particularly. I think he is standing further back than James Bracey was earlier, and Reece Topley probably not bowling at 100% in terms of pace, you wouldn't imagine.
Not yet, anyway.
Here comes Topley bowls, and Bracey leaves once more. Folkes is still taking this one down low, and I think he's just taken a couple of steps forward. Whether he is going to stay there, I'm not sure. He may move back again, but either way, you'd imagine that he's probably a little bit worried that the ball might not get to him. So the question is, how close do you stand? Yeah, he's definitely standing a couple of steps closer now. Here's Topley, he bowls to Bracey, and for a third time in a row, it's a leave. A little bit tighter leave, that one, from Bracey, but still comfortable enough, although Topley's letting him know just how tight it was and how little I'm sure Bracey would like to be out there from Reece Topley's point of view. Surrey will be feeling they have a good chance to defend this. They'll be hunting early wickets. Here's Topley, bowls to Bracey, and Bracey leaves. So this rather like Topley's sort of opening spell at the moment in the first innings, where he bowled quite wide and hoped that the Gloucestershire openers went chasing after one. He's sort of bowling knowing that Gloucestershire are the ones that have to make the running here, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm sorry, got 4 slips in, mind you.
Here comes Topley, bowls to Bracey, is a bit further back of a length and left alone by Bracey. So, yeah, I just think he knows he can afford not to have Bracey play at a ball. He doesn't have to attack the stumps if he doesn't want to.
I go back to James Bracey's. I think I'm saying that his last red ball, his last 50 over innings. I'll come back to that in a sec.
Topley bowls, and there's a defensive shot from Bracey. Unfortunately, a couple of members of the Surrey staff were standing right in my line of view, so I didn't get a great view of what happened there. Anyhow, it's a dot ball, and it's a maiden over to start with from Rhys Topley.
So in 2020, obviously, there was no Royal London Cup. In 2019, Gloucestershire got to the last round of games, needing to win at Chelmsford and other results go their way in order to get through. They won, the other results didn't go their way. So that would have been the last 50 over game that Gloucester would have played, and James Bracey got 100 in that game at Chelmsford. Paced innings really well, and saw Gloucestershire to victory. Just keep that in your mind, James, as you set out today in this pursuit of 228. Just one other, cricket's all about numbers, isn't it, in some regard. That stand between Jordan Clark and Ben Folkes was 131 in 38.4 overs, and that is obviously a record for Surrey against Gloucestershire on this ground. Atkinson in to open the bowling, and that's just dabbed out in the offside by Chris Dent. It was a no ball to start.
Rhys Topley, by the way, receiving a
clearly
round.
Put his disc down in the wrong place.
Probably something like that, yes. I was just going to say that Rhys Topley was in the wrong place. He was at third man and then received a round of applause from Pope and Overton for having gone the wrong side, and he's now at deep backward square.
Atkinson in. Dent just likes to feel that in the middle of the bat. This is the Rhys Topley who, I think on the second day, didn't know that tea was at 4:10. Is he in team meetings, I wonder? Has he dodged them at all lately?
He's very focused on his bowling.
Atkinson to Dent, bat raised, and he cuts this time. That's in front of square, and Gloucestershire will get on their way in pursuit of this 228 target. First run off the bat.
And Stoneman doing the fielding, and he seemed to do rather a lot of the fielding in the first innings. Perhaps it's going to be the same here. At least it certainly is if Atkinson's going to bowl short and wide. Yep,
don't forget you can get in touch with us during this run chase. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk or on Twitter at glosscricket with a capital G for the gloss. Atkinson off quite a short run actually into Brace, who just dabs that out on the onside, and no run. And we'll recap the details at the end of the over about the draw that is running during this match, entries for which will close of course at its conclusion.
Yeah, Dent set off for a single off that last ball, which Bracey was not interested in, so you can see Chris Dent's wanting to get on with it.
Atkinson again to Bracey, who's slapped that away down towards the third man boundary. They'll take two. The ball won't quite get to the rope. It's hauled in, and Dent is running fast enough. They can come back for a third. So Bracey off the mark.
Played deliberately up and over, and it rather plugged as it hit the ground, so it was certainly more up than far in terms of how Bracey hit it, but picked up 3 for it, so he will be pleased to get off the mark.
Gloucestershire's two left-handers opening the innings. Dent, that works that into the on the side. They'll look for 2 here, and there'll be a comfortable 2. Verdi's got some ground to make up, and Rhys Topley didn't really help him there because he had equally a lot of ground from the boundary. If he was coming into the ball, and in the end it was a comfortable 2 for Dent, just in the area where he likes it. 8 for no wicket. Dent cuts or tries to cut, and it's taken by folks without a touch, fortunately, but looking immediately to try and set the tone for this pursuit of 228. So during this match we're running a draw for a 2021 championship shirt. If you want to be in the chance for winning that, you can go to the website glosscricket.co.uk/news to enter, and if you do enter, you'll automatically get an entry into the draw for a holiday for 2 to the Cayman Islands, that draw made at the end of the season.
Reece Topley continuing, and there's a drive, and it's timed beautifully by Bracey, and it races to the cover boundary for 4 runs. I must say, I didn't think that was a half volley, but we'll get a confirmation in a moment. But the timing certainly could not be argued with. 12 without loss, Bracey to 7, and it was, well, it wasn't an absolute throw-down length. So Bracey clearly feeling confident enough that he can drive off a ball that's not a complete half volley. Here's Topley, bowls to Bracey, and Bracey leaves alone. So the first runs, those off the bowling of Topley, and I just wonder how long, if Atkinson is expensive, it's only 1 over so far, I wonder how long they leave it and who then comes on. Does Jamie Overton bowl from the Ashley Down Road end? He bowled, I think, from both ends in the first innings. Here comes Topley, he's there and bowls, and no shot off at this time.
I would say Overton only from the pavilion end, I think.
Can't remember. He certainly didn't bowl much from the Ashley Down Road. I don't know whether he bowled one short spell from there. Either way, he certainly he would, by the looks of things, prefer the Bristol Pavilion end, that's for sure.
My head says that I don't recall him bowling from the Ashley Down Road end at all.
Topley is in to bowl, back of a length. There's great interest from Topley, who's running off towards point as though the ball has gone between off and middle stump and not knocked the bails off. And Surrey clearly wanting to make Gloucestershire feel as though there are things happening out there. There does seem to be some movement about early on, certainly not doing absolutely nothing. Here's Topley, he's there to bowl, and that's back of a length, and Bracey will watch that one go through. No need really to score anything more off this over. They've got a boundary off the first ball, and that'll do them, really. Certainly early on.
Yeah, in terms of, obviously, tea is a fixed time today at 3:40, so we have an hour and 20 minutes.
Topley to bowl, so a leave once more from Bracey. Topley not able to tempt him with that one, so 4 off the over, 12 after 3. The run rate at the moment, no problem whatsoever. Question is, are Gloucestershire going to be able to keep their discipline, I guess, really? We saw a bit of a loose cut shot from Dent to end the last over from Atkinson. Can they keep that control that, even though they scored quickly in the first innings, these two, can they keep that control that they exhibited in that partnership?
Atkinson to skipper Dent, who drives pleasantly away through extra cover. There'll be a chase up towards the boundary in front of the apartment. The ball should be hauled in, and it isn't. It's just beaten the fielder. That looked as if that might have been hauled in by the chase. Stoneman, I think, was the player trying to dive on it up by the cameras. As you can see, the two fielders chasing towards the ball, and just out of our shot, the ball beats the two of them into the rope. Sorry, you're going to probably get 25 overs in, I would guess, or thereabouts by the teeing tool. So maybe Gloucestershire just bat till then and just see where they are. Here's Atkinson into Dent, who's pulled that for 4 more. Past the man at mid-wicket, and that was treated with disdain by Dent. And Gloucestershire up to 20 for no wicket.
Yeah, it was a pretty rank short ball. I just thought for one moment that Dent had pulled it straight in the air to mid-wicket, but he did hit it wide of Verdi, who's the fielder there. Just little moment of doubt about whether he'd completely controlled where that went, but the ball certainly deserved to get hit for 4.
One of the slips has come out already. Dent on to 11. Atkinson to bowl to him. And that's worked on the onside. Again, there's a gap there now at square leg. Topley's on the boundary, so they'll only pick up a single.
So the question still stands. How long do Surrey give Atkinson? The question maybe or the answer to the question may be only a few more balls at the moment.
Atkinson over the wicket, and it's pulled by Bracey this time. That was quite short. He didn't really time it. There was a tumbling stop by Verdi, and they'll take 1. But this is the kind of start that Gloucestershire wanted. They have not been bogged down getting to sort of 24 after 10 overs or something, which just raises the rate. They've gone out with a proper pursuit here. 228 the target. Atkinson to Dent, who cuts, and he'll get another 1 here down to the fielder who is in front of us, who I think might be Jamie Smith under the cap.
Rob White's done it to us again, by the way. There was a no ball off the previous ball, so 2 more runs conceded by Atkinson. 21 in 1.4 overs.
Bracey waits for him and gets that firmly out of the middle up to mid-off. No run.
You can tell Surrey are still interested, as well they should be, because it only takes 1 false shot, and whilst it has been done before, scoring at decent rates at Bristol, you've always got to be careful that you control the shots and keep them down.
Bracey waits for the right arm over the wicket of Atkinson, and again that's really too short, and Bracey, he missed out there, I don't know. He's pulled it on the bounce to Verdi, who does the fielding, but Atkinson's had a couple of expensive overs to start his spell. Jordan Clark, of course, is the 4th Surrey seamer, but the dangerous Overton is the 3rd, and they have the backup of the spin of Verdi as well, should they wish to try and really entice Gloucestershire towards this target and kind of keep them interested, which I suppose, as things unravel, may be necessary, who knows. But 25 for no wicket. Here's Topley again.
Here he comes, over the wicket to bowl to Dent. That's full, driven by Dent. It's a little misfield at mid-off. I think that is Smith there, and it's a single, 26 without loss. And in that last over, what's it gone for? It's gone for 13, and there were 2 balls which Bracey would probably say he missed out on, 2 short balls. Topley bowls, and there's a drive, and it's beautifully timed by Bracey through extra cover. 4 runs, hits the boundary rope in no time, and Bracey up to 12. 30 for no wicket Gloucestershire after 4.2 overs, and these two so far, as we take a look at that pleasant drive from Bracey, so far they're doing what they did in the first innings.
And there's an element here, I suppose, of what did the falling of those 5 wickets quickly do to the impetus of the game?
Topley bowls full, and it's a drive which has come off the inside half of the bat down to fine leg, and there's the illustration of what can happen. Bracey gets a single for it, up to 13, 31 without loss, but I don't think Topley's bowled too badly so far, really. He's gone for 10 in 2.5 overs. I would say that the 2 balls that Bracey hit for 4, particularly the first of which was not a bad ball. Topley bowls to Dent full, and Dent pushes that one out into the mid-wicket region. They thought about a quick single, but they decide against it as Verdi comes across to stop.
You know, when you've taken 5 wickets in 8 overs and 3 balls, and you perhaps think that things are starting to roll your way, you go out with that top 2 inches saying the same thing.
Yeah, certainly. At the other end of it would be that Surrey would say, look, there's still plenty in this for us. Topley into Dent, and Dent this time they will take off for that single. Amla is the fielder at mid-on, and he comes in, would have been throwing way off balance, so they could get that single more comfortably, 32 without loss. The difference there being that Verdi wouldn't have been off balance throwing on the previous ball, and of course we know that Hashim Amla does not throw the ball particularly well, so also an element of picking your fielder. Last ball of the 5th over, Topley bowls back of a length, turned away fine by Bracey. Will just be the single down to fine leg, but just singles are fine when they're coming this regularly. And at the end of 5 overs, Gloucestershire 33 for no wicket. They need 195 theoretically from a minimum of 59 overs.
Just to keep you updated what's happening at Lords in particular. So the Hampshire-Leicestershire match all over, Hampshire winning by an innings. At Lords, Somerset need 43 to beat Middlesex with 4 wickets in hand. You'd really probably back them from there.
So that's presumably Gregory and Bartlett. And the answer was that Atkinson would only get 2 overs. I don't think Rory Burns could keep. He certainly couldn't keep him going, really conceding that many runs as the cloud covers the sun for the first time in a little while, and Amar Verdi is going to bowl. Now this is going to be really exciting, I reckon. Verdi will fancy his chances in the final innings. How much turn he gets, I don't know. It doesn't really look as though there are worn areas for him to try and land the ball in, but Surrey are saying
two left-handers.
Yep.
You see, so he's going to bowl around the wicket, which he is in this situation. A lot of their bowling would have been done over the wicket at the other end.
Surrey are saying, attack me, really. They've got a deep square leg out, but he's the only fielder out on the rope and a leg slip in place, so Bracey has got to watch that. Verdi, oh, excuse me.
No, go on ahead.
It's your over, Ian.
Big appeal. I'm not sure what that was for, as we just saw the action live, and there's a Surrey fielder right in the way of our eye line of the batsman at the moment. So Verdi from the Ashley Down Road end, and on that occasion Bracey we can see coming forward and just pushing that out on the offside. It's amazing the angle of where a fielder is. That makes a slight difference. So I'm just going to step 2 steps to my right to see if I can see past him. Verdi from the Ashley Down Road end comes in, and Bracey drives pleasantly up to mid-on, but there is no run.
It shows you what they think of Verdi, though, doesn't it? The fact that they turned to him in this situation with the ball still new and give him this field,
which has a slip and a leg slip, as you can see. We're in the 6th over, and Bracey goes down the pitch but doesn't get the full value for the shot. Atkinson is fielding on the 1 at short cover. Verdi around the wicket, and Bracey goes back and just content to play defensively. But they've probably got a little bit of time to have a look at Verdi here because of the express start that they've had. 33 in 5 overs. Bracey on 14. Waits for the off spinner and gets again right to the pitch of that. And the applause from the Surrey fielders. Verdi right on the money straight away. So a sanitisation break after 6 overs of this chase. Remember, it's a 63 over chase in theory with the target 228, and that is the Gloucestershire start. 33 for no wicket off 6. You can get in touch with us, of course, on email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Tell us what you think about how this chase might unravel, how Gloucestershire might attack it, and of course you can tweet us at Gloss Cricket. There's the symbol top right of your screen with the capital G for Gloss, and indeed not only how you think it might unravel, but how you're feeling about it. We're having had that clatter of wickets, Surrey wickets that is, either side of lunch.
I'd imagine the first few overs has certainly helped how the majority of Gloss fans are feeling at the moment, but equally there's an awful lot of work still to be done, and the weather gods may yet have a say. Reece Topley to continue into his 4th over, and he bowls full, and there's a drive, and it's stopped by the second fielder in the tandem there, as it initially eluded Stoneman and was picked up by Smith at mid-off, and there's no run. But I reckon Topley's probably going to keep bowling, you'd think, for at least a 6 over spell here. Surrey need his control as he bowls to Dent now, and Dent does not play a shot. Equally, there's no reason why Gloucestershire have to go after Topley. The question is, if Verdi is able to exert control at the other end, then what happens? But they bought themselves a good 3 or 4 overs at least of being tied down by the start that they got. A deep point is out as Topley bowls to Dent, and once more Dent watches it go by.
Just an answer to, I think, a question that Ed may have posed a little while ago. It is Bartlett and Gregory who are supervising the Somerset pursuit of their target at Lord's. 36 now needed.
So probably this match and that one are the two most intriguing games at the moment, as Topley bowls short, pulled away by Dent through square leg, fine legs after it, and he will just I can hear Stephen Lamb and Mark Church saying that he's done well, but I can't see him. I assume he has cut it off.
It is Verdi down there.
And it's a couple of runs to the total, 35 without loss. It was semaphore commentary, that.
Yeah.
Sorry, not semaphore commentary, it was Chinese Whispers style commentary. Here's Stephen Lamb saying he'd done well, but I can't see round the marquee to that particular corner of the ground. Dent to 17, Topley bowls full and wide, and it's gone through behind the stumps. It's a useful couple of runs there. Topley would be a little bit disappointed that he dropped one in short there. I mean, there are plenty of other results possible, of course, I should say, but I think in terms of the two games where all 3 results are possible, then it is this one and the one at Lord's. Topley to complete the over now to bowl to Dent, and Dent drops that one away towards cover, but will not get a run for it, so that ends the over. 35 for no wicket, 193 more runs required. I think the over will tick round, so yeah, 56 overs remaining minimum is the number.
Dan Moriarty's out temporarily. I think for Ollie Pope, who's just gone off for Surrey. Interesting that as Ed said, the 2 games where arguably the most interesting finishes are possible, both in the same group. And Surrey not hurrying through their overs at the moment. Just trying to take the sting out of the start that Gloucestershire have made here. 35 for no wicket from 7. And Verdi into his second over on very early, and Bracey defends that out on the offside.
Really trying to trap Bracey on the crease like he did in the first innings, because it was Verdi who opened the door for what followed afterwards.
Round the wicket. Bracey goes down the ground and he's out, caught at mid-off. Away goes Verdi with his enthusiastic celebration of a wicket, and Bracey, I'm afraid, has to go. Caught at mid-off, and the first wicket goes down. Tries to go aerial, and the catch is taken, and Bracey for 14 has to make the long walk back to the pavilion.
Yeah, it looks like he decided to come down the pitch almost. He was just a bit late down there, and he wasn't really in a set position to play the shot. Tried just to chip the shot and tried to check it, and he'll wish that he had, having got into the position that he did, either backed out of it and blocked it, or really tried to swing hard at it, because in the end it was just a halfway house shot, and he picked out the fielder. It was a pretty simple catch in the end. He just had to wait for it and take it above his head. So that is both times in the match that Verdi's got rid of Bracey. They'll probably know each other at least a little bit from their time around the England squad over the winter, and I'm sure that will be doubly pleasing for Amar Verdi.
So the left-hand right-hand combination now then for Gloucestershire, with Tom Lace coming out at number 3. Now ordinarily he doesn't play an awful lot of white ball cricket. He's very much seen as a red ball player, but this is a white ball chase type situation, so I wonder how patient he will be. I suspect reasonably circumspect would be my hunch, but we'll see. And Verdi's going to go over the wicket to Lace. Maybe Dent has got to adopt the aggressor here, and I'll not say Lace can't play some shots. He played some lovely shots in the first innings. But Surrey have got the slip and a short forward square in place for the off spinner. And Lace waiting to receive his first ball. Over the wicket comes Verdi, and it makes the vocal nature of Surrey all the louder, having taken the first wicket, and they'll be in Lace's ear as he waits once again for Verdi to come in, and worked onto the onside and fielded by the giant figure of Overton, who is at backward square. We'll see him bowling fairly shortly, I would think, but Verdi might have quite a long spell, I suppose, if he's keeping things tight at one end. And Lace goes back, and he just play inside the line, but he just play at that.
Yeah, I think the impression you get is that Surrey believe that Verdi is the person that is going to win this game for them. So I suspect he will bowl for a long time here.
Verdi off quite a short run, and Lace turns that into the leg side. Well, that Atkinson was pretty unceremoniously given the hook out of the attack after 2 expensive overs at the start. Topley, they would hope for greater control, and there is the confirmation that Jordan Clark took the catch to remove James Bracey for 14. Graham Van Buren in theory would be at 4 in the order. George Hankins, Ryan Higgins, Jack Taylor, George Scott, the middle order for Gloucestershire if they're ready to push hard at this target. Remember, 63 overs is the... I can't see Surrey bowling more than that, so 63 overs is in theory the maximum, and the target overall 228.
Topley into his 5th over, and he comes into bowl to Dent, and Dent runs this one away down towards wide third man. The fielder comes off the deep point boundary, and they will just get a single. So Surrey probably not too disappointed with that in terms of having Lace face the majority of the deliveries early on, and maybe try and starve Dent of the strike a little bit. He's looking to be very positive, as he did in the first innings. He's almost looking to score off every ball, is Dent. It's just that he's not always looking to do it aggressively. So the cordon is well stacked. There's 4 slips in place, and cover is open for Lace, and Lace will watch this one angle across him and go through to Folkes. Verdi 2 overs, 2 maidens, including of course the wicket maiden. He's not bowled a single loose ball yet, and it's that kind of control which, you know, the best spinners, especially in these situations, have. Topley to continue, and Lace is gone. A good catch taken at third slip, and Lace is out for a duck, and now things start to change dramatically once more in this match, as Gloucestershire are now going to have to decide whether they are going to try and batten down the hatches or whether they're going to continue to go after the total. The catch taken at third slip, Lace out for a duck, and Gloucestershire are 36 for 2.
I think that's Ollie Pope at third slip, and a wicket for Topley in his opening spell. That was a teasing target, that, wasn't it? 228, and Pope confirmed as the catcher. He goes, and now Graham Van Buren, as far as we know, is scheduled to come out at number 4. But disappointment after a good score in the first innings, a 65 for Lace there, and here is Van Buren making his way out. So 33 for no wicket has become 36 for 2, and there will be an element, I think, here of rebuilding, albeit, as we know, Graham Van Buren likes to come out and show a bit of intent himself, but let's be conscious that the start that was given to Gloucestershire by captain and wicketkeeper has been now had the brakes put on it by Surrey, and next quarter hour it'd be very interesting, because you've still got the right hand left hand combination, of course, and we'll have that as long as Dent stays there. But Surrey might think that they're now as much in this game as Gloucestershire are.
Van Buren to face his first ball from Topley, and Van Buren will leave that one alone. There's going to be chatter every ball now from Surrey, and they'll go from sort of dawdling through their overs with Dent and Bracey both out there to rushing through them now in order to try and get as many in as possible, you would think. It shows you really how important that opening partnership is, especially because it's Bracey and Dent. Van Buren faces and leaves alone. In terms of having, you know, basically your 2 best batsmen opening the batting for you, losing the wicket early on, and now losing Lace as well, the door is open for Surrey. Equally, Gloucestershire are not out of winning yet either. Van Buren leaves to end the over. 1 run has come from it, but it's the 1 wicket that is the problem for Gloucestershire, as Lace was caught at third slip by Pope off the bowling of Topley, and Gloucestershire still need 192 runs to win from 54 overs theoretically.
Just to confirm, of course, that the match next week against Somerset starts at the moment on Thursday. The ECB have said earlier today that they will look at the round of games next week, bearing in mind that the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh will take place on the Saturday. there will be further announcements to be made about that in due course and what impact that might have on that round of games. But that game, when it is played, will of course be available on the stream from our colleagues at BBC at Somerset County Cricket Club from Thursday next week. Verdi as Ed said, could be in for a long ball. He only bowled 10 overs in the first innings, but then those ahead of him were doing a pretty reasonable job. Jordan Clark, perhaps the one exception, he was a bit expensive, but Atkinson was much tighter than he started this one. That's why he's come off after only 2 overs. Verdi in and Dent cuts, but straight to the man at backward point.
It's just, you feel like there's going to be basically nothing loose from Verdi, and that's probably what Bracey felt when he came down the pitch and tried to put him off his length.
Yeah, Jordan Clark is back again. He's almost at he's at long off more than mid off actually. Dent cuts that though, and that's gone out into the covers where there is no run. Anything short, will Dent be able to chop it away? Big figure of Overton is at backward point. Verdi staying around the wicket and Dent forward. Folks with his arm up as if that was going to be a magic ball, and beat Dent all ends up when he got it right in the middle of the bat. It's all about the psychology of making the batsman think it's going to do something. Some hazy sunshine out above us now, and once again Verdi around the wicket to the left-hander, and at the moment, as you can see, his figures are miserly. Almost through 3 overs without conceding a run here. Again to Dent, and Dent not concerned about attacking at the moment, just needing to just check the Surrey progress with those 2 quick wickets. Bracey out to Verdi, and then Tom Lace in the next over to Rhys Topley. Van Buren's just had 3 sighters ready from Topley, who has got through 5 overs, and more than a couple more I would have thought, and then we're liable to have a change.
Yeah, you're going to need to keep Topley fresh for potentially needing him later. Van Buren on strike, Topley bowls, and Van Buren drives down the ground. He's beaten mid-off. It's not going to be anywhere near the rope. I think it's just going to be a couple of runs, and indeed it is. So Van Buren off the mark with a drive, not right out of the middle of the bat, but he picked up a couple of runs for it, and he'll feel better for getting off the mark. What Gloucestershire have got to tell themselves is that Topley, at least, Verdi can bowl all day, but Topley can't bowl all day. At some point they're going to have to go to Overton or Clark, as that's drifting onto the pads and clipped away through square leg by Van Buren, and that's racing away towards the square leg boundary, and it crosses it now. So that's 4 runs to Van Buren, who scored 6 in his last couple of balls. I can mention it because he's off the pair now. I wasn't going to mention it whilst he was still on it, but that was too far down the leg side really from Topley, and Van Buren timed it nicely. 42 for 2 the score, and 186 more required by Gloucestershire to win. And I think maybe, I'm not sure whether the covers are still a little bit wet. There's a bit of work going into the ball, maybe just a bit of extra shine from Hashim Amla, but Topley has it in his hand now, and he's there to bowl. Oh, Van Buren is struck. I think it may have been bat on to pad, but either way it was not negotiated with extreme security from Van Buren.
The match in this group looks to be heading to Somerset, who of course started the season with an 8-point penalty, and they are only 16 runs away from beating Middlesex at Lords.
That's come off the top part of the barrel, his glove even, out into the gully region. Judging by the way that Van Buren's wringing his hand, it has come off the glove, and he's now doing a bit of gardening on the spot where that ball pitched. Topley causing problems out there, and you'd still feel like he is unlikely to bowl more than 7 despite what's happening in this over. Topley is there, bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren's jumping at that one really, and there's no run, and that's a little concerning to see that, I have to say, given what happened the previous ball. I hope that Van Buren's not in any difficulty out there, because the way that he played that one, he was expecting a short ball and another blow, whereas in fact the ball was full. It's just got one more ball to negotiate this over, and Topley is there, bowls, and this is more of a secure looking defensive shot, but the feet are still jumping there a little bit from Van Buren, but he's got 6 runs off the over and has survived it, which is the key for Gloucestershire. 42 for 2, Dent 18, Van Buren 6, and it's an extraordinary game of cricket that at Lords, because I'll get the exact numbers. Middlesex at one point were 127 for 4 in their second innings, so at that point they would have led by basically 270 with 6 wickets in hand, and then they went from 127 for 5 to 143 all out to leave Somerset with a chance at a chase, which they've now almost completed.
A little bit like the Surrey collapse here, actually, just that the runs and wickets were a little bit of a different equation, and the time too, and Chris Dent can work that away off Verdi. First runs off the spinner, away to deep mid-wicket, where I think that might be Moriarty, who's out there as a sub fielder at the moment, and 2 more to the total. 44 for 2, but the target is 228. Verdi in, and Dent a long way forward and out quietly onto the offside. And these are the sort of occasions, this is why you play the game, isn't it, to be involved in a proper 4th day finish like this. Verdi with a slip and a leg slip around the wicket. Oh, Dent thought about going back to try and cut that, but the ball was the wrong length to do that too, so he just plays it back up the pitch.
And as a fan, it's where the stress levels
yeah.
increase. You've invested 4 days of your time into this match, and perhaps it could all go for naught, perhaps it could all feel brilliant.
Verdi in again. Oh, Dent tickles that round the corner. That might go all the way for 4. That's racing away to the boundary at fine leg, and he's worked that away very fine indeed for 4 to take Gloucestershire up to 48 for 2, and his own score to exactly half of that. That's the wide angle camera just showing how fine that was in terms of its angle. We're still keeping the leg slip in though. Dent tapping his bat, now raised, he goes back again forward to nudge that out to Stoneman, who is at mid-wicket.
Of course, Dent now the prize wicket, and you can tell from Surrey's body language out there, they know it.
Then quite an open stance, and Verdi Truman Dent cuts straight to Overton. It's an attempt at the throw at the non-striker's end, but Dent was home quickly enough, and Overton, I would say, was lumbering towards the ball would be wrong, but he didn't get there as quickly as some other fielders might have done. 49 for 2. Dent has 25, and there are the details of the 2 wickets. Bracey out, caught at mid-off, trying to loft Verdi to the short straight boundary at the apartments in Verdi's first over, and Lace caught at third slip off Topley.
Yes, it's not, I suppose, your traditional build for a backward point fielder, is he? More built for explosivity through the crease rather than necessarily agility off the mark in terms of fielding a backward point. Topley into his 7th over. On strike is Dent, and Dent clips this one away to deep square leg. There'll be a single out to Atkinson on the rope, and that will bring up Gloucestershire's 50 in 12.1 overs. So the rate is still good for Gloucestershire. They're still ahead of the rate that's required. 178 required off 50.5 overs. So run rate not a problem, wickets a bit of a problem. Topley bowls to Van Buren, who doesn't have to play at this one, and Surrey clearly are fine with giving Dent singles here. Lots of fielders out on the ropes, and they all come up for Graham Van Buren, and there's the 4 slips in place for him. Only fine leg out on the boundary rope. Topley bowls to Van Buren, no shot. Topley angling the ball across, and I think Van Buren is quite happy to leave at the moment. I think we talked about Topley being happy to tempt the openers. I think this is an instance where, given what happened in the previous over, Topley would probably very much like Graham Van Buren to be playing at the ball.
He certainly had both feet off the ground when he defended a couple of balls in the last over.
Here comes Topley, bowls to Van Buren. That short pull away, he's gone after that one as Van Buren, and he's crashed it away all the way for 6 over backward square leg. And Topley, he obviously felt like Van Buren was getting roughed up with a short ball, but he can go after that short ball with some power, can Van Buren, and see how much that got up. It was definitely sort of chest height.
Very short though, Ed.
Yeah. And, well, Van Buren did not hold back all the way for 6, 56 for 2. And Van Buren, best form of defence might be attack in terms of the short ball. And we'll see whether Topley wants to try another one of those. He's not... oh no, he has. Topley was coming into bowl, and I think Rory Burns had just sent the fielder out to deep square leg, as I was wondering whether he might do. So deep square is out, and this is angled across Van Buren, who leaves. So resisted the temptation to go for back-to-back short balls. And
so they've only got one man in front of square on the leg side then now. Sorry?
It is the left armer's angle, but then equally if he's going to try and bang a couple in, well, there's not a lot of protection. That's full, driven hard down the ground, a dive and a miss from mid-off, and that should go for 4, even though it is the long boundary, and there it goes. So Van Buren has got 16 now to his name off just 14 deliveries, despite the fact that he has looked a little uncomfortable on a couple. That was a half volley, and he drove it beautifully to the boundary, and once it had beaten mid-off, there was no chance to cut it off. So 60 for 2, 168 runs required off 50 overs is the equation.
Just a brief sanitisation break here. We've got 43 minutes to go until tea. I think Surrey are going to get to about 25 overs at tea, so there's still going to be a lot of the game to go when we come out again at 4 o'clock, and you just hope that the light holds long enough, because the further we get into this Gloucestershire innings, the more interesting it's getting for the chance of a really, really good finish.
I have to say the chance of rain has been decreased once more by the Met Office, which is probably a bad sign, but at the moment what we can say is that the weather's looking quite good where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's reasonable amount of blue sky overhead. There is a dark cloud over the far side of the ground from our vantage point, but I think that's skirting past us, so every chance we should get at least to tee, and then we hope it stays dry thereafter. Dent faces Verdi and squeezes a single out off the first ball of the over, so Graham Van Buren will come down to face the off spinner, and he'll, I'm sure, take a fresh guard, but he's got himself off and running here. Now what can he do against Surrey's young but very, very talented off spinner? Come back over the wicket does Verdi, and Van Buren cuts, and the answer is he's cut that away for 4. Square of the wicket. So many runs today have come square of the wicket, and Van Buren not allowing Verdi just to drop one in on a line and length that was actually a little bit wider than I originally thought, and Van Buren swatted it away.
Certainly by far the worst ball that Verdi's bowled, and you're going to get occasional lapses in line and length, and when you do, you've got to make sure that they go for 4, and Van Buren did just that.
65 for 2. Remember, the target is 228 in 63 overs. Verdi to Van Buren, drives again down the ground. That's partially stopped. It's going on towards the rope, and in fact it's gone on all the way towards the rope, and it's reached the boundary in front of the apartments. Jordan Clark couldn't fully stop it. He got a hand on it, but it spun past him and then kept going all the way to that short of the straight boundary. That was almost a full toss actually by Verdi, and Van Buren has almost caught his captain up here. He's got 24.
16 balls.
And he waits again now for Verdi. And just doesn't get too excited. Just pushes that back up the pitch. Clark has stayed back at, well, I say deep mid-off. It's 3 parts of the way to a long off, really. But still a slip and a short forward square in for the off spinner. Verdi in, and Van Buren goes back and pushes it out to Stoneman. That short cover.
I think the key is really, yes, Van Buren's scoring very quickly, but all the balls that he's scored off were there to be scored off. The first 4 was short and wide, the second was over pitched, and he cashed in.
Little skip from Verdi on his way in on his run, and that's short again, cut into the ground this time, and fielded by, I think that's Jamie Smith out there. And that's the end of Verdi's over. So Surrey have got through 14 overs of this final innings of the match, really set up by a spell of 5 for 17, not by any one bowler, but by Gloucestershire in the field, that took the last 5 wickets in 8 overs and 3 balls either side of lunch. For a long time this morning it looked as if Folkes and Clark were going to bat Surrey into a position where they were dictating the game, and suddenly that clatter set up this run chase, and now Reece Topley's been brought out of the attack and Jamie Overton into it.
Yeah, I think after that 6 and 4 off the last, 2 of the last 3 balls of Topley's over, that was really as much of an indication as the 7 overs that Topley bowled that it was time for him to come out of the attack, and now this could be a critical period of the game with Jamie Overton bowling. First ball to Dent, short and wide, cut away out to the deep point fielder. So, as seems to have happened quite a bit, Chris Dent taking a single off the first ball of the over, and in fact that's happened each of the last 2 overs as well as this one. So 3 overs in a row with Dent just taking a single off the first ball, and he's still, yes, that ball was short and wide, he's still looking to score off basically every ball and playing in a pretty attacking manner here.
Topley 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32, by the way.
here comes Overton, bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren is forward and defending, still with a bit of a jump, but looking a little bit more assured in the footwork there. And I can tell you, by the way, that Somerset have won
I was
at
just going to say
Lord's.
that.
Oh, you were just going to say that. Well, I just
fine.
got the signal from Shane behind me, so I thought I'd
Win
better
by
mention it.
4 wickets.
So Bartlett and Gregory have seen them home there. So Gloucestershire will be hoping it's a matchup of two teams who've won their first game next week, but we shall see. Overton is there, bowls to Van Buren, that's down the leg side, and Van Buren tries to clip for runs, fine on the leg side, but will not get any bat on it. Just got the wrong scorecard up, but that partnership between Bartlett and Gregory was worth 98, so that's an illustration of the job that was still left for them. And I believe Craig Overton was out of the last ball, what turned out to be the last ball, before lunch. So it was another of those situations where he felt momentum was with Middlesex, but in fact Somerset reversed it. That's clipped away in the air and over the top of mid-wicket and away for 4 runs by Van Buren. So he's clearly feeling confident enough out there that he's going to have the timing, and he just whipped it up and over mid-wicket, who had a one-handed attempt at it. And we'll have a look at the ball, which was, yes, it was heading down the leg side, but Van Buren has not held back there either. 74 for 2.
Yes, when he was batting at number 3 last year, he came out with this sort of approach most of the time, trying to get himself set in and not allowing the bowlers to bowl to him. He's come out with that again today.
Overton bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren is, well, he's jabbed that one down into the leg side. 28 from, well, it's 23 now, so I think even by his standards last season, this is a quick start from Van Buren. But come back to it again, though, all the balls that he's hit were there to be hit. He's just really made sure that the ball was going to be travelling to the rope when he hit them.
So he just moved Atkinson a touch.
Point is open now, as that's full, driven down the ground straight to Amler at mid-on by Van Buren, so there's no run. There isn't a fielder out at deep point that I can't see, is there?
No, there is a third man, so maybe I think they may have pushed him a little bit wider just to cover that, and Jordan Clark has just taken off his sweater. So I wonder if they think that Verdi, having been attacked a bit in the last over, he's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 16, but he's bowled the first 3 of those were maidens.
I've got to say, though, that he bowled 2 bad balls and he got hit for 4, and he gets whipped out of the attack for bowling 2, and one of them could have been stopped by Jordan Clark. It was a tough stop, but it could have been stopped. So he's effectively bowled 1 rank bad ball and he's out of the attack, which we'll see. It may prove to be the right decision, it may. I think it's a bit tough on Verdi, though.
Well, Gloucestershire are going at nearly 5 and over at the moment. 74 for 2 off 15. Remember, the overall situation is they need 228 in all from 63 overs. And I wonder if part of this approach, by the way, is governed by the fact that they know that the light might be an issue later, and that therefore, although it says 63 overs, it might be only 45 overs.
Yep. I wonder almost if there is an argument to say that Ryan Higgins comes in next.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I had that thought in my head, but I hadn't a chance to say so. But here's Clark into the attack, and Dent works that off his pads, and they'll take 1. They might think about a second, but there's not a second run there. And Topley's throw is in to keeper Folkes, who dominated the Surrey card earlier today. 133 he made before he was 9th out. 5 hours and 43 minutes. And Atkinson just going a bit square at deep backward square as Van Buren waits for Clark for the first time and plays it into the ground. The yelp was from the Surrey fielders. Van Buren got outside the line there, and he remains on 28.
Surrey very much feeling they're in the game, and it was could have gone onto the stumps really. It was very close.
It was closer than I thought initially with the naked eye, actually. Van Buren with bat raised, Clark to bowl to him, and that's pulled. That's going towards Atkinson. Is he going to take the catch? He's not, and he's spilled it, and there's a slight fumble as well, and Van Buren has a life, and Gloucestershire stay at 2 wickets down. That's one that Atkinson would have expected to have taken. It was spinning a bit, but he was about 5 yards in from the rope at deep backward square. There's the wide angle view, and that's one which in professional cricket was a bad miss.
Yeah, he seemed to be settled underneath it as well. I did not think he was going to drop it.
Clark to Dent, and Clark has to wait for his 100th first-class wicket. That might have been it.
And really the first time that Van Buren has attacked a ball but been indecisive with his footwork. It seems like when he plays defensively he's jumping about a bit, but when he decides to attack everything's working. But there he was playing a pull shot in no position to play it, and that's why it went up in the air.
Dent again waits for Clark, and that's clipped straight to short mid-wicket. That's Pope is there, I think, because Surrey have slimmed down the slip cordon, as you can see, understandably, with Gloucestershire clearly setting off in pursuit of this target. There was no thought from them of just going tentatively at it and seeing how they could build towards it. I say there is this element of possibly the light impacting later, so they've got to get themselves into a position where they really could chase it, even if the light became less than ideal later on. 76 for 2. The target is 223 in 63 overs, so there are 47 potentially available, and the 2 men out so far are Bracey for 14 and Lace without scoring.
Yeah, so Gloucestershire have brought the effective required run rate down from 3.6 to 3.2, which may not sound like a huge difference, but I think it is a pretty big difference to get it well under 3.5 and over. Jamie Overton to continue. He bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren is hit high on the splice of the bat, and it drops down in front of him. And Jamie Overton will not be short of a word or two, especially as he knows, you don't even need, I was going to say he senses, but he doesn't sense, he can see it, that Van Buren is uncomfortable with the back of a length ball that he's bowling at him.
I just think that, I mean, we've been watching obviously all 4 days of this match, and if you get beyond about 4:45 to 5:30, the light can become a factor.
Overton is in, bowls, and it's down the leg side. Van Buren tries to whip it away, but no bat on that one.
So you could be talking, say, rather than a 63-run chase, you could easily be talking more like a 45 or a 50 maximum, probably. So that's why Gloucestershire have got to attack really from the off here if they think this 228 is gettable.
Yeah, it's positive cricket. It isn't reckless cricket at the moment.
It's a calculated gamble, isn't it?
It is, and it's just making sure that the balls that you get to hit, you really cash in on. Overton bowls. Oh, and there's an appeal. It's unlikely with...
Thought I heard 2 sounds there.
Right. I was going to say that I would have thought that it was probably a bit high, given Overton's height and the fact that Van Buren was jumping when he played the ball once more. Let's take a look. And, well, yes.
He was jumping.
He was jumping, and it did hit him quite high up on the pad, but then he's not the tallest, is Van Buren. Either way, I think the strangled nature of the appeal would suggest that Ian may well have been right with the inside edge. Overton to Van Buren. This time he's correctly behind that one. There's still still a movement away from the ball, but as long as it keeps working for him, then he shouldn't be too bothered about it. But this is a good over from Jamie Overton, who went for 5 off his first, hasn't conceded a run yet in this one. He hasn't bowled a bad ball yet, really. All the deliveries have been right where he wants them to be, I think. Here comes Jamie Overton in, bowls to Van Buren, and this is short, and Van Buren can easily duck this one and watch it go through to Folkes. So he gave him the... It wasn't quite a tempting bouncer really, because Van Buren would have been playing really more of a hook shot to that one. But with deep square leg out, he certainly wouldn't mind him having a go at it. Could be a maiden over this one, and after some good overs for Gloucestershire, the last couple have been cheaper. Here's Overton, bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren will leave outside off stump, so that is a maiden over. And this key part of the game with the two seamers who like to hit the pitch hard, they like to cause some difficulties off the back foot as well as the front foot for the batsman. This the strategy which could potentially lead to quite a lot of runs being scored, but equally nearly led to the wicket of Van Buren in the last Jordan Clark over. It's going to make something happen, and the game will continue, you feel, to move pretty quickly with these two bowling. But at the moment, Overton and Clark have done a good job in their first 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it must be pretty tropical out there, because Ian Blackwell hasn't got his gloves on anymore. Here's Jordan Clark into the left-handed Gloucestershire captain Chris Dent. Oh, and there's a poor call there. Goodness me, what was Graham Van Buren thinking? Was he thinking there was 2, and Mark Stoneman turned around to throw the ball in, and Dent had to send him back. He got back safely enough in the end, but just a split second of concentration. There was only ever a comfortable single, and Dent goes to 30.
And this is where Dent's got to be the calming influence out there, really, and he has been that since Van Buren's come to the crease, because he's barely faced, to be honest, so he's just had to be that rock at the other end, which is not what his role seemed to be to start with.
Clark to Van Buren, who's clipped that fine, very fine up, till they go all the way down to the boundary at fine leg for 4. That was enough down the leg side by Jordan Clark to allow Van Buren to step inside it, and just how far down the leg side we can see on the replay. Oh, quite a long way, in fact. That really was an easy one, and Van Buren picks up his 6th 4. So he's hit 6 4s, and Dent has hit only 3, which gives you an idea about the way he really has been aggressive in this innings, Van Buren. And the 6 as well, of course.
You say 33 off 33, 6 4s and a 6 so far, and he just played out a maiden.
That kind of a little bit like Jordan Clark in the first innings. Find 4 good balls in an over, but you might find there was one really quite loose one in there, and he was quite expensive. And he's already had a chance dropped off him, of course. Van Buren having a life when Atkinson at deep square put down what a very presentable chance. But here is Clark to try again. Van Buren drives pleasantly straight to Stoneman. A clip really rather than a drive. And Stoneman's at mid-wicket, 81 for 2. 146 more needed. 20 minutes or so to go until the tea interval. Actually, Gloucestershire wouldn't want tea at the moment, I don't think. They want to keep going.
Well, I'll cancel the order then.
Yeah, okay. Van Buren waits for Clark and steers this time out to Reece Toppy. They'll try and think about 2, but Dent says always a firm no, and then there's a slight fumble from Clark as well, but he's not interested in taking 1 on the fumble, as you should never do, of course. And this is a really good start from Gloucestershire. They're scoring up above 4 and over when the starting rate was down below that. Clark in Hazy Sunshine to left-handed Dent, who cuts it right out to Atkinson. Had an unhappy spell of 2 overs with the second new ball, 2 overs that cost him 21, and both these two, yeah, I'm slightly facetious when I say they wouldn't want tea, but actually it would disrupt the rhythm, and Surrey would actually be very grateful for that at the moment.
Could all change though before it.
Oh, indeed. Clark to Van Buren, who's hit on the pad. What does umpire White think? Only that there is nothing doing for that loud appeal. He's been very calm, umpire White, to be fair. He's been measured in his decision making in this match. Ian Blackwell, as we know, is to be an instant decision maker, but umpire White not interested, and that replay will show you why. Van Buren 34, Dent 31, 83 for 2, 45 overs to go in theory, if time allows and if the light allows, from this point to get 144.
Jamie Overton will bowl. You'd imagine these two will probably attempt to continue until tea, but well, the bowling change to remove Verdi for Jordan Clark did nearly work. I have to say, had the catch been taken by Atkinson, it would have worked, as Overton bowls to Dent, and Dent just turns this one into the square leg region, and Atkinson will come off the deep square rope to do the fielding. One more run to the total.
Part of that, of course, is that it's slowing the over rate down, which, I mean, Surrey are 1 behind at the moment, but which isn't a lot. But it will just apply the brake to the over rate a little bit.
Yep. And then we may see a situation where a couple of wickets fall and they start trying to charge through the overs again. Van Buren back on strike. He's had really rather a lot of it of late. 44 more overs remaining after this one, as here is Jamie Overton, bowls to Van Buren, who drives hard down the ground. Overton can't stop it in his follow through, and the only other thing that was going to stop that from going to the rope was the mound of sawdust, but it went well to the left of the sawdust, and it's 4 runs. Van Buren to 38, and it's 88 for 2, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Van Buren and Dent. And in fact, that was at a full toss. I think it was just a low full toss, and he slapped it down the ground for 4.
A lot of bottom hand in that shot. Certainly initially to the naked eye that's how it looked, and on the replay you could definitely see it. These two came together at 36 for 2 when Tom Lace was out.
140 more required. Overton walking very slowly at the end of his mark.
That was in the middle of the 9th over, so they're basically going at 5 and over, these two.
Van Buren 38 from 37, so he's still hovering around about that run a ball mark, and Overton, he had the ball in his hand, so it wasn't
flexing his left hand a bit.
Yeah, so probably caught a bit of it then as he tried to stop it, as that's, oh, it's going to go down to the 3rd man rope, and it will make it. It's 4 runs, streaky runs for Van Buren, but he doesn't care too much. It hasn't exactly been a textbook innings, this, from Graham Van Buren, but it has been exactly what Gloucestershire needed. And, well, jumping, the bat coming down to a ball which was very straight and coming down rather late, really, and at a, well, really rather the wrong line of the ball as much as anything else. But it's flown away to the 3rd man rope for 4. 136 needed as Overton bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren is forward and playing it back up the pitch. Jamie Overton, of course, motions as if he's going to chuck the ball at Van Buren, and rightly decides not to release the ball. Somebody who always lives on the edge a little bit as far as the aggression is concerned, but it is fantastic to see, really, as a fan. I think it is fantastic to see the cricket clearly meaning so much to the players, and it is a huge match to start the season. Jamie Overton in, bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren drives up towards mid-off. They're just shy at the stumps here, it hits, and Ian Blackwell to be honest, I'm not sure Ian Blackwell was actually facing. And they've come back for an overthrow as well as it ricocheted off the stumps. And we'll see a replay here. Van Buren had to run around Overton. I think he was clearly home, but I'm not entirely sure that Ian Blackwell was actually looking.
Yeah, if he was glancing over his shoulder, he certainly wasn't in exactly the right place. But
I think he was
Van
well
Buren
home.
was running his bat along the ground, and he's up to 44.
11 runs from this over, 1 ball remaining. Overton bowls, and that's driven, but Overton has managed to stop this one in his follow through this time. What cricket we've got here. It still could go either way. It still could be a draw thanks to the looming threat of rain and bad light. But at the moment we have a situation where Gloucestershire require 134 runs from theoretically 44 more overs, and the run rate continues to come down. And well, Gloucestershire will just continue to bat like this as long as these two are out there, and if they lose a wicket then I guess they reassess what they want, whether they want Hankins to come out and maybe control things a bit, or whether they think, right, we've got ourselves into a position here where one more attack and we may break this and we send out Higgins.
And Jack Taylor can
Or Jack Taylor, yeah. Or Jack Taylor.
Can follow that, but this is the partnership that started when Lace was out at 36 for 2 in the 9th over, and now 94 for 2 after 19, so you can see the acceleration. And so much is often made about Graham Van Buren's attitude to his cricket. You never see him without a smile on his face, and you feel he's gone out today with a grin to say, okay then, let's go and attack this and see how we get on. I might get out third ball, but if it's my day, it's my day.
That is such a good point, because you can almost imagine him grinning at Jamie Overton as he's jumping at these balls, these good deliveries. He's leaving the ground to play the defensive shots, and at the same time he's whacking the odd ball to the boundary for 4, or more than the odd ball, whacking loads of balls to the boundary for 4 and 1 for 6. You can see that Graham Van Buren grin back at the bowler as he plays these shots.
Jordan Clark around the wicket to Chris Dent, who by comparison has made 32 off 41, and Graham Van Buren 44 off 41.
And by the way, he needs 1 more run now to reach 5,000 first-class runs.
Yeah, again, Ed, you've beaten me to that. But that's 5,000 global first-class runs, but he's not on strike at the moment. Dent again waits for Clark around the wicket. He's just having a look at the change of angle for the former Lancashire all-rounder. Van Buren, who had a life when he was dropped by Atkinson at deep square, one that really should have been taken but it wasn't. Spinning ball in the air quite a long time, and here is Clark once more. Dent steers that out into the offside. There's a tumbling stop from Stoneman. They'll think about 2, and as he only gets part of a hand on it, and Atkinson has ground to make up, they can come back for the second run.
Well, I can say, I don't think I'm spoiling anything by mentioning that Craig Brathwaite is on site and standing a matter of metres away from us. So that in itself is excellent news.
Clark around the wicket to Dent, who almost plays a little ball that might easily have been a caught and bowled on the follow through, but Clark couldn't reach it. It was in the air briefly, but not far enough for the Surrey all-rounder to follow through and grab it. Dent with a rare error, but not a costly one. Clark is the 5th bowler Surrey have used. Comes in again, and that's more like where Dent likes it. Clipped away through mid-wicket. There's a chase on for the sweeper on the fence, and they'll come back 4-2. Good work out there. I think that's Jamie Smith. Because Surrey got Overton is the tallest, but Smith is amongst that group as well.
I think it is, because he's still got his shin pads on, I think, from when he was fielding in close earlier on.
98 for 2.
So he's actually done very well to make up that ground with those still on his legs.
Clark in pleasant sunshine at the moment, into Dent. If Gloucestershire thought about getting to 100 by tea, they're going to be just about there. And 20 overs gone of the chase, 20 of a possible 63. 98 for 2 is the score. There's the detail of how we got to this point. Bracey laced the men out. And the maximum number of overs is 63, so 129 in 43 in reality. More likely 129, my guess on the light might be in maybe 30 overs. That's how Gloucestershire might have to think of it.
Van Buren on 44. Here comes Jamie Overton, he bowls, and Van Buren comes forward, and, or rather, doesn't come forward really. He plays it really sort of rather from leg stump, but he pushed it away comfortably enough out into the covers.
You shouldn't base all your cricket tactics on weather forecasts, but in a situation like this, it would be remiss to be agonisingly short when you knew that the light might be a problem. So Gloucestershire are trying to take that out of the equation.
As Overton, at the end of his long run, comes charging in once more. Bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren clips this one away confidently through mid-wicket. That'll be at least 2. I'm not sure if it's going to get to the rope or not. There's a good chase on from the man out from deep square who's run about 3 miles to fetch it, and they have come back for 3 more runs. It brings up Gloucestershire's 100, and there is 5,000 first-class career runs for Graham Van Buren, which is a tremendous milestone for him. It's come in his 91st match at an average of 41.7, and he won't be thinking about that whatsoever at the moment, but I think at the end of the day he smiles at everything, but he'll have a smile at that as well. Here comes Jamie Overton, bowls to Dent, and Dent just nurdles this one away backward of point on the offside. They're going to come back for a second run and make it quite comfortably. So Dent moves to 38, 103 for 2, 124 more runs required to win, and just to reiterate, minimum of 42 overs remaining after this one. So the run rate required is below 3 and over now, theoretically, but of course we can't rely on that number of overs being bowled.
These two are proper scurriers between the wickets too, aren't they?
Yep, they are. We know that Chris Dent's one of the quickest boundary riders in the country. Overton bowls to Dent short, and Dent ducks underneath it, or rather more sways out of the way of it. But Dent's speed across the turf is decent, more than decent. Graham Van Buren no slouch either. 38 for Dent, and he has actually faced, well, there's only a difference of 5-6 balls between the two of them in terms of the strike. Overton bowls to Dent, and Dent has had a fend at that one outside the off stump, and really, other than his dismissal in the first innings, that's probably only the second time from memory that Dent's actually really looked in trouble on this surface, and it was back of a length. It was a good length to bowl from Overton. Dent just fishing at it outside off stump.
Yeah, a bit of a jab at that, wasn't there? But his stance, he's getting further and further round, like Gareth Roderick did in his latter stages of his Gloucestershire career.
I think batsmen tend to get more and more eccentric like that as the career goes on. That's full and pushed down the ground to mid-on, and the stop is effected there. I think that's Jamie Smith again. So The ball seems to be following him about at the moment. 103 for 2 at the end of the over. There's the card, and you can see Graham van Buren's strike rate, which would be very handy in a 50 over game. And as Ian has pointed out, this is basically a 50 over game. Gloucestershire can almost think of it as, because you've got to reckon on 10 overs being lost on average, just in terms of what you're budgeting for. But at the moment, Gloucestershire are well on course in terms of run rate, and well, I'm not at all surprised to see this from Rory Burns. He's had enough of Clark and Overton. They were causing problems, but he's got to get some control back, so that's why he's gone back to Amar Verdi.
Yeah, Clark 3 overs for 13, and he will bowl probably one of 2 overs to be bowled before tea. 103 for 2. What does Van Buren do here? He needs 3 for his half century, and Verdi will come around the wicket to the right hander. Van Buren cuts. That is short. It's going to be a chase on for the fielder on the rope. He won't get there, and Graham Van Buren has got to his half century in the last but 1 over before tea, and this is a good effort from Van Buren at better than a runner ball with 9 fours and a 6.
44 balls. Well, I don't think Gloucestershire could have dreamed of that when Van Buren walked out there at 36 for 2 in big trouble. What an innings to have played.
Verdi staying around the wicket, and Van Buren has whipped that straight up to mid-on, all the way along the floor, and they'll take just a single. Clark has been dispatched back there. Hashim Amla watching on from mid-off. He's barely fielded the ball in these 21 overs. I wonder what he's making of what's going on in front of him.
That was probably about the, sorry Ian, that was probably about the 2nd or 3rd time that Van Buren's actually hit a fielder in this innings, I'm thinking.
Dent, conscious of not wanting to give anything away here, right on the cusp of the interval. This plays that round his pads comfortably away on the leg side down to Topley. One more, and remember the target is 228, and Gloucestershire have given themselves a sporting chance here if the weather holds, and more than a sporting chance if the sun stays out. 109 for 2. Van Buren on 52, waits for Verdi and clips it into the onside, but there's a tumbling stop, a diving stop from the man at sort of a straightish mid-wicket. I think he's Pope there. And Verdi wheels in once more, staying around the wicket to the right-hander. A dab out by Van Buren, straight to Topley. He won't get a single for that. And how much Verdi's going to bowl after tea, just on here to make sure they can get the extra over in before tea. But sorry, have not exactly been whistling through matters. Around the wicket, and Van Buren off the bottom of the bat. That does go to Amla, who hasn't been exactly a magnet for the ball, but it's straight to him, so it's a dot ball to finish Verdi's over. He's got through now 6 overs in this innings. He's taken 1 for 22, and 23 only of the 63 overs are going to be bowled by Surrey in this afternoon period. So it'll be, in theory, there'll be up to 40 overs to be bowled when we start again at 4 o'clock. Overton is going to bowl the last over before the tea break.
Yeah, Verdi wasn't really landing the ball in that over as he did in his previous spell. Just wonder.
Matthew Lee says Super GVB.
Indeed. So
on
far,
Twitter.
Jamie Overton bowls, and that's turned away by Dent out towards deep square leg. They're going to push hard, but there's no question of a second run as Atkinson comes off the rope. 110 for 2. Dent is on to 40, and of course Van Buren did have that life off the bowling of Jordan Clark. A skied pull shot, really the only aggressive shot that Van Buren has played that he seems not to have hit out of the middle, and it was a real skyer. Atkinson was set underneath it, looked as if for all money he was going to take the catch, and sort of dropped down low at the last minute and dropped the ball. And Van Buren jabs that one into the leg side, and Jamie Overton has Jamie Overton's gone for a very inelegant tumble. I think that would have got a 2.5 out of 10 from the Russian judge, but it was Overton then pounding the turf in frustration after having not managed to pick the ball up cleanly. One run.
What would the Finland judge have given, do you think?
A bit more generous, I think maybe 3.5.
Right.
Yeah. So
Gloucestershire's going to be almost halfway there.
yeah, they are. 4 balls left in the over. There's 2 minutes left until the tea break, so I can't see Jamie Overton getting through this over in time for another one to be bowled before the tea break. Overton bowls to Dent, and Dent shoulders arms as the ball angles across, and really the ball has not swung very much at all this innings, and it didn't swing that much this morning either. I don't know whether that is the abrasiveness of the surface or what it is. There's certainly swing bowlers on show. Topley was getting a bit of shape early on, as you would expect, but in general there's not been a great deal of movement on offer for either side. Jamie Overton's going to switch around the wicket, just trying to give Dent something else, a different angle. Still plenty of fielders back on the rope as Overton bowls to Dent, short of a length, or back of a length really, and jabbed back to the bowler.
This is Overton's 5th over. Topley after tea, would you think?
Oh, I think it has to be, doesn't it, really? He's been the spearhead of the attack, and he, of course, picked up the wicket of Tom Lace for a duck, and at that point, well, how different things were at 36 for 2. Overton to bowl the penultimate ball before tea. Does so now, and Dent just drops this one into the short square leg area and takes off for a quick single. So barring any no balls or the like, Chris Dent can remove his gloves if he so chooses, and should be able to watch the final ball of the session from the non-striker's end. 116 runs needed to win, and there will be around 40 overs to be bowled in the evening session. Last ball before the tea break in bright sunshine, I'm pleased to say, at the moment, as Overton charges for one final time in the session, and that's pulled away by Van Buren, and it's gone down towards fine leg and straight to the fielder at fine leg, so it will be just the single. So Van Buren will have the strike after the break as everybody trudges off, and Gloucestershire will require 115 runs from 40 overs with 8 wickets in hand. Van Buren and Dent have been quite magnificent, with the exception, of course, of that dropped catch, which could really have changed things. And Van Buren has looked so fluent when he's attacked the ball, and Dent, who had been the aggressor when Bracey was out there, has taken up the role of seeing Gloucestershire through the captain's innings, I suppose you would call it, even though he is still batting at well over 4 and over himself. But he has just taken the runs that were on offer, and it's been a real exhibition of how to go about things from Chris Dent, whilst he's been watching Van Buren knock the ball to all corners of the ground.
Yeah, 54 not out for Van Buren. Dent has 41. These two have put on 77 together since they came together in the 9th over. So 13.3 overs for this stand of 77, which is racing along in relative terms. Do Surrey turn to Atkinson, who is expensive? Do they turn to Clark, who they maybe don't trust as much as Topley and Verdi? They appear to be the bowlers who Surrey may go with after tea. Join us, why don't you, at 4 o'clock, because there could be a very, very good finish here. 114 required by Gloucestershire. It may not be the overs, more the light they have to beat. with Dent and Van Buren together. All this set up after Surrey lost the last 5 wickets for 17 runs either side of lunch, despite a fine 133 from Ben Folkes. All to play for here at Bristol, and we'll rejoin you shortly before 4 o'clock for what should be a very exciting final session on this final day. Put the kettle on in between. You might need something to calm your nerves. We'll join you shortly before 4. Welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. This is probably the game to be at in this first round of Championship cricket for this season. In this group already, Leicestershire have won and Somerset have won. But in the terms of the games that are running after tea on this final day, this is the one with the best prospect of a good finish. Gloucestershire are 113 for 2. They are chasing 228, so they need 115 to win. And in theory, there are 40 overs to go. And at the moment, the sun is out and the sky is blue. What can there be to spoil the view? Probably a Surrey wicket. I'm not a very good poet, so I'm going to ask Ed to describe the first over after tea.
Well, Amar Verdi it is, so the assumption that it would be Verdi and Topley looks to be a good one. And Van Buren on strike on 54, so, well, mid-off and mid-on are more like deep mid-off, deep mid-on, and in fact it looks as though they've decided to go the whole hog and push Jordan Clark all the way down to the long-on rope, but Hashim Amla is still halfway to mid-off. Deep mid-off, as that's a full ball to start the session, and that's clipped away by Van Buren to mid-wicket, and it's a no ball to start with, so there's 2 runs already to the Gloucestershire cause, and of course that no ball means they're now past the halfway point of this chase. Verdi twirls and bowls, and that's a full delivery which Van Buren's on the front foot and pushing calmly up the pitch.
Next target, get it down below 100. And then
it's the old 10 runs at a time, really, isn't it?
It is absolutely right.
When you're chasing a score like this, at least certainly from somebody sitting outside the boundaries point of view. Verdi bowls, that's down the leg side, and it's helped on its way by Van Buren down towards the fine leg boundary. There's a big chase on for Jamie Overton, but I don't think it's going to get there. It crosses the rope now. So that's 4 runs for Van Buren. Boundary number 10 for him, or I should say 4 number 10 for him. 10 fours, 1 6, and he's up to 58, and well, it's completely unlike anything Verdi bowled in that first spell, really. He bowled 5 overs, was it, I think, or was it 4 overs?
5, but he started with 3 maidens.
5 overs, and then in the last over that he bowled, there was 1 short ball and 1 over pitch ball that went for 4s, taken out of the attack, and the couple of overs that he's bowled since, he's just not landed the ball in the right place. Here he bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren drives rather strange looking follow through on that shot as he sort of took one hand off the bat and it went at a strange angle, but it's a dot ball. So 6 runs from the first 3 legitimate balls since tea as Verdi bowls to Van Buren, who comes forward and defensively plays it back up the pitch, and that has been the mark of the innings really from Van Buren. I don't think he's looked to attack a single ball that wasn't there to be attacked. Admittedly, hasn't always looked so comfortable in defence. Verdi to bowl, and that's slapped up to Amla at deep mid-off, and it'll be a single comfortably. So an illustration there really of the fact that Amla's got no chance of stopping a single, because Van Buren couldn't hit the ball much harder than that, and it's still only, well, it's still a single, despite the fact it went straight to Hashim Amla. 120 for 2, and around the wicket, Verdi to the left-handed Dent on 41. Dent digs that one out. A very full delivery from Verdi, and totally sure that Dent quite expected the ball to be there, but he was forward and defending it away. So 7 off the first over, 108 needed from 39 is the equation, whilst the sun remains, and these 2 remain at the crease. Gloucestershire are feeling quite good.
Yeah, and what I mean, I had a look at the weather around the ground just before we came back onto commentary. There is quite a lot of blue sky around. There's some cloud too, sure, but there is quite a lot of blue sky around at the moment, so the light is about as good as it's going to get, and Reece Topley is to be returned into the attack. He bowled 7 overs in his opening spell, and he'll come back with 3 slips. And Surrey are chasing a wicket here now, aren't they, really? Because this could get away from them unless they split these two reasonably quickly, and that's slapped away by Van Buren. First ball is a loosener from Topley, and that's gone away through extra cover for 4, and there's no ceremony there. That was a very, very forceful shot.
Well, you're certainly not going to get away with a full toss at this stage, and Rhys Topley, well, yes, it's a loosener, but it's not a loosener that could be afforded. It's a full toss, it's very wide, and Van Buren, as he has done all innings, finds a gap, and as you say, raced to the longest boundary of the ground.
124 for 2. Van Buren cuts down to the man who's kind of a wide third man, and they've now put a man out at deep backward square as well for Dent, who will be on strike. 125 for 2. The target, remember, is 228, and Gloucestershire have gone about this in a very, very positive manner. Topley to captain Dent on 41 over the wicket, and Dent works that into the gap. Nothing fancy there, big gap there. Let's play it quietly, no risk, and pick up another single. I mean, in Ian Harvey, new head coach, interim head coach you might say for this season, and Mark Alleyne, obviously now newly installed as his lieutenant. You've got two good brains in terms of run chases, haven't you? And they will, I'm sure, would have relished having a dart at this total. That's wide from Topley, very wide, in fact, outside the off stump, let go by Van Buren.
Yeah, I mean, chases at Bristol, how many over the years, and maybe not quite so many in the Red Bull format, but yeah, like you say, in terms of people to marshal a chase, and Ian Harvey, well, he would have gone at this probably in a similar fashion to Graham Van Buren, you'd imagine.
Van Buren waits again on 64. He played an important innings in a T20 game at Hove. That was, I think that was last summer. It might have been the last game, I think, in the group stage, which meant that Gloucestershire ended up with a home quarter final, obviously. Which,
2 summers ago.
2 summers ago against Derbyshire. Yeah. Well, that's again out wide outside the off stump. Van Buren stretches to try and reach it. But in terms of the importance of the innings, I know this is only the first round of 4-day cricket of the season, but the impact it's having on the game, that's the important thing. You know, 64 off 61, and just what you want a number 4 to come in and do after the lace had gone cheaply. But as you say, one more scoring shot, and Gloucestershire will be down into double digits.
So, a long conference here. I suspect this may be the first of many long conferences between
proper committee meeting, that.
Senior members of the Surrey side, Verdi, Burns, Amler, all involved. And the decision, I wonder what the decision was made there. Probably not very much, because I can't really see any change in the field. There is a short mid-wicket, there is a short cover, there is a slip. There is a man out at deep square leg, and there is a long off for Dent as Verdi bowls. It's wide, it's in the air, and it's fallen one bounce, and Overton tumbles away to stop it as it's tried to spin away from him.
And I'm not sure actually anybody would have got to that.
Oh no, no.
Be it you're 6'7" or 5'9", you know.
No, it just did not carry far enough. Verdi bowls to Dent, and Dent tickles this one just behind square on the leg side, but it's stopped by Jamie Smith at backward square leg almost. He may be more fine than that, actually. The angle here makes it look, as Verdi prepares his elaborate action, and he bowls, and that passes the edge of Dent. I'm not sure it turned massive amounts. I think maybe it just turned enough to cause Dent a couple of issues. This is a better over from Verdi already. He's landing the ball back in that place that he needs to, and there's a leave from Dent, and it was a tight one, and I that ball just straightened slightly, and if it hadn't straightened, if it had just carried completely on with the arm, then Chris Dent might have lost his off stump there. Can see why Surrey were...
There's a bit of bounce too, actually.
Yeah. Verdi bowls to Dent, and Dent leaves. This time it did go more on with the arm. It was pretty tight again. And this over's just arrested things since a couple of very profitable overs to start the evening session. And Verdi will complete it now as he bowls to Dent, and Dent pushes forward and plays correctly. So a maiden over from Verdi, his 4th maiden. The score remains 126 for 2. 102 more runs required from 37 overs.
And we obviously have to say, with some caveat, that is a maximum. It may turn out to be less than that if the light fades, but at the moment you'd say that Surrey are going to take, well, they'll be bowling those overs at 6:30 if it goes the full distance, and there's no way we're going to be playing at that level. So I think fair to assume that they're going to be taking their time, and that will reduce Gloucestershire's options. But we need 101. Topley in, and Van Buren will cut that to 100 with a little steer out into the offside. I think you can easily chalk 10 overs off that allowance, if you like. And if Gloucestershire mentally get that into their heads, then they can attack this with a bit of gusto. And we were just discussing over a cup of tea during the tea interval that the batting order may be a bit more flexible depending on how long these two stay there. Topley in to Dent down the leg side, taken by the Ben folks on the dive. And in theory it should be Hankins next, but you can bet your bottom dollar that Ryan Higgins would be chomping at the bit to come out next.
He'll have his pads on, he'll have his helmet on probably as well, sitting in the doorway of the dressing room probably, making sure that nobody else can go past him. I don't know, I'm only imagining.
But you kind of get the idea.
Yeah.
Topley again from the Bristol Pavilion end. Dent works that into that profitable area for him. Again, it's only 1 run out to Atkinson, but it's still just dropped that figure now down below 100. 228 is the target. Gloucestershire 128. Now for 2. And Van Buren into the ground and fielded at extra cover by Jamie Smith. I know, is it Smith or it's not Stoneman, is it?
No, it's Smith. I
think,
Smith,
yeah.
With the shin pads on. That was one of the things you miss. One of the many things you miss about having a crowd in, because some people would have thought that that was a catch somewhere on the ground.
Topley, not of a very sprightly run. There's almost a thought of a single. There was never there from Van Buren, and Chris Dent puts his hand up, I think, to indicate, sorry, that was an error on my part for thinking that you could have called for a single there. But Van Buren stayed put in the end.
Yeah, it was almost a total mix-up with both batsmen way out of their grounds, and Topley would have, well, he would have had his man by 2 miles if they hadn't averted the crisis.
Van Buren waits for Topley, and that's a more measured shot out on the onside to complete Topley's over. Surrey have bowled 27 overs at no great rate, it must be said, and Gloucestershire, from those 27 overs, are nearly up at 5 and over. 128 for 2. They were 36 for 2 when Tom Lace was out. So these two have added 92 together in just over 18 overs. So they have been going at 5 and over, and it's been a really entertaining watch.
If you're a Gloucestershire fan.
If you're a cricket fan.
If you're a cricket fan, okay. Here's Verdi. He bowls to Dent, and Dent struck on the pad. They look convinced to Surrey, but Rob White doesn't. Not out, he says, and Verdi.
Only about 5 of them appealing.
And while Verdi was halfway off on his celebration there, he was pretty convinced, and Going to look from front on it. It's heading down the leg side, isn't it? Surely it's going on with the arm. I don't think that's turned, and it's hit Dent on at least middle and leg. But understandably, they'll be shouting for everything. Verdi bowls to Dent, who this time clips comfortably away out to deep square leg for a single. And it's 129 for 2. So it was a no ball as well, in fact. No ball. So 1-3-1 for 2. Another gift gratefully accepted by Gloucestershire. Total in double digits required as Verdi bowls to Van Buren, who goes back and turns it to mid-wicket for no run. So that is 8 runs via no balls. The only extras in this innings, but every little does help. As here's Verdi, he bowls to Van Buren, who tries to nudge that one into the covers for a single, but will not be able to get one. As the sun still, thankfully, if you're a Gloss fan, blazes down on the county ground in Bristol, and it's almost pleasant when you take into account the fact that I'm wearing a ski jacket and a warm hat. Indeed. Verdi bowls to Van Buren, who sweeps, and he's picked the gap between short fine leg and deep backward square. There'll be 2 runs here unless Overton misfields, which he doesn't, and completes a decent diving stop away to his right. 2 more runs to the total.
He won't be doing too many of those runs, I would have thought, because he wants to be bowling, presumably after Topley, I would think.
Yeah, well, you'd think they would have to go back to. I'm not sure that Atkinson is going to get another bowl in this game. Verdi bowls to Van Buren, who's forward and out of the middle of the bat, playing it back to the bowler.
And actually, there's a wider question there. Have they almost bowled or batted Atkinson and Clark out of the attack?
Verdi bowls, and Van Buren sweeps, and he's hit this one harder. I don't know that Overton's going to get there. He's going to have a dive, as he know he's not. It's 4 runs away to the deep backward square leg rope. Van Buren moves on to 71. Gloucestershire need 91 more runs to win, and as we look at what happened there, it's not actually as far down the leg side as I thought. It's just a really well controlled sweep shot from Van Buren, who helped it away fine, and that is now his 12th 4 to go along with his 1-6, and his 71 has come from 70 balls. 91 required and 35 overs minimum remaining.
Well, this looked a really teasing total for Gloucestershire when they set off in pursuit of it, and they're making a very good fist of it at the moment. Dent and Van Buren, right-hander, left-hander, and I say Van Buren has, yes, he's passed his 5,000 runs in this innings, and that shows actually he is, at 30, he's a reasonably experienced first-class cricketer, if not wholly experienced in terms of volume of games played in this country.
Well, I suppose he's been over for a fair while now, and certainly is very settled. And I think, his batting last season will have, whilst of course it wasn't, outstanding, it was still in a position which
step forward from what we'd seen before,
and it was in a position which wouldn't necessarily have been the position he'd have expected to be batting in.
Topley again, and worked away by Van Buren. He'll get 1 this time. Out to deep square, and again no more than that, but Gloucestershire keep ticking these runs up.
And he was the pick of the batsmen really last year, and admittedly at times there wasn't a great deal to pick from. I'm sure they'd be the first ones to admit that, but he was the pick of the batsmen in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Topley in again. Oh, Dent's pulled that. That's whether that was on his legs and going down the leg side. It bounced quite high on him, and he helped it on its way. And these two have already taken their stand past the century. 4 more to Dent, Let's see exactly how far down the leg side this was. Did he step across? Oh, a little bit, but he's hooked it round from a position. That's a real one-day shot, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he meant to get it really almost right over the wicketkeeper's head. The idea that he had was executed, it was just a bit finer.
And Dent pulls once more. Again, that's quite short. It's gone square, but there is a fielder out at deep backward square on the rope, and they've just taken 150 for Chris Dent, who raises his bat to the Gloucestershire dressing room, and a half century for the skipper to go with the half century that he made in the first innings. 71 balls and 4 fours, I think. My computer is updated properly.
Yep.
144 for 2. The target is 228, and nothing doing there as the tall figure of Smith prevents anything more profitable than a good call for stay where you are between these two. Van Buren on 72, Topley to bowl to him. Again, that's nicely away up to mid-on. They're starting now to really push the fielders on these singles, where Surrey have got the men back. Gloucestershire are trying to tick the singles up. 228 is the target. They are 145 for 2 from 29 overs. In theory, still 34 overs left to go. We may not get that many. We may not need that many.
Well, Gloucestershire will be hoping they don't need that many. But why keep going, Gloss cricket? That's the sentiment for many, I'm sure. And I think, leads me into what I was going to say, that ideally they would like to keep going at this rate as well. They don't want to be tied down for a little while here. Just I want to get these runs knocked off as quickly as possible. Verdi to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. 1 for 38 from his 9 overs as he bowls now to Van Buren, and Van Buren turns that one away. He's beaten mid-wicket, and they'll come through for a pretty comfortable single. That's Ollie Pope at mid-wicket there, who was irritated as he had to watch the ball dribble just past him. 148 for 2, Van Buren 74, 80 more runs required by Gloucestershire. Here comes Verdi, bowls to Dent, and Dent whips that one down to Hashim Amla at deep mid-on, and a single is taken. 149 for 2, and this
80
is
doesn't sound much, does it?
It doesn't. It would sound more if 2 quick wickets were to fall, though. So they're not quite at the position where they can have that happen, really, as that's pushed back to the bowler. I mean, you'd still say that Gloucestershire were favourites, even if 2 quick wickets did fall, but at the same time, you can imagine the intensity levels from Surrey would increase massively from what they are at the moment. Here comes Verdi, bowls to Van Buren, who plays quietly back to him. And in fact, I have missed the first ball of the over was another no ball. So I'm not quite sure whether it's where Rob White signals the no ball from, but Ian Blackwell certainly seems to make more of his no ball signal than Rob White. Verdi bowls to Van Buren, sweeps. He's going to sweep straight to Jamie Overton at deep backward square leg for a single, and that brings up the 150 for Gloucestershire. And the ground staff are going to applaud, but you can tell from the flats, the audience up on the flats, and there is quite an audience up there now, that the runs required really is the only number that they're interested in. The 150 for the innings doesn't mean a whole lot. Verdi bowls to Dent. Dent whips this one away in the air. It's gone over the head of Hashim Amla. The only question is it going to kick onto the rope, and it does. 2 bounces and 4 to Chris Dent. Didn't bother to keep that one down, and did not bother also that Hashim Amla was well set back at deep mid-on. And Dent played that one really from his crease, but with his weight going well forwards into the shot, and meant there was a good deal of power behind it, and he controlled it really nicely. 154-4-2 as Verdi bowls to Dent. Full, and Dent digs it out to mid-wicket for no run. And that is indeed the end of the over, so another big over for Gloucestershire. 75 Van Buren, 55 Dent. There's the statistics, 75 from 77 from Van Buren, and 51 from 72 from...
Just in that last over, I was just trying to check on Graham Van Buren's Gloucestershire record. 38 first-class matches, 1,661 runs at 30.76. He's made 2 centuries, both of which I think were in the same season, which was his first season. One was at Worcester and one was at Leicester in a game which was affected by the rain. That 172 not out, which is his career best, was at Leicester from memory. 9 50s to go with that, but it's been a long time since he's made a first-class century for Gloucestershire, and here he is now on 75 in a run chase with 73 needed. He's well set, his captain's well set. Here is the opportunity.
Yeah, and as I think we were talking about in the university match, the first century at Bristol being a mark for Van Buren in that game, albeit a warm-up game. Well, he's in a terrific position here in a game that very much counts. 55 from 74, by the way, for Chris Dent. My computer hadn't quite got there yet.
So after the Saturday break, Topley into Van Buren, who works that away again through the vacant mid-wicket area. There's a long chase round for the 2 fielders patrolling that rope in front of the scoreboard, and they'll come back for 3.
Yeah, he's been so confident with his wrist work, really, in this innings, Van Buren. When he just looks to turn a ball through the leg side, it very rarely goes for 1. It's usually either 4 or at least a couple.
I mean, the staggering thing here is the actual balance of overs. 157 for 2. Topley in. Dent works that away on the onside, and again they'll take 1. Then Van Buren skating back for the second, and he'll make it. It's good running from these 2. But, you know, Surrey have not had any restrictions in terms of the fields they can set, and Gloucestershire are going to have chased basically 2/3 of the total in half the overs. More than 2/3 of the total, in fact, in half the overs. They only need 68 to win from here.
I think it shows you the mental aspect of a chase like this, because Surrey would have been well on top at 2 wickets down, but it didn't take too many overs of Van Buren and Dent crashing the ball all over the place for Surrey potentially to think, well, we might struggle here. They're timing the ball pretty well out here, and the runs are flowing.
33 overs in theory maximum to go. Frankly, if Gloucestershire had 10 overs to go, you'd still think they'd have a chance at this point, because the way these 2 are going, Topley in, steered away by Dent. It's almost a runner ball at the moment. There's not many dot balls being bowled, and Dent steers that down to deep backward point for 1 more.
And the problem they've got is they can't just set everybody back on the rope one day style, because, you know, you're going to lose the game that way. And it's just going to be a single almost every ball.
In effect, they've batted Atkinson and Clark out of the attack, I think, here. And Verdi may not have any runs to play with in a minute, because these are ticking up. 160 for 2. Topley around the wicket. Van Buren again into the onside, fielded by Stoneman at mid-on, and there's no run. But he has 78. Dent has 50 from 36 for 2. The last wicket fell? Yes, 36 for 2. So they have put on 124, these 2, in very, very good time. Topley, his run isn't a long one, and he's not showing a lot of enthusiasm now either. That's a good stop at mid-on, again by Stoneman.
You almost wonder if Topley's better off actually trying a few one-day variations here. I don't think we've really seen Topley bowl some of his slower balls, for example, that he likes to bowl in one-day cricket. But with Gloucestershire looking to hit the ball pretty hard. You'd have thought maybe he'd be better off just trying to go for Yorkers, bouncers and slower balls here.
Topley in, or pulled by Van Buren, and Verdi on the rope, can't stop it, and that's gone all the way for 6. That's the shortest boundary down there at fine leg, very fine, but Van Buren just helped that on its way. He kind of gambled where Verdi was in a way, because Verdi wasn't far from picking that up, but again it was so quickly played and so fine in terms of angle that it went over the rope and bounced just in front of the wicket fence. And 6 more, 166 for 2. Remember, the target is 228, and it's getting to a stage now where the overs are kind of immaterial.
Yep, it is. It's really weather versus Gloucestershire at the moment, and the weather is still looking pretty good. Sun is out, there are some clouds about, but none seemingly heading straight for us here. And the last ball of the over from Topley really heading well down the leg side, and yes, it was not far away from the fielder, but it's just with the boundary that short and the line that far down the leg side, Van Buren could help it on its way like that with real comfort.
Well, Topley's about 11 overs, 1 for 60.
And the problem is you feel like they can't really take him out of the attack either.
They'd have to go back to Overton, wouldn't they?
They would. Verdi to continue. Amla's back at long on now, so long on, long off on the rope as Dent cuts, and he's hit it to Cover, who's sort of, well, I guess you'd say he's we're not quite halfway to the rope. In fact, maybe he is halfway to the rope from the pitch anyway.
Yeah,
but
he's on the edge of the on the edge of the square, perhaps close to the pitches they use for the nets in the morning, Atkinson, but now he's dropped out again.
Probably was sort of 35 yards from the bat. 1 run off the first ball of the over, and that's short, cut hard by Van Buren. There's no sweeper out at deep point, and it's 4 runs, and Van Buren has controlled his placement so well. He's hit a couple of boundaries backward of square on the offside. That one was straight through point, and yes, it was short, but his footwork was excellent to step away from the ball and give himself enough room to play the cut shot.
He's got to stay calm here, isn't he? He's 88 not out.
88 from
82?
82. In fact, I think yes, it is 82. Verdi bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren just nudges it and sets off for a quick single, which earns applause from some members watching. I say members.
Well, they're in the
members.
They're scattered across the apartments.
Yeah, perhaps some of them are members, but
they might be.
They are spectators from the flats. 89 to Van Buren, 56 required by Gloucestershire. Verdi to Dent, full, turned to mid-wicket, who dives to stop it and make sure that it's not going to head towards the boundary. Mark Stoneman is the fielder at mid-wicket. Still 1 slip in place for Verdi, who delivers now to Dent, who is forward and deadening it. And that's been the mark of Chris Dent's innings of late. He's really just looked to nudge the ball about, score off at least every other ball, and he's quite happy to take the singles that Surrey have really been giving him for a long time. Dent must have only been on about 20 when they started to set the field quite far back for him. Verdi bowls to Dent, short cut by Dent. There'll be a shy at the stumps, but not anywhere near in time to get Van Buren. So Dent will keep the strike. 56 required, 55 required now for Gloucestershire to win, and the overs remaining, for what it's worth, 31.
Now that's a good caveat to put in, and they're just the 5 boundaries for Chris Dent in his 60, which just shows how he's been content to work the ball, and with Surrey setting the field back, just calmly attack this total. 173 for 2, chasing 228, And Overton is going to replace Reece Topley. This kind of feels like a last throw of the dice for Surrey. What's the position with the weather, I wonder? The sun has just gone in just for a moment, and the feeling with a little bit of cloud around the ground is that the light may not be quite so good with the sun in, but these two are reasonably well set now. In fact, very well set, you would argue. Overton trying to disrupt things, coming in and bowling to Dent, who's clipped that down towards third man. That wasn't so easy to see for the fielder out there, and they've come back for two, and in fact it is Jordan Clark, not Overton. I thought it was Overton who was getting stripped and ready to come on, but it is Clark. And his first bowl in this innings from the pavilion end.
Amazing how it does change with the
sun in. Oh yeah, it does. Dent waits, and he's pulled that around. There's two fielders out to on the deep square boundary, one at wide long leg and one at deep backward square, and he's split the two of them, and that's 4 more to Chris Dent, and Dent goes up to 66, and he really is attacking Jordan Clark here. He wants to get this done, and that is outside the off stump. He's whipped that around, which perhaps indicates the difference in pace between Overton and Clark. Dent feels he's able to attack the all-rounder. 179 for 2, 48 needed.
I think Gloucestershire, with the cloud just getting a bit stronger, they've got to be thinking about finishing this in 6 overs or so, I think.
Clark in, and Dent works that into the gap. So you're running out of fielders, it feels to me. They've taken one, and that's all there will be. Good throw actually from Atkinson.
With 8 wickets in hand, now it's just got to be a question of, as hard as you can. I think the kitchen sink is going to be thrown from this point onwards by these two.
And to me, unquestionably, it would be Higgins or Taylor to come in next.
I think so. It feels different in the air. It's not that we think there's going to be rain, it's just that the feeling in the air is different. They can't take that chance.
Clark in and skipped around his pads by Van Buren, down to long leg. 1 more to him. He's up to 90. And these two probably think that, they probably think they've got half an hour.
Yep.
And then it might get a bit risky. So crack on. 46 to get. And sometimes in this situation, the last few runs can come quite quickly. Clark in to Dent, who drives pleasantly but straight to the man at short cover. No run.
Yeah, and like you say, Surrey, I guess Surrey will try and take as much time as they can in case some rain comes along. They're not going to be hurried out there, but like you say, the final runs can come quickly, because at this point even a couple of wickets, and Gloucestershire, weather allowing, would be heavy favourites to win.
46 required. Dent again with a full swing of the bat, comfortably steers that out to deep point. He'll pick up 1, and that he'll keep the strike at the end of Clark's over. They've got to this stage out of, in theory, 63 overs that they were allowed, and they've got this far, 182 for 2 after 33. So again, it is astonishing to think there could be 30 overs left available to Gloucestershire to bat. There won't be 30 overs left because the light won't allow it. It's 20 to 5. They might think they've probably got 10 overs from here, and after that it might get a bit risky. And Overton therefore is coming back. Verdi is off after bowling 11 overs for 54, but the first 3 of those were maiden, so effectively he's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 54. No wicket for 54 because he had the wicket in the first 3 overs anyway.
Well, now it's just a question, I think, of taking as much time as possible if you're Surrey, and so that means you've got to bring back your bowler who's going to take the most time to bowl the overs, and that is Jamie Overton. And understandably, in no hurry, set the field. A few fielders conveniently forgetting where their field
positions are. To be clear, in my head, if the umpires, they cannot offer the light anymore.
No.
It's a question of the umpires have to decide whether it's fit to play or not. So Chris Dent cannot say, no, I don't want to go off. It is purely the umpire's decision.
Jamie Overton bowls over the wicket to Dent. Dent turns this one away behind square on the leg side, down towards fine leg for a single, and that's all it will be as Reece Topley does the fielding. And I think the good thing is, in some ways, that it was very dark before the umpires went off. Was it yesterday evening? Because they went off a bad light before the rain actually came down. The rain and the hail came down yesterday evening. So they won't have a particularly kind of bright reading, as it were, as far as the bad light's concerned, because they set that reading for the rest of the match after they take it for the time that they go off. So it's not as though the light seemed dodgy at all before they, you know. So that's a positive sign for Gloucestershire, really.
Blackwell just checking that Surrey don't have 3 men behind square on the leg side here, because they definitely have 2.
It's very close, isn't it? They've got a deep square leg. They've got a deep square and a deep backward square and a fine leg, as that's very short and over the head of Graham van Buren, and it's a no ball. So Jamie Overton is disgusted with that. How dare you be so short, he says to Graham van Buren. But to be honest, Van Buren looked as if he was watching that one go over his head, and he had a knowing look towards Ian Blackwell, who extended the arm outwards and called the no ball.
43 to win.
43 more.
And you have to say that Gloucestershire have been absolutely right to chase this hard from the outset. If they hadn't done, they would be in no position now with the light as it is.
And it is raining. I can tell you it is now raining. Overton bowls short over the head of Van Buren this time. No, not according to Ian Blackwell. It's one for the over. Graham Van Buren's turn to look nonplussed, and now it is raining quite heavily out there, and the ground staff are getting ready with the covers. Can you believe it? At the moment they are not going off, but Surrey will change the field, and I think Rob White begins to move towards Ian Blackwell, and they are going off. The weather gods are not on Gloucestershire's side at the moment. There is still plenty of time left, but the light will not be good in an hour's time. So with 43 more runs required, rain has stopped play with Van Buren 90 not out and Dent 69. It is not raining particularly heavily, but given consistency, I think they went off for rain that was basically this heavy earlier on in the match. It's just a shame given the match situation for Gloucestershire, but if Surrey have been doing the rain dance in the dressing room, it has worked.
Well, the pitch covers are coming out. It might be one of those showers that scuds past the ground. It depends how much of the rain we get, and indeed how the light is once the rain clears. It's strangely, of course, it started to rain and now it's just stopped. I can't hear any of the rain on the marquee at the moment.
Yeah, it is still.
But actually,
it's coming in sort of bursts, I think, really. It's raining steadily. I wouldn't say it's raining particularly heavily, but it is still raining, and it sort of comes and goes a little bit. So, yeah, wait and see on the weather front. It does look as though, as it gets much heavier now, it does look as though it's not a huge amount of rain on the way, but with the timing being the way it is, obviously it's not come at a good time whatsoever for Gloucestershire, and you know, sure everybody's sitting at home thinking, oh, typical.
Yeah, 42 required, but they're in a position where if there is a small break probably I mean, there was one evening where we were playing past 6 o'clock because the sun was out. The question is whether the cloud will clear enough to give us just a window.
Is there sun behind this cloud?
That's the
Very
great
poetic.
that's a great unknown from our vantage point. So the run-ups are being covered. It won't be easy for the fielding side, of course, if we can get back out there, but Gloucestershire in absolutely the box seat. They need 42 to win. The Surrey bowlers have been put to the sword by Graham Van Buren and Chris Dent, who came together when the score was 36 for 2 when Tom Lace was out, and they have put together a really, really good, enterprising, aggressive, attractive partnership. All those adjectives apply, and Surrey really haven't had an answer.
No, I think that the ball didn't do massive amounts after a little bit up front, and they lost those 2 wickets. But after that, Van Buren, his counter-attack was so sharp, and I don't think they bowled actually that badly. I don't think they bowled anywhere near as badly, Surrey, as they did in the first session when they were put to the sword by Dent and Bracey in the first innings. I think they bowled a lot better than that, but probably the pitch had got a little bit friendlier, and I reckon, you know, the credit must go really to Van Buren, and Dent and Van Buren had to tough out some nasty deliveries from the likes of Overton and Clark during his innings, and he reaped the rewards after having done so. It's more like sleet or even sort of hard rain out there at the moment. It's not really, you know, your usual rain. The question is it going to stop? And there's plenty of covers coming out, so you would imagine the ground staff are going to need some time to clear it up. The good news, I suppose, is that the outfield, despite the deluge yesterday evening, is still pretty dry out there, so there shouldn't be more than surface moisture, you wouldn't have thought, on the outfield, so there is that at least working in Gloucestershire's favour. But unfortunately we are completely unable to see from our position here where the weather is coming from. Normally we can see the weather coming from the usual direction, but it is not coming from the usual direction here, and we can't see what is on the horizon.
So I think we're going to leave you for the moment with the vision of what is happening out in the middle, which is the ground staff just making sure that the covers are on the vulnerable areas. But Graham Van Buren 90 not out from 86 balls, and Chris Dent 69 not out from 86 balls, have taken Gloucestershire to 185 for 2. The target is 228, so as you can see, Gloucestershire actually require 43 in all to win. It says 42, but the 42 is the number of runs they are behind, so 43 to win. But at the moment it is raining here at Bristol, as you can see from the camera there over by the apartments, and any news of a resumption, we'll bring that to you as soon as we have it. welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. We've had a sharp shower, but if you can see on the what we call the ticker across the top of the screen, play will restart at 5:20, and we have lost 10 overs, but because Gloucestershire are 43 runs from victory, the fact there are 20 overs to go is kind of immaterial. What is important is that there is long enough, and I suspect that half that number of overs might be enough for us to conclude this match. I do have a bit of news too about the Somerset game later this week, but at the moment, Ed, the point is that the sun is out, the light is fine, and Gloucestershire have got to throw the bat.
Yeah, they have. They can't afford to hang around here. The weather in the direction that it's coming from looks to be good, but you can't take that for granted because there is still a dark cloud about to the north of us, so it would only take a small change in the direction of the wind and that could potentially come our way still. So they cannot be thinking about anything else other than, I think, knocking these runs off in 5 or 6 overs, because that might, they've got a budget that might be all they've got here.
Yep. Van Buren has 90, Chris Dent has 69, and we're going to resume with the over that was being bowled by Jamie Overton when the players went off. Just while the stumps are being adjusted, there's been an announcement by the ECB concerning play in the next round of championship matches, and on Saturday, at the point of the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh, play will be paused between 10 to 3 and 10 past 4 to coincide with the service. So the third day will have a break in it. I'm sure the tea interval will be incorporated in that. So effectively, they will be pausing play for 1 hour, and that time will be made up on the other days in the match.
Yep, so we wondered what they might decide to do, and that's the decision. So no rest day, but the respect will be shown by postponing the play for 1 hour and 20, but as you say, it's only losing an hour from play because of the tea interval as well.
So Jamie Overton just going through a little bit of limbering up in what is now bright sunshine, but the question is for how long we've got it.
They would definitely be shouting, the crowd, get on with it now. Admittedly, it's 5:19 and they're starting. So Jamie Overton will bowl to Van Buren, and that's down the leg side, and Folks dives away to take it, so a dot ball to start with. And Gloucestershire, well, they will be looking to get these as quickly as possible. I think we've made that pretty clear already, but for Surrey, what on earth do? They decide, I'm not going to say negative bowling, I don't know about that. We'll see what they've decided they're going to do. Is there very much that they can do other than, maybe continue to try to hold up play for as long as possible and continue to dance for rain? Here comes Jamie Overton, bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren with a late cut down to third man. It'll only be a single as Rhys Topley comes off the rope to do the fielding.
And those that are out on the apartment balconies, and there are a sprinkling of people out there, I think will be applauding every run as it's ticked up. The target, remember, is 228, and it isn't the overs that's important, it's just whether the weather and the light hold. We've had a shower which basically deprived us of 10 overs.
Overton to Dent, bowls, and Dent knocks this one confidently through mid-wicket. There'll be at least 2 runs here. Deep square leg comes across to cut it off, and it won't take one on the arm this time. It's 2 more runs to Chris Dent, up to 71 he goes, and 40 more runs required by Gloucestershire. They certainly haven't come out swinging at everything here, so they must be fairly confident that they're going to get a decent-ish window here to bat in. And although the skies are very dark over the flats, fortunately that is not where the weather is coming from. Here's Jamie Overton, bowls to Dent, and Dent has a little nibble at that one outside the off stump, and Overton hands on head, did make him play and miss, but really Chris Dent's got to be playing at these balls now. It's throw usual 4-day cricket wisdom out of the window, flash at everything really.
Yeah, this is a proper chase. And obviously the shortest form of the game. If Gloucestershire were left to get from here their runs to win the match, even in say 5 overs in a T20 match, they would not be probably too deterred by that. What are Surrey going to do with their bowling, though, is the question.
It looks as though it will be Jordan Clark.
Clark to bowl from the Bristol Pavilion end. We've had quite a day here, one way and the other. A stand between Clark and Folkes that threatened to take the game right away from Gloucestershire in terms of being able to win it, with Surrey very well placed until shortly before lunch, and then a clatter of wickets. Clark into Border Van Buren, lets that go outside the off stump. In fact, it's a dead ball because why was that called as a dead ball?
Clark never bowled it.
Oh, Clark didn't let the ball go. No, that's why that was.
I don't know how convenient the loss of the run-up was. I can't possibly comment on that. But
there's the maths on your screen. 39 to win, and Van Buren would be deserving of another 9 if he can get them. Clark in to bowl to him. That's chopped away down towards backward point. Again, it's a weight of shot, but just that drop of rain has just slowed the outfield up a little bit. So because the ball is running more slowly, it means that Van Buren could come back for 2.
Yep, certainly not in the manner of a lot of the shots that he's played in that innings. That really was a steer from Van Buren rather than a real punch or a throw of the hands at the ball.
Clark again, past umpire Blackwell, and bowls, and that's punch driven down the ground but straight to Hashim Amla. Mid on or mid off is generally his position. So he's still got, well, they've got a slip and a fine gully in, but basically they're on the defensive and they are not hurrying through their overs either. Clark to Van Buren, that's short. That's 1 for the over, says umpire Blackwell.
Yep, well directed bouncer there by Jordan Clark. He struggled a little bit early on in his spell in the first innings, but he came back later on and really caused some problems, and I felt probably did deserve a wicket really in the end in the first innings. He just didn't manage to get one, but he found an awkward length to bowl to the Gloucestershire batsman.
190 for 2, the target's 228. In comes Clark to Van Buren, who's crashed that away in front of square. It's gone all the way to the boundary for 4, and Van Buren goes to 97. And there's the bell from the balcony, which we remember from last season, particularly during the Warwickshire match.
That was absolutely thudded by Van Buren. It was a rank short wide long up, and it got what it deserved. No protection out there. 97
now,
to Van Buren.
Van Buren, only 2 county championship hundreds in his Gloucestershire career, both in his first season. Neither at Bristol. 194 for 2. Clark to him now. He's punched that into the ground, and there won't be a run there. It's a partial stop at short cover, and they'll have to wait. 194 for 2 it remains. You know, those 2 other hundreds, one at Leicester and one in a win at Worcester. I think in the first innings when Gloucestershire got there with Jack Taylor and Michael Klinger in a chase on the last afternoon. That was a good game. That was a very good game. This has been just as good over the 4 days. It might have the right outcome as well. 194 for 2. Van Buren pulls from Clark, and it's gone to the boundary at mid-wicket, and Van Buren gets a big hug from his captain, and it's his first championship 100 here at Bristol for Graham Van Buren. He scored it at better than a runner ball, and he's hit 16 fours and 2 sixes. and it has been an innings worthy of winning a game, and hopefully it will.
Yeah, it has been a masterclass from coming out in a position of extreme pressure. If he'd lost his wicket soon after coming in, Gloucestershire would have been in dire straits and probably facing the loss. As it is, he has played the most remarkable counter-attacking innings, and he has almost seen his side home. I think real signature innings for Graham van Buren in his Gloucestershire career.
I'll give you the full stats of it. 94 balls for the 100. 94 balls. It's a proper run chase, that.
Jamie Overton to Dent. Bowls. Dent steers that one away through point, as he's done so many times in his innings, and picks up a comfortable single to move to 72. And it is just 29 more runs required to win by Gloucestershire. How many runs has Dent got through that point region, especially since 20 or so? He's hit 6 boundaries in his 72, and as a mark of contrast, 15 fours and 2 sixes for Van Buren. So they've allowed Dent to score the runs, and Dent has just taken them gladly with open arms and watched Van Buren attack from the other end. Here's Jamie Overton. He bowls to Van Buren, and Van Buren helps this one down towards deep backward square. It'll be a single, and there is the 200 up for Gloucestershire. It's a minor bell ringing occasion. The only runs that matter now are the 28 required to win. Field swaps all around, but really Surrey could put the fielders almost anywhere at this point. They've probably got to put almost everybody out on the rope and just hope against hope somehow that the sunshine goes and the clouds return. Here's Jamie Overton. He bowls to Dent, and Dent attempts to pull that one away, and they maybe could have thought about a bye, but I think that one of the reasons they didn't was that Chris Dent was on his knees there and not really in a position to be taking off for a run.
So much in this Graham van Buren innings. The 5,000 milestone as well in global first class cricket. So what a way to start your season.
Well, especially considering he got a duck in the first innings. It could have been a nightmare start to the season for him. As it is, it's the perfect start, and it's the first Gloucestershire 100, of course, since 2019, because there were no hundreds in the Bob Willis Trophy last year. Clark bowls, that's very short, and it has been pulled handsomely away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Chris Dent. There is another 4 ticked off for Gloucestershire. The bouncer was high, but it was a tennis ball bounce, and it was easy for Chris Dent to get hold of, and you can see on the replay here that it was very short. It was head height, but the ease with which Dent pulled it away into the gap was impressive.
You might bowl that at the Oval, Jamie Overton, but you don't bowl it at Bristol with the same impact.
24 required. Here comes Jamie Overton, bowls over the wicket, and Dent watches this one go outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, full and wide, tempting, but Dent was not interested. Sure, there are a few Gloucestershire fans yelling at the computer/TV set, whatever contraption they've got this on, saying, just get the runs, eh? They're never happy until that final run is scored.
No, particularly when there is threatening weather about.
Here's Jamie Overton. He's there, he bowls to Dent. Dent cuts and misses at that one outside the off stump, and that was very wide.
Given as
and it has
wide.
been given as a wide in the end. It took a little bit of time. I'm sure he called wide ball before he signalled it, but it was really almost over the edge of the return crease marking. So understandably that is given as a wide, and one more run to the Gloucestershire tally. 23 needed.
Yeah, there's been a tap for it's been tapped for everybody here in the Surrey bowlers, starting with Atkinson, who only bowled 2 overs for 21 at the start, and Gloucestershire raced away and have kept the foot to the pedal ever since.
Pulled away by Dent, and he's timed that well. There's a dive out at deep square leg, and it's an excellent piece of fielding out on the boundary rope about 4 miles away from us. and it has stopped the ball from crossing the rope. They've come back for 2 runs, and the score 207 for 2. 21 more runs required to win.
And just look at that overs tally to chase this total. 36 overs only bowled by Surrey, and 228 looked a tricky chase, didn't it? Even for 60 overs, it looked one of those ones that was teasing both teams to be involved. But what happened was that Gloucestershire decided that the weather was a factor and they were going to go for it from the off. Here's Jordan Clark in to Van Buren, who's gone down the ground with that. Clark won't need to chase that nor anybody else, and that's gone for 4 more, and Gloucestershire want to finish this quickly, and frankly they're rubbing Surrey's noses in it now.
They are, rather. That was disdainful, I think, from Van Buren. Stand and deliver, basically. Just cleared that leg out of the way at the last minute and just swooshed the bat through it, flying away down the ground for 4.
Clark again, and Van Buren tries to play the same shot, he's repeated it. That's another clean hit for 4 more, and Surrey have basically had no answer to what Chris Dent and Graham Van Buren have done here. This is a pummeling for their attack.
Yeah, once more just clearing that front side, and it only bounced once before crossing the rope. In fact, it would have been 6 had he hit that same shot at the Ashley Down Road end.
13 to win. Van Buren lets that go outside the off stump. In fact, they're going to be able to run a bye because it was untidily taken by Folkes. And actually, these two, they could play a rash shot at this point, but neither deserve to get out because they've both embraced the challenge and really attacked it with verve.
Yeah, I mean, because they didn't have to do it this way. They could have decided after Lace was out that they were just going to play circumspect for a few overs.
But the worry was always about the weather. Therefore, they've had to kind of forced into it, but they've really done it well. Dent once more clips that away from Jordan Clark. That might be 4 more. That's going to beat Hashim Amla, and it's going all the way up to the boundary at wide long on. And as sometimes happens when a side gets close to a target, the final runs come in a real rush. And we've only been out on the field for 13 minutes since the resumption, and Gloucestershire are 2 blows from victory.
It has been an amazing day in that for the vast majority of it, scoring has looked so easy, and yet you had the period where Gloucestershire lost Bracey and Lace, and the period where Surrey collapsed at the end of their innings.
Dent on 82, that shouldn't be overlooked either, and a steer away into the offside. They'll look for 2, 1 on the throw, and again Dent has come back, and it's a good bit of cricket, and they've got back for 2 runs. 1 blow will do it now.
Well, Chris Dent brought up his 50 in the first innings in style with a pull shot way over mid-wicket for 6. What's he got in store for us here?
Clark to Gloucestershire captain Chris Dent over the wicket. Dent goes aerial, and he doesn't quite time it. Is it going to go all the way to the rope? Amla's not chasing it. I think the ball may not get there. Is it going to stop in front of the rope? Yes, it is. It stops just short, and Dent's run 3, and that'll do. I think Amla thought that might be the winning run, but all the fact the ball was going to beat him to the rope, but he stopped. The ball stopped shy of the rope. They've run 3, and they need 3.
What an absolutely comical piece of cricket that was. Amla just jogging after the ball, and the ball could not have stopped closer to the rope without touching it. It must have been a couple of millimetres away from the rope, and it just stopped in time. How extraordinary.
I think you're going to have the moment, Ed.
It is a bizarre ending. And
Jamie Overton's going to bowl.
unless Surrey have a emergency of extreme proportions, the over is going to be bowled here, and Gloucestershire need just 3 runs with Chris Dent on strike. Deep point out, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg. As here comes Jamie Overton, he's there, he bowls to Dent, and Dent cuts over the top of the slip, and that's flown away to the third man boundary for 4, and that is it. Gloucestershire have won by 8 wickets, a superb run chase from 36 for 2. Van Buren and Dent have seen Gloucestershire home without any further losses. 110 not out for Graham Van Buren from 98 balls, and Chris Dent has finished 91 with 9 fours of his own. What a performance from Gloucestershire. They controlled the game for almost the entirety of it, with the exception of this morning, until they opened the door with Matt Taylor and Ryan Higgins removing the tail. And really, from an hour in this morning, if you'd said Gloucestershire were going to win the match, I'd have been doubting you a bit.
Well, that little clatter of wickets either side of lunch, when Matt Taylor actually bowled Jordan Clark, there was a real exclamation of relief that they'd got the breakthrough of that big partnership. They put on 131, those two, in just under 39 overs. But Gloucestershire took the last 5 wickets for 17, and it left them with 228 to win. And we mentioned it during the period in between the innings. In theory there were 63 overs, but it looked as if they might have less than that to work with. And what happened was that, in particular, Bracey and Dent, and then latterly Bracey and Van Buren, just basically said, we will not be bossed here by Surrey. We are going to chase this hard from the outset and put the pressure on the bowling side. I'm afraid Surrey wilted.
Yeah, it's a statement really from Gloucestershire. We wondered in the pre-season whether there was going to be any kind of attitude change with the batting, and I think this match has really shown that actually, yes, Gloucestershire have changed their approach a little here. They went out to try and dominate in the first innings. Dent and Bracey succeeded in doing that. Admittedly, the middle order fell away a little bit easier than you might have hoped for, but in this innings there was no doubt at all, it seemed, in Gloucestershire's minds that they were going to go and try and win this match, and they played aggressive cricket, they played fantastic cricket, they selected the right balls to hit. Van Buren offered up that one chance to Gus Atkinson out at deep backward square leg, but apart from that it was pretty chanceless. And well, you just wonder how different the match might have been if that catch had been taken. Even so, judging by the way that Gloucestershire went after it, they were always thinking victory, and the aggressive cricket that they've played in this match, with the bat in particular, with the ball they were still patient because they had to be. It was a sort of a contrast in styles between bat and ball for Gloucestershire in this match, but they played what they had to play in terms of style at the right time.
Impossible not to talk about Graham Van Buren's 100 though, having, was it 2016, those hundreds at Leicester and Worcester, and this is first red ball 100 here at Bristol, and 36 for 2. The game was in the balance, but he was not prepared to be dictated to.
No, and like I say, it was the shot selection and the selection of the ball to play the shot too that was the really impressive thing, because you look at the stats and you think maybe he was, constantly clearing the leg out the way, swinging for the fences for 6, but it wasn't really like that. Anything that was at all in his half he went after, but anything that wasn't, it was still met with respect. And like I've said before, he was looking in difficulty really when Overton and Clark were bowling at him, and yet he was still scoring at around about a run a ball. An extraordinary knock, and I don't think you'll see too many knocks like that, to be honest.
And you won't credit Chris Dent, who's had 2 50s in his first match of the season, one of them undefeated of course today, 91, actually pretty close to a century, and what a fillip for Ian Harvey. Having met the media less than a fortnight ago, having been appointed as, interim head coach, but certainly head coach for the duration of this season, and to have perhaps he's put some thought processes into the players. He said that we haven't changed that much since Richard Dawson's time, but I think we have seen a real aggressive intent to go chasing this total. Maybe it was driven by the fact that we weren't sure about how much the weather would have an impact or not. But my goodness, doesn't have set up the game that you'll watch from Thursday at Taunton beautifully.
Well, yes, I already can't wait for that, to be honest. What an occasion. You've got a derby game between two counties who've won their first matches, both in very dramatic style, contrasting styles, admittedly, as Somerset made an incredible comeback at Lord's, and Gloucestershire have controlled the game for most of this. It's just been a question of could they get Folkes and Clark out this morning, and then would the rain hold off? But the drama in both victories would lead you to believe that both sides will be going into it with an incredible amount of confidence. Gloucestershire will be wanting, of course, to erase the memories of what happened at the Bob Willis Trophies last year, but I don't think they'll be thinking too much about that after the performance that they've put on here. And yeah, what a cracking match that could be on Thursday at Taunton.
Craig Brathwaite's debut. The one footnote we should mention is that Josh Shaw is unlikely to play in that game because he only bowled one over in the second innings. He has a groin injury, and that will be assessed, and no doubt more news about that in the coming days. But what a day for Gloucestershire cricket. A victory here by 8 wickets over Surrey, set 228 to win. They've reached their target in the 38th over. It's a pummeling victory with an unbeaten century from Graham Van Buren, and also an unbeaten 91 from Chris Dent. Reaction to come on our social media channels, of course, and just to say too finally that the draw for the County Championship shirt, obviously, which ran throughout the duration of this match, the timing for entries has now closed. So thank you if you've taken part in that. Thanks if you've been in touch on the email or the Twitter over the last few days. Ed, I know, is heading to Taunton. He and I will talk to you again for the Leicestershire match here, which is on the 29th of April. But meanwhile, from a very happy Bristol, from Ed, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And from Ian Randall, goodbye.